Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. Good morning in America, good afternoon, and good evening around the world. My name is Cameron Friend, and I am the Youth and Millennial Engagement Coordinator with the King Center. And we have arrived to day two of this amazing opportunity that we have to celebrate the beloved community. We've had a host of amazing speakers, and we're going to do a quick recap of day one and all the amazing conversations that we had yesterday. You know, yesterday we started off with a direct message from Dr. Bernice A. King, and she opened up the summit by quoting her mother. She said, "In an inclusive, achievable society, it's the beloved community, an inclusive, achievable society in which problems and conflict do exist, but are resolved peaceably. In the beloved community, poverty, discrimination, violence are unacceptable, and our policies, practices, and language are fused with unconditional love." And so after that, we began our first session, our first conversation. We had the perspectives on creating the beloved community. Our panelists for that session was Bishop William Barber II, Dr. Irshad Manji, Ben Phillips, and it was moderated by Dr. Vanetta West. You know, some of the highlights from that conversation, there were strategies for building the beloved community. You know, how do we go about creating authentic reconciliation that leads to the creation of the beloved community? What do we need to individually and collectively be doing to be a part of that process? You see, there's internal and external work that must go on. Again, not just for the community, but also for the individual as well. We need to be able to recognize in ourselves what needs to be worked on, what needs to continue to be built. Like, what do I need to do to add to the beloved community around me? How do I go about starting and building the beloved community in my own household, in my own communities? And so that was an amazing conversation. So if you missed that, I highly encourage you to go back and have that conversation, to go back and listen to it. It was absolutely phenomenal. And then session two. Now, session two is about doing the work, the organizations that are creating the beloved community. The panelists for this session were David Atwood, Reverend Nelson Johnson, Dr. Liz Theo Harris, and it was moderated by political commentator and writer Bakari Sellers. Now, a quote is numerous national and international organizations are working to create the beloved community. And so in this session, the panelists shared with the participants about what other organizations are doing, how are they going about creating the beloved community in their own way, as well as sharing their thoughts on how we can all be a part of that process. You see, the beloved community is not just something that we do in our own personal lives, but it's supposed to be infectious everywhere we are. It's supposed to be infectious in the organizations and communities, businesses, and any venture that we have. We want to make sure that we're doing what we can to invest in creating a love-centric environment where we prioritize things like people, strategic action. We prioritize the ways that we can benefit the folks and people around us. We find ways to continue to investigate what we can do to make sure that we are doing what we can everywhere that we are. In the conversation that was had during this session, it outlined how we integrate the philosophy of the beloved community into our organizations, into our cultures, our practices, and our engagement. You know, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said himself, the most durable power in the world is love. The most durable power in the world is love. You see, we have to find out how we can integrate love into all of our communities and all of our organizations and all of our corporations. Now, again, I know it's not something that's necessarily assumed. We don't talk often about love when we're meeting with folks that we work with in nonprofit sectors and businesses, corporations, even in politics. But love, again, it has to be at the center of all that we do. There has to be a common love for the good of humanity, a common love for the folks and the people that we work with. And so this was an amazing conversation. And so if you missed this, I highly encourage you to go back and listen and watch. If you're trying to find ways yourself, wherever you are and whatever you're doing, you're finding ways to build a beloved community, this is the place to be. That is a session that you absolutely need to watch, and I highly recommend it. Now, session 3 yesterday. Session 3 was social media, an outlet for creating the beloved community. Now, I don't know about you, but social media is a place that we all need to continue to learn. How do we build a beloved community? How do we share truth? How do we combat misinformation? How do we combat the hostility and some of the hatred that we can see on social media? Now, this conversation, the panelists were Goddess Rivera, Ms. Nona Jones, Pastor Carlos Rodriguez, and it was moderated by Dr. Bonetta West. Now, 2020 showed us all the importance of why we need to be utilizing our social media to build the beloved community and utilizing our social media to build for the cause of justice. Like you, last year in March, when we found out about the murder of Ahmaud Arbery, like you last year, we found out about the murder of Breonna Taylor, about the murder of George Floyd. Social media became imperative, and not just sharing information, but also equipping people to do the work, equipping people to be able to show up and advocate for justice. Social media is an incredibly powerful platform. And so the question must be asked, how can I use my social media? How can I use my platform, however large or small, to continue to push forth the cause of justice in building the beloved community in my network? Mrs. Coretta Scott King had this to say. She said that love and trust triumphed over fear and hatred. Love and trust triumph over fear and hatred. So how do we embrace this urgency on social media? How do we triumph hatred and fear with love and trust? How do we continue to pour in to each other in ways that are uplifting, that are life-giving? How do we encourage one another when the plight seems too difficult, when the world seems too tumultuous? Social media is an outlet. And so they had an amazing conversation about that yesterday. And again, like many of you, both in the United States and around the world, as we saw the domestic terrorist attack that happened on January 6th, much of what was planned and initiated, it was done via social media, by also with political leaders who may have been antagonizing, also by civilians who were trying to figure out how to form the mobs that went and attacked the Capitol Hill. So conversations about how do we utilize social media is incredibly important because, again, we have to make sure we're being strategic about it because we better believe that there are people who do not mean well for all of us, who do not mean well for the rest of the world, who are not trying to build a beloved community. They are being strategic as well. So that means we have to be even more strategic in how we are using and aligning social media for the benefit of justice and building the beloved community. You know, Dr. King believed that the beloved community is an aftermath of nonviolence. He said that nonviolence is not a sterile passivity, but a powerful moral force that makes for social transformation. Now, each of our panelists, they gave 3 tangible ways that we all could be utilizing our social medias and outlets to create the beloved community. So I know that I am definitely going to go back and rewatch that. I highly encourage you to go and rewatch it. I highly encourage you to share that session because it's incredibly important, especially in the digital age that we live in today, that we're continuing to find ways to investigate the ways that we use our platforms for the good of justice and for the benefit of building the beloved community. Our next session were the impediments to the creation of the beloved community. The panelists for this section would be Dr. John Powell, Dina Hayes Green, Karen Ryan, and it was moderated by Ms. Kayla Vinson. Now, this session explored the triple evils of poverty, racism, and militarism that hinder humanity from creating the beloved community and how society may begin to address these challenging forms of violence that permeate our society. Now, in this session, we wanted to give space for all of our panelists to be able to talk through in their particular organizations, how are they combating the 3 evils of poverty, racism, and militarism? How are they going about making sure that they're continuing to address these issues? Now, Dr. King and Mrs. Coretta Scott King spoke about the triple evils and how they are the roadblocks to the beloved community. You see, each panelist shared their thoughts as how these and other forms of violence impede the creation of the beloved community. And they also addressed how their organization works to combat them and how these things are interconnected. You see, oftentimes because the triple evils can feel so daunting, it can cause us to lose hope. It can cause us to want to yield to the chaos and to the pressure. But they provided some key points and key moments for how to keep from yielding, how to stay encouraged. Now, if you are in need of encouragement, if you're in need of encouragement with your own organization as to how you go about addressing the triple evils, again, of poverty, militarism, and racism, this is the session for you. Go back and watch this because it's imperative not only that we understand this for ourselves, but that we're able to rely on each other, that we're able to recognize the interconnectedness of not just the evils that are at work in this world, but the good that our organizations are doing. The good that our organizations are doing on their own, but how much better we will be together. You see, we are all tied inextricably, as Dr. King said, in the work to build the beloved community. We are all tied in making sure that justice is heard, that justice is done in this world. And so we can continue to align with each other, to work together in order to combat the triple evils. And so again, this is a session for you. I can't encourage this enough. That if you are looking for more ways, you're looking for encouragement, you're looking for a strategy as to how you can address it, that's the session. And again, lastly, with this session, Dr. King and Mrs. Coretta Scott King believe that the only thing stopping the eradication of triple evils is not a lack of resources, but a lack of will. A lack of will. You see, we have enough. We have enough together to accomplish this task. We have enough together to make sure that we're building the beloved community in a way that we need to and relying on each other. But again, sometimes it just takes the will. It's not the resources, but we can find ways to work together. And then the panelists, they discussed why they think that the world has not yet been able to eradicate the triple evils. And are we on the verge of turning that tide? It was an amazing session. Highly encourage you to watch it. The next session was Nonviolence 365 as the pathway to creating the beloved community. Now, the panelists were Dr. Bernice King, Dr. Lily Basker, Reverend Joseph, and it was moderated by a Miss Tiffany Smith. And so the panelists here, they shared why they believe nonviolence is the pathway to the beloved community and sustainable, that's the key word, sustainable social change. And so then they gave 3 reasons why they believe nonviolence is the pathway to the beloved community. You see, Mrs. Coretta Scott King said that nonviolence is not just a philosophy and strategy for social change, but it's also a lifestyle. Let's think about that. It's not just a philosophy and a strategy, but it's a lifestyle as well. Mrs. Coretta Scott King once said that the movement did not only lift Blacks, it elevated the entire nation towards a place of true respect, love, justice that transcends race, color, and creed. I call that place the beloved community. The road to the beloved community is a road of nonviolence, and the roadblocks are hate and prejudice. Wow. So each panelist shared critical information about what nonviolence is and how it leads to the beloved community. You see, there is an urgency to our choice today, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said. Our choice today is nonviolent coexistence or violent co-annihilation. And so then the panelists shared why it is so important that we pivot and embrace nonviolence and how, key word, how to choose nonviolence. Because it's not enough just to know something. We must learn how we can apply nonviolence to continue to go towards building the beloved community together. It was an absolutely exceptional session. Then last night, to end it, Dr. Bernice A. King, Dr. Vanetta West, and Benita Hampton Smith, they shared an overview of the principles and steps of nonviolence. And if you are unfamiliar with the principles and steps of nonviolence, this is the perfect place to go. It's a brief introduction to help you understand how we got here, why nonviolence is important, and what are the principles and steps that you can begin to integrate into your own lifestyle, integrate into your own way of thinking. It's an excellent session. So that was day 1. Y'all, that was only day 1. That was only day 1. It was amazing. We learned so much, but day 2 is coming. And day 2 are some amazing events. And so here's the schedule that you can look forward to for today. So today at 10:30 to 11:25 a.m., defining and understanding truth-telling as the foundation towards creating the beloved community. Defining and understanding truth-telling as the foundation towards creating the beloved community. And then after that, at 12:45 to 2:10, bridging the generational divide as we work to create the beloved community. Bridging that generational divide. That's a key question. That's a key topic, because as we are looking behind us, the civil rights movement, the work that was done, the foundation that was laid for us here today, we are not only in the present, but we are discovering a new future together. And so from 12:45 to 2:10, we're going to talk about how we bridge that generational divide as we're building the beloved community. And then at 2:15 to 3:15, the future of truth-telling, the future of truth-telling. So now we're sharing the vision of how we go about truth-telling. You know, how do we begin to acknowledge the myriad of injustices in America and ultimately move closer to the creation of the beloved community? That session is going to be from 2:15 to 3:15. And then finally, we will get into another session at 3:25 to 4, where Dr. King will address us. And we're going to talk about where do we go from here? How do we move forward from here? And what's the strategy for going forward? What's the plan? What's the action for going forward? That's going to be an amazing session for us to lean into and to learn from. And then we have the urgency of creating the beloved community. And this is going to be done by none other than Sierra Fly Bobo herself. And we're going to be talking about why it is so imperative now in 2021 that we're going about the work of building the beloved community. And then after this, from 5:30 to 6:20 p.m., embracing nonviolence 365 and helping to create the global beloved community. Now, in this session, we're going to be highlighting young folks from around the world, because this is a part of our youth summit. We're highlighting young folks from around the world who are doing the work and committed to the process of building the beloved community in their own way, where they live and in their own communities. And this will be an incredibly encouraging session for all of us as we can look at the Gen Z, the leaders of tomorrow who are stepping in today and doing what they can to build a beloved community. And then finally, Dr. King will end our time and we will talk about, again, where we go from here and what do we do and what are the next steps. So look, this is going to be an amazing session. This is going to be an absolutely wonderful day. And so let's have great expectations. Let's have great expectations for today. Again, if you missed any sessions last night, go back, look at them, watch them. All of them have something valuable to add to what we are doing. Day 2 is going to be exceptional. We're going to see you soon. We'll be back here at 10:30.
Advancing Black Pathways is a program we launched to truly make targeted impact across education, careers, and wealth creation.
The apprentice program was life-changing for me, not having access and a network, especially as a Black man. ABP gave me that. I can call people right now and they'll answer my questions. They'll give me wisdom, and that's not something I've ever had before.
Everyone thought I was crazy. They were like, there's no beauty, there's no fashion in Detroit. And I was like, but there will be because I'm coming back home. We reached out to JP Morgan and they created the Entrepreneurs of Color Fund. And we were able to get a loan to help fund our target purchase order.
Talent is created equally. Opportunity is not. And my hope is that we're doing our part by helping Black people succeed in whatever they wish to accomplish.
At Mars, the world we want tomorrow is one where society is inclusive. Our 130,000 plus associates are valued, respected, and encouraged to be their unique selves. And we're committed to fostering an environment where everyone has an equal opportunity to reach their full potential and be heard. And we're proud to be a sponsor of the King Center Holiday Observance and the work of the King Center, who is helping carry forward the unfinished work of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and inspiring and empowering the next generation of change makers across the U.S. and globally. Mars is committed to holding ourselves accountable to achieve meaningful change, and I look forward to our partnership with the King Center as we continue to honor the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
Hello, I am Michael Weinstein, President of AIDS Healthcare Foundation, and on behalf of our over 6,800 employees in 45 countries that we serve, I want to say how pleased we are to partner with Dr. Bernice King and the King Center to present this beloved community summit. As a global public health organization for over 3 decades, AHF continues to be committed to our core mission of both providing quality health care to those living with HIV/AIDS and to being in the forefront of standing against hate and oppression of all types and advocating for the dignity, respect, and equity for all human beings, no matter their sexual orientation, racial, or gender identity. As we embark on this new year and work to rebuild the soul of this nation, the lessons and strategies of Dr. King provide a framework for the critical work that is still to be done. For it is ever more clear that, as stated by Dr. King, we are confronted with the fierce urgency of now, and in this unfolding conundrum of life and history, there is no time for apathy or complacency. Over the course of last year, I was greatly encouraged by the inspiring leadership from young activists that emerged in communities across the globe. As this powerful summit has attracted so many young people with a profound concern around civil and human rights, I know that you will take the tools and deeper understanding of the lifestyle of Nonviolence 365 and commit yourself to doing your part to building the beloved community envisioned by Dr. King. The future of a more just and equitable world is in your hands, and we are counting on you. Have a great summit.
We're not passing through. We're not laying over. Don't even get us started on flyover country. No such thing. The cities we're in, day out, aren't some stopover for us. They're the cities where we work, where we live, and where we try to make a difference. not just by connecting places around the world, but with the people that live in them. While we're known for what we do in the air, some of our best work is done on the ground.
Dear FedEx, we are a small juice company and cafe in the heart of New York City. When the social distancing and shutdowns came through, we set up a system where our customers could purchase our juice as a donation, and we deliver it to our local hospital in Harlem to give to all doctors, nurses, and others on the front line.
We were humbled by the outpouring. Overnight, we hand-delivered hundreds of bottles. And then we got the first request to send our fresh juice to a hospital in Canada, then Arkansas, then Tennessee. We're soon fulfilling orders to send across the city, state, and America. And even when the world seems to have ground to a halt, we're able to count on FedEx.
Our cafe may be temporarily closed, but because of FedEx, we're able to keep pouring our juice and making a difference. Thanks for having our back. Sincerely, Rahim and Mohamed Diallo, Jinjan Brothers.
When it feels as though the world has stopped and life's been put on hold, what do? At Mercedes-Benz, we got to work. Mercedes-Benz USA and its dealers have quickly mobilized to help our local heroes by giving frontliners a lift, contributing to relief efforts, making vehicles safer for first responders and customers, and sometimes simply serving up a hot meal. Coming together to lend a hand is what this country's always been about. Americans have never wavered in crisis, nor hid from responsibility. And this time was no different. This was our calling. Mercedes-Benz USA is proud to be a part of this great American fabric and take inspiration in seeing the best emerge in all of us. America never rests until the job is done and the race is won. And until then, we won't either.
I always have to stop and try to define the meaning of love in this area. Agape is more than friendship. Agape is not something affectionate. Agape is understanding, creative, redemptive goodwill for all men. It is an overflowing love which seeks nothing in return. Theologians would say that it is the love of God operating in the human heart. When one rises to love on this level, he loves men not because he likes them, but he loves every man because God loves him.
I would definitely encourage anyone to come here. It kind of gave me a new insight as to what the civil rights movement is.
It's an experience that you kind of won't get anywhere else. You can read online, and seeing everything that's centered around him here is really, truly a special experience.
I think those tragedies are really a cornerstone to helping to prevent future ones.
Daddy said that the philosophy and strategy of nonviolence must become immediately a subject for study and serious experimentation in every field of human conflict, by no means excluding relations between nations.
Mehr sind Teil von der beloved community.
우리는 사랑 가득한 community.
Sisi ni watu wa Kenya, Afrika, tunapenda watu wetu.
Manamandaramu Vasudhaika Kutumbam.
All is one.
Telugu.
All is one family.
We are all caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny, and whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. We are made to live together because of the interrelated structure of reality.
It teaches you about the importance of virtue and the importance of being and doing the right thing regardless of what others are doing around you, and to not resent them for it, but to rather inspire them to do better.
We must change our attitude. We must change our direction. We must break the vicious cycles that we have been on and turn in another way. Divisive discourse season, because God is calling us to an elevated place. We can't stoop so low as other people. We must rise with dignity and discipline in everything that we do. The movement continues in another generation, and we will get to the promised land.
I mean, it really struck me when the little girl, she said, "Why are blacks and whites still separated?" I just mean, it broke my heart. I almost cried. And I realized that the world isn't really changed yet. We still have a long way to go. And there's so much more that we can improve and progress that we need to do. It's helping younger kids realize that this new generation that we can change the world. We can make the world a better place if we really try.
So as we go forward, I leave you with the words of that song, Walk Together, Children. Don't you get weary. Work together, children. Don't you get weary. Struggle together, children. Don't you get weary. Fight together, children. Don't you get weary. Hold on to each other together, children. Do not get weary. Fuss, fight, but get over it together, children. Do not get weary, but don't forget to pray together, children, because you will get weary. And one day, we'll all be able to join with Martin King and say, free at last. Free at last. Thank God Almighty. We are all free at last.
Welcome. Thank you for tuning in to this global beloved community summit. My name is Sarah Nahar, and today I'm joining you from Kenya. I'm thrilled to be moderating this session as we discuss the urgency of creating the beloved community. Right now, we are talking about defining and understanding truth-telling as critical for creating the beloved community. Without truth, we don't have the community that we all want and need. Soon I'll be sharing Coretta Scott King's definition of the beloved community, but first, let me introduce my fellow panelists. We welcome Jill Savant. Jill has been a major force for change and for welcoming people into a sense of what the beloved community can look like, feel like, smell like, taste like. At this National Center for Civil and Human Rights, you can visit and learn about people who have struggled so long for the creation of the beloved community. So we're so happy to have Jill, who's the president and CEO there. Welcome, Jill.
Thank you, Sarah.
Fantastic. Wonderful. I'm also joined by Boni Ibanowa. Boni is the author and professor of global human rights and African studies at McMaster University. Writing about the beloved community has helped to articulate a sense of what this vision is and what it can mean. He's a contributor to a number of blogs. He's the awardee of the John Holland Award for Presidential Professional Achievement, as well as many other awards. We're really grateful he's here. And He began his work as a lecturer at Bendel State University in Nigeria. He held a number of appointments in other universities. Furthermore, I'm also thrilled to welcome Dr. Gail Christopher. Dr. Gail Christopher is someone who's available to you and your community to speak and consult, to work together with you towards racial healing, holistic health and wellness, maternal and child health, to manage stress, and to also help your group promote spirituality and well-being. We thank you all for being here. And I welcome each of you also. Dr. Gail and Bonnie, we invite you to greet the audience too. That's a little great way to do a mic check.
Hello, and I'm really delighted and excited to be part of this very important conversation.
It's my honor to be here with you all. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well, without further ado, we're going to get right into it. And welcome to each and every one of you who is tuning in now. Nearly over 100 folks I can see already in the live feed, and many more because you are all watching with your neighbors, with your households. I'm not using my headphones right now because the people in my household want to hear what this panel has to say. So here we go. The phrase, the beloved community, it can seem abstract, and some believe it to be an unachievable utopia. However, we want to highlight this definition from the King Center founder, Mrs. Coretta Scott King. The beloved community is a realistic vision of an achievable society, one in which problems and conflicts exist, but are resolved peacefully and without bitterness. In the beloved community, caring and compassion drive political policies that support the worldwide elimination of poverty and hunger and all forms of bigotry and violence. The beloved community is a state of heart and mind, a spirit of hope and goodwill that transcends all boundaries and barriers and embraces all creation. At its core, the beloved community is an engine of reconciliation. This way of living seems a long way from the kind of world we have now, but I do believe, Coretta Scott King says, I do believe that it is a goal that can be accomplished through courage and determination and through education and training, if enough people are willing to make the necessary commitment. And here on the panel today are you three who have made this necessary commitment over time and through many obstacles. And this heart of truth-telling is something that you've carried with you. So let's discuss the components of the beloved community that Mrs. King described and really begin to thread how truth-telling is a crucial part of this. I'll go in the order that I introduced you. So Jill, then Bonnie, and then Dr. Gail. And then we'll just get the conversation going. If any one of you hears something that you want to pick up on from the other, feel free to signal and just jump in.
Thank you, Sarah, and welcome to my co-panelists. Great to see you. I'll start with a little bit of history about truth-telling. So my background is in genocide prevention. I worked at the Holocaust Museum in DC before this on contemporary cases of mass atrocities. And if we look to the past of other societies around the world that have experienced mass atrocities, we see that many of them have undertaken a process to get to the truth about what happened, to make sure that the victims of the atrocities, of the genocide, of the crimes against humanity, of the disappearances, torture, whatever the painful history was, that those victims' voices are central to understanding what happened, who did what to whom, why, and then to have some form of justice and reparation for those events. And so we have seen from the Holocaust in Eastern Europe through Rwanda, Cambodia, Bosnia, all these other places that have had major horrific spasms of violence in their country have dealt with those in various ways. And truth-telling is always a part of it. Very often we see that perpetrators of crimes will try to deny them, will try and create a history around them that is very different than from what actually happened. And so truth-telling is really a part of understanding a society's history from a lot of different perspectives, but that centers the victim's voice in it, victim, or I would actually say survivor's voice in it, and understands what was lost as a way to move forward in a different way. If you don't understand where we've been, you can't understand the moment or where we can go. You know, studying history, I direct a history museum, and history is about understanding the legacies of the past in the present moment. And then what we can do as a beloved community, and it is only possible as a beloved community, is to move forward in a different way. So I'll stop there to let the other panelists also put out some opening remarks.
Thank you. Over to you, Bonnie.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I'm glad to be a part of this very important conversation. So truth telling, I like to define it very foundationally as the basis of repairing broken relationships. It's the foundation. And I think it is part of our moral beings as individuals and as society. We tell our children to always tell the truth. You know, we say, tell the truth no matter what happens. You know, if you do something wrong, tell the truth. So from the very foundation of our being as individuals and members of society, we privilege truth as a moral anchor for us. In theological tradition, you know, the Bible says, and ye shall know the truth, and the truth will set you free. So truth has always been foundational to societal morality. But, you know, truth is also central to how we repair broken relationships. I work in the field of what I call international truth-telling, studying truth commissions that have been established around the world. And whether it is at an interpersonal level or at the level of communities or at the level of nations, truth-telling is the foundation of coming to terms with the injustices of the past with a view to addressing the inequities of today. At an interpersonal level, it is the basis, like I said before, of repairing broken relationships. And truth-telling is also foundational to Dr. King's vision of a beloved community. We cannot have a beloved community without that foundation of coming to terms with the inequities of the past, the injustices of today, as a way of reconciling. I would also like to add that truth-telling is the goal. So at the end of the day, we want to have, you know, the goal of truth-telling as a prelude to reconciliation. But there are two key steps that must precede truth-telling, and that is truth-seeking and truth-finding. We can only tell the truth at the end of a process of truth-seeking and truth-finding. And the processes are quite as important as the project, which is truth-finding. And so as we continue with this conversation, I would like to speak a little bit more about why the process of truth-seeking and truth-finding are just as important as the ultimate goal of truth-telling.
Thank you. Dr. Gale.
Hi. Hello to my co-panelists. And again, thank you. I agree with everything that's been expressed. I want to just put some things into context in terms of the U.S. efforts at truth telling. I was privileged years ago to lead an effort to create a truth, racial healing, and transformation effort for the United States. I was struck by the first panelist's reference to spasms of violence. Many people don't realize that for this country, it was a protracted state of violence for hundreds of years. People talk about the history of enslavement and the destruction and decimation of many of the indigenous people, But the violent aspects of that are, again, you mentioned denial, are denied by the dominant community. And so we don't really see the truth of the protracted history of violence, which is why the nonviolent movement was so powerful and so effective, because it brought the opposite to what had become the norm of a violent life. So truth telling in the United States has to take into account that denied history, along with the diversity of this country and the way this embedded false narrative of a hierarchy of human value has been allowed to become the foundation, if you will, of a culture. And so it has affected the entire culture. I believe truth telling, and my experience over the decades has shown me that we need a context of an affirmation of the core humanity of everyone. We need to see ourselves in the face of the other. And truth telling helps us to do that. Very quickly, I was listening to the story of a police officer this morning that was involved in the violent attack on the Capitol. And he really thought he was going to lose his life. He was overwhelmed. And at one point, his intuition, his heart told them, tell these people you have children. And so as they were beating him and attacking him, he cried out, I have children. And in that moment, he touched the hearts of some of the people in the mob, and they pulled back from their attack. And that was one of those moments where they saw themselves in him. And if truth telling, I believe, is done well, it facilitates that kind of heart to heart, person to person connection that is the basis of the beloved community.
Wow. I invite each and everyone who's watching now to take a breath and take a moment to digest already the brilliance we've heard. Start percolating it through your experiences and thoughts. And if you'd like, on the live feed on Facebook, you can interact, you can ask questions, and as our summit goes on, we'll be able to answer and interact with you. Thank you already so much, panelists, to think about how we build the foundation of that beloved community, bringing survivors' voices central, a heart-to-heart connection that can facilitate justice and reparations on that interpersonal and also intercommunal, on that national and international scale. I hear multi-scale in everything you all are saying. And that message that we received so early on, tell the truth, always tell the truth. And to think as what has happened to us and throughout our lives, what has happened to the truth of our lives, and that we carry. And how in many ways, I hear you all saying this truth, the vehicle is coming through a story. Stories that have sometimes been denied or the power of false narratives to debase the truth. So thank you for this, because when we think of the foundation of the beloved community, it's got to be a solid foundation. It sounds like that foundation is that truth story in connection with one another. What are some of the first steps that you would advise for anyone who's carrying a story of truth, who's seeking the beloved community, who wants to share that story of truth? How have you created the conditions for stories of truth to emerge? And how might you invite people who have a truth to share to do so? Anyone can feel free to jump in on this one.
Well, I can start, and I want to start by just saying that although we established that truth is valuable, and we need to tell truth as the foundation of reconciliation, we sometimes also shouldn't take for granted the fact that we have to justify it, because there will be those who will say, "Let bygones be bygones." When you bring the past up, you create more conflict. And from my study of international truth-telling, I find those who make that argument come from two places. The first group are those who really do not appreciate the value and the importance and the transformative power of restorative truth-telling. They just don't see. They think it's going to be a problem. Let bygones be bygones, they would argue. The second group are those who fear the truth, who think that the truth would undermine their power and privilege in society. So for those who want to go about this difficult process of truth-telling, the first thing I suggest is confront the skeptics, marshal arguments for why this is important and why it is important now, the fierce urgency of now, as King would say. The second thing that I will just quickly emphasize is that, at least in our study of international truth-seeking and truth-telling processes, we found that there are 4 key ingredients to relatively successful truth-telling: trust, openness or transparency, empathy, and credibility. There are many other ingredients, but those 4 elements are really key to building the kind of consensus, the foundation for truth-telling. And I'll be happy to elaborate as the conversation progresses. But those are the foundations that I would place emphasis on.
If I might add, in the context of creating the beloved community, I think the work in truth-telling is evolving, and the most effective efforts, they begin with a clear statement of intention and a clear statement of vision. In our truth, racial healing, and transformation strategy, we definitely emphasize narrative first, but in the process of communities coming together, we start with creating a shared vision of the desired state, of the future. And that adds to some of the elements you've just described in terms of helping to generate trust, helping to generate credibility. The truth-telling, I believe, must always be in a context of purpose. And so the vision and the intention setting become critical. So I'll stop there and defer to my other panelists, but I just wanted to emphasize the forward part of it needs to be there, the forward looking, so that the going backwards is connected to the intended purpose.
Yeah.
I totally agree with those statements. And I think there are 2 aspects of this truth-telling. One is, I think what we're talking about right now is a process where many people get to share their truth together. And that's a concerted, organized process that is part of that would have an intention and a vision. And that would be in a situation where there is trust and transparency and credibility. Because I think, in my experience, having worked with survivors of atrocity crimes, it is traumatic also to share your story. And so I think it has to be, I would just add safety, that as people start to experiment with telling their truth and telling their story, that they do it in a context of, as all of the things that we said: trust, openness, transparency, with intention and with a goal that everybody agrees on. All of that is important. But Sarah, the way you raised it was an individual who is sitting out and says, I want to participate in this. It would be very important to practice telling that story, writing that story, sharing it with the most trusted people, to own it in a particular way. And I think that resilience and survivorship are a huge part of that, because the story, if you're here to tell it, and we have to recognize the loss that many people aren't, it means that you got through it and that you survived it. And so I would say on the individual level, those are some recommendations I would make as well.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
I just wanted to echo what's been said to remind us that it's not only we have to ask ourselves, what is the process? Whose needs are being addressed? Mm-hmm. Are we, and so it becomes important, particularly in indigenous cultures and others, to bring the dignity and the ritual and the respect of those cultural traditions, so that we understand that, this isn't an observer type of thing that that minimizes the value of the people who are telling the truth. We really have to bring our knowledge of culture and respect and human dignity, and also what we know about trauma informed and the neurobiology of stress. We need to bring as much as we can to creating environments that are compassionate and that will add to the health and well-being of everyone involved. And that's the healing component, I believe, of the processes.
And this is one of the reasons why I emphasize not just truth telling, but restorative and restitutive truth telling. In criminal justice, we know of perpetrators who tell the truth and are defiant. And they say, well, I did it, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's truth telling. That is dispassionate, cold truth telling. I don't believe that is what we're talking about here. We're talking about truth telling with the intent to restore. With the intent to recognize and acknowledge the dignity and the humanity of those whose dignity has been taken away from them. So it's important to stress that it is not just truth-telling at the face of it. Like my co-panelists have all emphasized, it is truth-telling with the intent to restore, with the intent to come to terms with the abuses of the past and to redress the inequities of the present. So it has to be imbued, the process has to be imbued with those moral anchors to be fruitful for individuals and for societies.
I want to underscore that point, and I think many of our viewers are from around the world, but I assume a bunch are from the United States. And it's this bygones be bygones, and some of the history we're going to address happened so far in the past. It wasn't my fault. I wasn't here. I didn't do it. And I think that is an important thing to get past, is this sense of I and the role any individual plays in this. If we want to create the beloved community, I think everyone has to acknowledge the situation, and that's the truth part. And that we're doing this to restore our community, to fulfill the promises of democracy that we talk about as a nation, which have not been fulfilled. That, America is a work in progress, and that more perfect union is something that we're all striving for, and we're not there. And to make this a collective responsibility, because when you start this bygones be bygones and the defiance of people, when it's individual, when people are thinking of this in very individual terms, and I'm talking about for the society, it doesn't get to that restorative place. And so and that's why I love that the beloved community has chosen to talk about truth telling as a beloved community, because that is how it has to work.
Mm-hmm.
And so each of you have worked on truth-telling processes at different scales. For people who are listening who perhaps are in the space of, I would like to be a part of the solution in the beloved community, I would like to host something like this or participate. Can you outline kind of any structure of the different scales of truth-telling that you have been a part of that have been effective for a particular group in helping to create a foundation for their forward-looking beloved community? Any stories you can share?
Well, I'll talk about the U.S. Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation effort that was initially launched with philanthropic investments, initially the W.K. Kellogg Foundation, along with several other foundations. So there are communities all over this country, as well as college campuses and libraries, that are engaged in the process. The structure of the process it's a strategy, it's a framework that begins with changing the narrative, which speaks to the collective issue. We have a collective narrative in America that denies the truth. And so understanding the ways our narratives are perpetuated and propelled, the false narratives, requires a strategic set of interventions. And then they're embedded in that framework is what we call the racial healing work, which involves the truth-telling and the community and the group and the smaller group work, but always with seeing itself as part of a broader national effort. And then the other components quickly, we asked ourselves, well, if this lie of human value hierarchy has been sustained for so long, what have been the mechanisms of sustaining that? And the systemic structural mechanisms in this country have been forced separation and isolation in its myriad forms. It's embedded in our legal systems, as we see today, from voter suppression to the criminal justice inequities. And then ultimately, it has been the driver of the economy of this country. So we have a framework for TRHT that looks at all of those components so that people feel that they're engaged in transformation. And that's why the last word of the effort is transformation. We have to transform this society.
Yeah, although I currently teach here in Canada, I spent my earlier career in the United States, so I can speak a bit to some of this. There's been a lot of conversation in the United States about a Truth and Reconciliation Commission for the United States. I mean, if there was ever a country that needed one, it's the United States. But I find from my research that the United States is perhaps the one country where there's been the stiffest resistance to any idea of a Truth Commission. The Congressman, John Conyers, from 1989 till he retired in 2017, had a bill on the floor of Congress every year for, a bill to study the impact of slavery on the social, political, and economic life of the United States. That, for me, was a classic Truth Commission idea. Every single year it failed. And I understand now that there's a new bill to resurrect that for a Truth Commission. We'll see how that goes. But to come back to your question, Canada decided about 5 years ago to set up its own Truth and Reconciliation Commission to come to terms with the state's atrocities against Indigenous people, with particular reference to the residential school system where children were taken away from Indigenous communities into state-run schools and abused. And it was a difficult process. It was fashioned along the lines of the South African Truth and Reconciliation Commission process. There were public hearings, and you will find people who say it was a success and those who say it wasn't. But I'll give you an anecdote for what the power of truth-telling can do for a society. I work with a number of Indigenous students in my center, and I asked them, I said, did this whole 5-year process of public hearings and truth-telling, did it have any impact on your lives? And I'll never forget the response I got from one of my research assistants. And she said, the most impactful way it has changed my life is that now when I show my status card, there's Indigenous people have a status card that they use. I do not get those hate stares. I do not get those condescending looks. I do not get the kind of looks that I typically would get when I use my status card in the grocery stores or, in a gas station. I get a sense that people in my community have a better understanding of what my people have been through, what my history is. And for me, that's all I can ask for at this point. And I think it's those little stories about how the public telling changes attitude that speaks to the value and the power of collective and communal truth-telling.
I'll add a very local example here. So our National Center for Civil and Human Rights, it's a museum and an organization based in Atlanta. And we've been working with a bunch of different groups in Atlanta to think about how we tell the truth of certain episodes in Atlanta's past. There was a so-called race riot in 1906. It's called the Atlanta Race Riot, where a mob of 5,000 white people over 4 days killed 25 Black citizens of Atlanta. Just a gruesome, gruesome event. And it's not really recognized. It was only made a part of the curriculum in 2007 in our state. It was not largely taught. And so we've been doing a lot of research into the lives of those 25 people. We've been finding their descendants and talking to them. We're looking at who the perpetrators were, finding their descendants, talking with them, and bringing life to the stories of these people, what Atlanta lost when these people were killed, what Atlanta lost when people who were in the Black community at that time were too scared to stay in Atlanta and left. And so we're trying to use that incident and some others. We have a quarry here in town that was the center of a slave labor camp here in Atlanta, where people who had been emancipated from slavery were re-enslaved in a convict leasing program, and they mined this quarry. And there's a brick factory near it where the same people were re-enslaved, basically. They were put in jail on trumped up charges, and wealthy industrialists bought them out of their jail time to work in these camps. So these are two parts of our history with physical places still in town that people walk by and don't know what happened there. And so we're going through a process of unearthing these stories and telling them, and then we'll have a series of, our ambition is 500 dinners with a performance that we're working with some artists to create a cultural representation of this work, to tell these stories and bring people together to understand what happened here among us, with an eye toward what is the legacy of that. If you treat certain of your people this way, what is the legacy of that, the systemic legacy of that in policy, in practice, in attitudes over time? So how does that history manifest with us today? So that's just one example of a local effort. And we're basing this on the work of other people around the country. You know, this has happened in places like Tulsa and Wilmington, where there were similar episodes of violence, and groups came together to really unearth what really happened in those cases. What were the policies that made that possible? What policies followed from that made concrete that kind of violence could continue? You know, we see echoes of what mass incarceration is like today in this effort to jail people on trumped up charges and lock them away. So what are the narrative through lines of history that both came before, include that event, and are still with us, unfortunately, today?
Imagine that happening in every congressional district in every city in this country, with that type of clarity and intention and comprehensive approach. I mean, that's our vision for TRHT. I do want to say that the Conyers bill for reparations, the study, it has unprecedented support now. We're also working with them on our efforts. Congresswoman Barbara Lee, Senator Cory Booker have introduced a resolution to create a U.S. TRHT, and we support the reparations legislation. And again, it is more widely supported now than ever before. I would say that we think truth telling and the relationship work and the broader comprehensive history part needs to happen in order for the reparations to really be reparations. You know what I mean? To really restore the restoring and the repairing.
Yeah. And I think if I could just add, I think that is unique to the United States. In many parts of the world, the countries have decided to go with both truth-telling and reconciliation as one single process. In many parts of Latin America would have been truth commissions. But I think for the United States, truth-telling has to come before any talk about reconciliation. So the context might be such that what we want is first a truth-telling process, and then based on how successful that is, perhaps a reconciliation process. But I just want to go back to the point made about the value of these grassroots local efforts. I think this is important. Ideally, we want this to be a national project. And it might get there, but given the history of the debates about truth-telling in the United States and the reluctance at a national level to make this a national project, I think when we begin to have a kind of coalition of grassroots efforts at truth-telling, it might then create the momentum. And I'm very pleased to hear that there is a momentum now for a truth-telling commission, a truth-seeking commission in the United States, which raises a broader theoretical question. Societies have to be ready to hear the truth. And so maybe 50 years ago, society wasn't ready for that. Maybe 20 years ago, perhaps this is the inflection point. Perhaps this is the moment of reckoning when the United States is finally ready to hear the truth. And I see this across many countries where I've studied truth commissions. People saying this is not the time. We believe in truth telling, we believe in truth seeking, but let's do that when the guns fall silent because we're still at war. Let's do that when there's trust. And we have to deal with that, So, and who makes the decision as to when society is ready for truth telling? Is it the perpetrator or the victim? So there's so many complexities that we have to disentangle in dealing with these difficult issues of truth telling and truth finding.
I just want to add that Dr. Christopher has been the guiding force, the force of nature on this Truth and Reconciliation Commission at the national level. And I do recommend, I'm sure just a pretty quick Google search to read the resolution. It's a concise history of the truth that needs to be told. It's beautifully written. And I just really recommend to everybody to look up, I don't know, Dr. Christopher, what's the best way to tell someone to look it up at Congresswoman Barbara Lee?
Yeah, Congresswoman Barbara Lee, the HConRes 100.
Thank you. So to read it, it's not a lengthy document, but it is so powerful in its redacting a way to look at American history that we don't often in this country. And just Bonnie, your point, I do think there's always needs to be a national push, but people will connect through empathy, through storytelling, by getting engaged locally. So one of the things we're setting up to do, as they have in other communities, is change the name of the Atlanta race riot. Yes. Because a race riot suggests a certain kind of activity that the Black community perhaps rose up in violence. Well, it was actually a race massacre. And I think until you correct the record of how you name things in history, you will continue to see them in a certain way. So a community engagement tactic that we will use as part of this is to galvanize, especially school students, college and high school students, to help us get the name changed of that event, because you have to correct the record also to view things in a different way. So these community efforts are one way to prime people to participate, I believe, in a national conversation.
Yes, I agree. And I think that goes back to the point about trust building. I mean, if I were a member of that community, I would find it very difficult to be part of a conversation that frames the conversation in terms of riots, because I know my ancestors were not involved in a riot. They were involved in saving their lives and maintaining their dignity. So trust building as a prelude to truth telling means dealing with some of these obstacles that could impede participation in truth telling sessions.
Sorry, Dr. Christopher.
I just wanted to thank you, first of all, for lifting up the effort. But what you just told was a prime example of the primacy of narrative change.
Yeah.
This work has to tell a different story. It has to tell a true story. And we're at a time in our history where we have social media and we have the internet and we have more dramatic and fast moving ways of projecting a false narrative. We have to engage those very tools in telling an authentic, true narrative and in changing the narratives that create, if you will, the algorithms that will define our society going forward. So I'll just say the fierce urgency of now couldn't be more accurate than it is today, given all the influences on our consciousness and on our thinking and feeling. So we really do have to do this work at all levels of society. And I think American democracy depends on us doing this work.
Yeah, and as a white person on the panel, I have to urge, and if you're tuning into this broadcast, this is a message maybe you can help deliver to the wider community, is that shame and guilt and resistance and feeling bad are not options in terms of addressing this content. I think this bygones be bygones mentality is because people feel incredibly ashamed in part and guilty and don't want to confront it. And it has been part of the huge resistance. And so I think it's very important for the white community to spread the message far and wide with friends, family, coworkers, and others about the importance of this work, and to be a trusted messenger to people who are most resistant.
And it reminds me very briefly of the biblical injunction, and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free.
And on those points, as thank you all for just speaking directly to the audience, if those feelings are coming up for people wanting to engage, and even for us as experienced truth tellers and receivers, there can be a neurophysical reaction.
There always is.
To hearing these truths, these sadnesses. What small tips would you speak to people on when that happens? I had us take a breath earlier. I know breathing's one part of it, but what else is there for us as we expand ourselves to sit with these hard things?
Well, I think this is where, the contemporary knowledge of neurobiology and neurophysiology can be applied in designing the experience. We've done that in what we call racial healing circles. And one of the things that we've learned is that you can give a prompt for sharing common stories, provide compassionate spaces where there's one-on-one sharing that allows for the exchange of energy and understanding and trust building and comfort building before it becomes a broader sharing to a larger group. So I'm just saying that there are iterative and refined ways of approaching this that is not so much about calling out, but inviting in and respecting the dignity of everyone in the process. We've learned a lot over the decades, and so we can design these approaches in ways that don't necessarily immediately elicit the defense, because it is an offense. It is really about us coming together as human beings and growing in our capacities for perspective taking and for empathy and compassion and honesty and truth. But it's really becoming an art and a science of doing it in a way. We're trying to build, someone mentioned we're trying to build the public will and expand the circles of engagement so that we can make the policy changes that will optimize our potential to be a beloved community.
Yeah, I have to agree very strongly with that. In South Africa, it was Ubuntu. In the Truth Commission process, it was recognized very early on that it couldn't be a judicial process. And that is why Mandela, in spite of pressures that he appoints a trained judge, someone trained in the legal profession to chair the Truth Commission of South Africa, he insisted on an Anglican archbishop, Desmond Tutu, who knows nothing of the law. Because there was recognition that this process had to be grounded not so much in legalism and retribution, but in empathy. And just as Ubuntu has served as an anchor for the South African Truth Commission, I think the beloved community, the notion of the beloved community, can serve as the moral anchor for a United States Truth and Reconciliation Commission. So I have to strongly agree with that. And that is how it was sold in South Africa. That these processes are indigenous. Ubuntu, if I dehumanize you, I ultimately dehumanize myself. We exist in a collective community. And that became a framework for selling the idea of truth and reconciliation to, frankly, a Black community that was very angry, that wanted retribution, that thought that those who were involved in apartheid, those who perpetrated apartheid, should be punished and thrown in jail and executed. Ubuntu became the way to bring in that almost spiritual dimension to the process. And there might be debates as to how successful the South African Truth and Reconciliation Commission was. But one of the points that a lot of people would agree with was that it helped that country transition at a very difficult time from an apartheid era to a democratic era. And I think there are lessons there for the United States and countries around the world that are thinking about how to bring in that empathy and spiritual and moral dimension to truth-seeking and truth-telling processes.
Another invitation for all of us to to take a breath and really absorb. Thank you so much. And there will be a moment yet for you all to share anything that has felt left unsaid. That is your piece of truth today. And we'll have time for each of you to give just 1 to 2 minutes of a concluding remark that you want to share with all of the truth seekers that have come to be with us now. Whoever's ready can feel free to begin.
I want to conclude again with the point about the resistance to truth-telling, the whole let bygones be bygones argument. And I agree with the point that's already been made, that we need to think about this as a collective responsibility and maybe move away from the more individualistic dimensions of these conversations that prompt guilt and resistance. But I want to stress that we all as individuals have interests beyond our lifetimes. We draw on the past every time. We talk about our ancestors. In the United States and here in Canada, I hear people talk about the old country all the time and the great victories of the First and Second World War. We draw on that. We take pride in that legacy of validation and legitimacy. And so it seems to me rather contradictory that we are willing and able to draw from the glories of the past, the assets of the past, but somehow we reject the liabilities of the past. If you draw on the assets of the past, you should draw on the liabilities of the past too. And so I think that we, those of us who believe in this therapeutic and reparative process of truth-telling, should begin to emphasize that just as we are inheritors of the glories of the past, we are also inheritors of the liabilities of the past. And it is our duty, not just as communities, but as individuals, to own some of those responsibilities and seek how we can remedy the liabilities that we have drawn from the past.
I want Dr. Christopher to close, so I'm going to go next. So I would just posit that we have an opportunity to write our national story. If you think about America right now and look around, there is no, I think people are feeling dubious about democracy and what it does. It feels like a hollow promise for a lot of people for a range of reasons, whether it's the hierarchy of human value as we've raised, or the haves and have-nots economically, or whatever it is, this idea that we're welcoming of the stranger and you can come to America and the great melting pot and if you work hard, you will succeed. These myths are blowing up for people. It doesn't feel like these things we've relied on. And we're also in a very binary time. Things are yes or no, on or off, and this area in the middle, which is where the truth is, this more nuanced place, I think we have the chance to write that nuanced story that actually embraces everybody. And so I would urge us to think about, what do we want that story to be? How do we talk about our past so it's true? And what does it mean for us moving forward? And that's really a national project, and it's a project of citizenship for all of us. And so I think there's actually a patriotic duty to do this, to live, to make America, this idea that America is a shining city on a hill and the, practice, its experiment in democracy is to be emulated. Let us become that country that could be emulated. And this is a major part of what that would mean.
Oh my goodness, how beautiful. I am so honored to be on this panel with both of you. I would just say two things. One, let us not be lulled into the luxury of dichotomies. As you were expressing, it is not individual or systemic. It is not us or them and them. It is a comprehensive need that requires that we take a strategic and comprehensive view led by a vision a vision that is designed and articulated. This is part of the truth process, articulated in the hopeful desires of citizens, of people for generations to come. You know, our indigenous communities always remind us of being aware of the needs of generations to come and how what we do today is influencing the life possibilities of future generations. And I would also hearken back to the absolute importance of understanding that this is spiritual work, that it is about our capacity to be fully human beings in all of our dimensions and to love one another. To see ourselves in the face of the other and to extend love versus projecting other things.
Wow. Be love, beloved community. It's right there.
Yes.
Yeah. It is as near as our stories and our willingness to share the truth and willingness to receive other truths and to sit with the generative tension. You all have pointed so much to this beyond us versus them, but this moment of all of us or none. Dr. King said it as we must learn to live together as siblings or die together as fools.
Yep.
We haven't mentioned it so explicitly today, but that is, we do this truth telling within the context of an environment, a living world with many beings that is also experiencing chaos. And so as we tell this truth and as we learn to hear the truth of the broader, more than human world, we'll also come into a really wide welcome of an ecological beloved community. And I thank you all for the work that you have done to help us walk again and return to that community with great wholeness.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you to all of you.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you.
Take care. And thank you to the King Center for hosting this. This has been the panel on defining and understanding truth-telling as critical for creating the beloved community. And after a short pause in which you can rest your eyes from the screen, we will return here at the bottom of the hour and look even further truth-telling, seeing how it's a major step towards this justice, reconciliation, and creation of the beloved community. So these will build together, and a reminder that you can follow this live on Facebook, but also there we'll have access to the recordings later so that you can use these as teaching tools and also to return to them whenever you think, what was that term? Or how is this working? So please stay tuned. Thank you for joining in the Beloved Community Global Summit.
I always have to stop and try to define the meaning of love in this area. Agape is more than friendship. Agape is not something affectionate. Agape is understanding, creative, redemptive goodwill for all men. It is an overflowing love which seeks nothing in return. Theologians would say that it is the love of God operating in the human heart. When one rises to love on this level, he loves men not because he likes them, but he loves every man because God loves him.
I would definitely encourage anyone to come here. It kind of gave me a new insight as to what the civil rights movement is.
It's an experience that you kind of won't get anywhere else. You can read online, and seeing everything that's centered around him here is really, truly a special experience.
I think those tragedies are really a cornerstone to helping to prevent future ones.
Daddy said that the philosophy and strategy of nonviolence must become immediately a subject for study and serious experimentation in every field of human conflict, by no means excluding relations between nations.
Wir sind Teil von der beloved community. 우리는 사랑 가득한 community.
Sisi ni watu wa Kenya, Afrika, tunapenda watu wetu.
Manamandaramo Vasudaika Kutumbam.
All is one.
Telugu.
All is one family.
We are all caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny, and whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. We are made to live together because of the interrelated structure of reality.
It teaches you about the importance of virtue and the importance of being and doing the right thing regardless of what others are doing around you, and to not resent them for it, but to rather inspire them to do better.
We must change our attitude. We must change our direction. We must break the vicious cycles that we have been on and turn in another way. Divisive discourse, divisive rhetoric. Guard your heart in this season, because God is calling us to an elevated place. We can't stoop so low as other people. We must rise with dignity and discipline in everything that we do. The movement continues in another generation, and we will get to the promised land.
I mean, it really struck me when the little girl, she said, "Why are blacks and whites still separated?" I just mean, it broke my heart. I almost cried. And I realized that the world isn't really changed yet. We still have a long way to go. And there's so much more that we can improve and progress that we need to do. It's helping younger kids realize, that this new generation, that we can change the world. We can make the world a better place if we really try.
So as we go forward, I leave you with the words of that song, Walk Together, Children. Don't you get weary. Work together, children. Don't you get weary. Struggle together, children. Don't you get weary. Fight together, children. Don't you get weary. Hold on to each other together, children. Do not get weary. Fuss, fight, but get over it together, children. Do not get weary, but don't forget to pray together, children, because you will get weary. And one day, we'll all be able to join with Martin King and say, free at last. Free at last. Thank God Almighty. We are all free at last.
We're not passing through. We're not laying over. Don't even get us started on flyover country. No such thing. The cities we're in, day out, aren't some stopover for us. They're the cities where we work, where we live, and where we try to make a difference. Not just by connecting places around the world, but with the people that live in them. While we're known for what we do in the air, some of our best work is done on the ground.
At Mars, the world we want tomorrow is one where society is inclusive. Our 130,000 plus associates are valued, respected, and encouraged to be their unique selves. And we're committed to fostering an environment where everyone has an equal opportunity to reach their full potential and be heard. And we're proud to be a sponsor of the King Center Holiday Observance and the work of the King Center, who is helping carry forward the unfinished work of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and inspiring and empowering the next generation of change makers across the U.S. and globally. Mars is committed to holding ourselves accountable to achieve meaningful change, and I look forward to our partnership with the King Center as we continue to honor the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
Hello, I am Michael Weinstein, President of AIDS Healthcare Foundation, and on behalf of our over 6,800 employees in 45 countries that we serve, I want to say how pleased we are to partner with Dr. Bernice King and the King Center to present this beloved community summit. As a global public health organization for over 3 decades, AHF continues to be committed to our core mission of both providing quality health care to those living with HIV/AIDS and to being in the forefront of standing against hate and oppression of all types and advocating for the dignity, respect, and equity for all human beings, no matter their sexual orientation, racial, or gender identity. As we embark on this new year and work to rebuild the soul of this nation, the lessons and strategies of Dr. King provide a framework for the critical work that is still to be done. For it is ever more clear that, as stated by Dr. King, we are confronted with the fierce urgency of now, and in this unfolding conundrum of life and history, there is no time for apathy or complacency. Over the course of last year, I was greatly encouraged by the inspiring leadership from young activists that emerged in communities across the globe. As this powerful summit has attracted so many young people with a profound concern around civil and human rights, I know that you will take the tools and deeper understanding of the lifestyle of Nonviolence 365 and commit yourself to doing your part to building the beloved community envisioned by Dr. King. The future of a more just and equitable world is in your hands, and we are counting on you. Have a great summit.
When it feels as though the world has stopped and life's been put on hold, what do you do? At Mercedes-Benz, we got to work. Mercedes-Benz USA and its dealers have quickly mobilized to help our local heroes by giving frontliners a lift, contributing to relief efforts, making vehicles safer for first responders and customers, and sometimes simply serving up a hot meal. Coming together to lend a hand is what this country's always been about. Americans have never wavered in crisis, nor hid from responsibility. And this time was no different. This was our calling. Mercedes-Benz USA is proud to be a part of this great American fabric and take inspiration in seeing the best emerge in all of us. America never rests until the job is done and the race is won. And until then, we won't either.
Welcome everyone to this session that is a part of the beloved Community Global Summit. I'm Sarah Nahar, I'm a PhD student in Religion and Environmental Studies, and I'm calling here today from Kenya. And we're going to be discussing, we just discussed defining and understanding truth-telling as critical for creating the beloved community, and we are building directly on that to talk about how truth-telling is a major step towards justice, reconciliation, and creating the beloved community. And we'll be doing that today together with Reverend Nelson and Joyce Johnson, Esther Ann, and Reverend Dr. Joseph Tishwane. I want to introduce each of them briefly and welcome them as part of this panel. Dr. Joseph Tishwane, who is coming on soon, is calling from South Africa. and which is a really important place from which we have a chance to learn a lot about Truth and Reconciliation Commissions in process. He has worked at Sasavona Publishers and has been able to get the word out about what happened in South Africa. And he's also a music composer, arranger, producer. And art is such a crucial aspect of this work. He's a PhD in systematic theology and a trainer in nonviolent conflict resolution techniques. So welcome, Dr. Tshwane. Also with us is Esther Ann. Thank you. And Esther Ann is from Wabanaki Reach. Wabanaki Reach has been working especially with child welfare, but for all of us, thinking about Truth and Reconciliation Commissions that make it possible to have the best way to create awareness and to diligently support change as a result of the impacts of U.S. policies on Native children and on non-Native children. And so that's located generally in Maine, with the Wabanaki peoples being one of the main traditional peoples there. So we'll be addressing the way we can handle historic trauma dynamics and moving forward. And Reverend Nelson and Joyce Johnson run the beloved Community Center in Greensboro, North Carolina. So we're so happy to see you. And their journey began long before, actually, Nelson and my dad went to the same college at A&T and had a chance to meet a couple of years ago and talk about what it was like to be young people during the civil rights movement. And as a result of white supremacists' response to their November 3rd, 1979 march that ended with white supremacists open firing on them, they held this question: what can a city do to heal its own brokenness? Beloved Community Center and so many of their initiatives have been living into this healing. So we are so excited here today. We again have over 100 people on the live stream and many more watching together with others, truth seekers, folks who want to know, how can we do this hard thing? And you all have been about it for a while. So if y'all just want to say hello, and then I will reiterate kind of a definition of the beloved community, and we'll get right into it. We'll do a mic check with each of you, make sure I can hear you.
So hello, are you hearing us well?
Fantastic, great, definitely.
I assume you hear me well as well.
Fantastic.
And me too.
All right.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning. It's evening in South Africa now.
Oh, evening.
It's wonderful. Same in Kenya. Here we are, spanning the diaspora, the African diaspora. Wonderful. So, though some believe the beloved community to be unachievable utopia, we want to highlight this definition from King Center founder, Mrs. Coretta Scott King. The beloved community is a realistic vision of an achievable society, one in which problems and conflicts exist, but are resolved peacefully and without bitterness. In the beloved community, caring and compassion drive political policies that support the worldwide elimination of poverty and hunger and all forms of bigotry and violence. The beloved community is a state of heart and mind, a spirit of hope and goodwill that transcends all boundaries and barriers and embraces all creation. At its core, the beloved community is an engine of reconciliation. This way of living seems a long way from the kind of world we have now, but I do believe, Mrs. Coretta Scott King says, it is a goal that can be accomplished through courage and determination, through education and training, if enough people are willing to make the necessary commitment. And all of you here today have been willing to make that necessary commitment. If you can briefly, in your opening remarks, share your experience with truth-telling sessions and how you believe they help create what Mrs. King describes.
So would you like for us to begin? All right. Well, again, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you might find yourself in this global summit, which we are so appreciative of the King Center bringing to all of us, because we all do need to be connected in this vision for the beloved community that I do feel is achievable. In fact, I was just sitting here counting. I have really dedicated most of my life, 74 years now, to working toward that, because it does require work. But I began as a teenager in Richmond, Virginia, where I grew up, and moved on to college, where during my freshman year at Duke University, I met Dr. King, and it impacted me. And we founded the Beloved Community Center in the early 90s, 1991, actually. And we said we were going to carry out that legacy that he and Mrs. King and many others in the civil rights and human rights movement have strived for. But let me speak specifically to the truth process a little bit, and I want to leave time for my husband and Sister Esther, that we know so well, and Reverend Shomei. We really appreciate being here with you. On November 3rd, 1979, we were significantly younger, about 41 years younger. Organizers and labor and housing justice and education, the plethora of things that we in the African American and African diaspora community have had to fight all our years, as have our brothers and sisters from the Native and Indigenous and Latino communities. But as we called a march to really come together to have a conversation, a discussion about how Blacks and whites could work together, particularly in the labor industry. We were in the textiles here in Greensboro. Unknown to us, Klan and Nazis had collaborated together to form a united racist front. Just think Charlottesville, for those of you who are younger. Came into a predominantly Black public housing area, shot and killed 5 people, wounded 10 others, including my husband, and just terrorized that neighborhood. 3 trials were held, finally got a modicum of justice. But basically, the truth never was told. In fact, we were vilified, as so often happens. The victims were blamed for what happened, and we are familiar with that. So we were left with, what do you do? We were young organizers. We had families at that time, many of us, and we were doing our best. We didn't use the term beloved community at that point, but we were trying to bring about a just society. And we dealt with the courts, as I mentioned. The newspapers just kept this false narrative going. And even people who had seen with their eyes, because 4 television stations were there and televised what happened, began to doubt. I found myself even doubting some stuff I knew to be true, because the false narrative was so heavy. And again, think about what we're dealing with today. Thanks be to God, we did continue to work. We never gave up our justice-loving work. And we looked around us and looked to South Africa, looked to Peru, some other places. The Archbishop Tutu even visited us. He sent twice. He sent Bongani Finca and others over to work with us. Eduardo Gonzalez from Peru came, just folks from all around. And we formed the first truth and community reconciliation process. There was an actual Greensboro Truth and Reconciliation Commission that was convened. We'll talk about how that happened later. One of the most democratic processes that ever has happened. But it was generated from us, the survivors. We stopped calling ourselves victims and said we were the survivors, and we were going to continue in the names of our fallen brothers and sisters. Sandy Neely Smith, Cesar Carsey, James Jim Waller, Bill Sampson, and Michael Nathan, that in their names and the names of the thousands, perhaps millions who have fallen as they fought for justice, we would continue to seek the truth, pushing for justice and reconciliation and healing, because this is really what we want our country to be, what it could be. So I'm going to stop there and let my husband lay out a few pieces, and then I look forward to hearing from our other two panelists, and we can really have a dialogue and respond to questions, hopefully, in this brief time that we have together.
Just very quickly, we were a part of the movement of the 60s, which was an organizing for justice, not always clear on the best way to do the organizing, but learning as we went along. And we were bringing together Black and white workers in the labor community with the historic Black community that we have been so successful in winning struggles. That has its own story. But I want us to think of truth and reconciliation as a tool, an instrument, a very important one. And basically, most of the time, we're trying to win. You go to court to win. In the various struggles, you go to court to win. And actually, the winning in a culture of domination means that somebody wins and somebody loses. So you end up with a fractured society, even though there's a measure of justice in that. We think truth and community reconciliation and healing is a tool that is not rooted primarily in just winning, but in actually helping people to see a deeper truth than whatever it is that they've been caught up with. Because you cannot build a just society on the basis of falsehood. You can't do it. It will eventually crack up and break up, and people will be in fights with each other. So truth is fundamental, I think. So it's a tool. And I think it's important to learn from all who have used that tool. South Africa would certainly be a pioneer in that process. We're a pioneer in the United States, where we put together a declaration of intent. And I don't think South Africa had that, because we wanted to reach out to every sector of the community to say clearly what we're trying to do. We're trying to get a conversation going in which all will be respected, all will be welcome, and our emphasis is just speak your truth. And we think we made real progress in that. Now I want to lay out that the city opposed us. That was the greatest opposition. They said no one would come to this because it was just a scheme by those who had, taunted the Klan and got themselves killed. Well, I like to report that the Klan members came back, the Nazis came back, the lawyers came back, the judge that presided over the case came back, wounded people came back, members of the community who had never gotten an opportunity to tell their story because they were marginalized, and how 6-year-old children looked at people laying in the street and on the grass, their blood soaking into the ground, and there was no attention to them. They sent them right back to school on Monday because the whole community was devalued. But the power of it is that all of these forces came back. Our city still resisted it. But time has its own measure of things. And 40 years later, after our continued organizing and continued work, our city stepped up and put out what we think is a good document. And the document affirms the truth that we've been telling all the time, that this was not just Klan and Nazis who normally don't get together, who had a special meeting called the Racist United Front. And it was not just the two groups. It involves the police. And the city finally acknowledged that the police department and city officials were all complicit in this, because it's linked to the dominant industry at that time in the city, which is textile. And in fact, one of the previous mayors was the primary attorney for the textile industry. So just want to emphasize that it is a tool. not the only one, but a very important one, and I dare say a missing one in the culture of the West, because the West is used to fighting and winning, you know. But how do you set up something where at the end of the day, there really are no deep losers when you walk with the truth, and when there is some propensity to heal and forgive? That's all built into this process, or it should be built into it. So we're very grateful. There's so much more we could say, but we just want to pause here and listen to our sister and our brother share from their perspective. But if you have any more time, there's no limitations on the stuff we have to share.
That's great news. Mr. Joseph?
Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah, thank you. Greetings from the motherland.
All right. All right.
Yes, and I thought I was fortunate to listen to the previous panelists, and I just wanted to add one aspect that I thought it is very, very, very critical and important. It's the issue of a courageous leader in regrouping and bringing people together to start talking about telling their stories. It is very critical that we need to have a courageous leader who will be able to mobilize people towards one common goal. A common leader who will be able to come with a shared vision. So that person that I wanted to introduce is Mandela. Mandela said, one writer said, Mandela set a very good example of a great reconciler, amazing the world with his lack of rancor and bitterness against the former oppressors, despite 20 years of imprisonment. And so he epitomizes a transformatory leader, and a leader who has been there, who has been wounded, and who witnesses his own wound to his people, even to the oppressors. So when Mandela came out of prison, he mobilized people on the issue of trust, that they need to begin to trust each other. All South Africans need to begin to have a foundation of trust. And of course, transparency, and of course, a shared vision. And that is very inclusive. That includes both the white and blacks. In 26 years ago, the world never even gave us a chance. They thought South Africa would be a bloody revolution. But we benchmark from other parts of Africa. When they got their freedom, they chased the white folks away. They said, go back where you come from. But Mandela said, no. Both South Africans, all the citizens of South Africa, black, white, brown, you are part of the problem. I mean, you are part of the problem, and you need to be part of the solution. So when we want to build a beloved community, we need to follow those principles. And of course, in prison, Mandela said, in my prison, my anger towards white decreased, but my anger for the system grew. You will remember as a non-violent people that principle number 3, attack the forces of evil, not the person doing the evil. That's what Mandela was doing. He was applying the principles of saying, in our struggle, we were not fighting against the white people per se. We were fighting against a system. And by doing that, he was able to even to mobilize support from the white people. I'm sorry to tell you that most of the people who were trusting Mandela, even up to these days, it's white people. They were very supportive to Mandela, what he did. So a good leader, a leader who is courageous, is a leader who will be able to be inclusive. Make sure that you include everybody. And of course, as I said, we benchmark from other African African countries, but we were not perfect. But we are still struggling because we are still faced with a lot of crises in South Africa. The second thing I want to do is just to share with you the TRC. I heard the previous group did a very good job on this issue. In his book, in his book, No Future Without Forgiveness, Archbishop Tutu says this word: those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. Those who cannot remember the past are prone to repeat it. Those who negotiated on our behalf in South Africa were aware that unless we deal with the ugly past, acknowledge it, understand it, and unpack it so that everybody, even at the grassroots level, understand what is going on. It was very critical. So in South Africa, Truth and Reconciliation Commission was established to deal with both the legal and the political. Of course, the religious element, the faith-based communities were left behind. That was the weakness. And that's why we are beginning to come into it, so that when we speak about reconciliation, it is a faith base that will really understand what we mean by forgiveness and reconciliation.
Thank you, Rev. Thank you, Rev. I want to make sure I just that tie in about those who do not remember the past or condemned to repeat it, I think is a sweet connection to head to Esther Ann for some opening remarks that relate to working with the dynamics of Indigenous justice within the US and both the history and Indigenous future that awaits us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lewis Esther Ann, Chgobanakiyig, Estumokari Nil, Nureveg Zibayig, Wigo Banawabskewi. My name is Esther Ann. I am Wabanaki, the people of the place where the sun first looks our way. And I am Passamaquoddy, the people who spear pollock. My family is from Zibayig, and I live here on Alnebe Menahan, Indian Island, with the Banawabskewi, the people of the White Rocks, where my family is. And I just wanted to, talk just a second about land acknowledgements, what I did there. Wabanaki people and most tribal people across this territory acknowledge themselves by, and we relate to the territory and the land in which we're from. I said that, like I just mentioned here, the place of the White Rocks, that defines the Penobscot people. And land acknowledgements are important because erasure was the goal when the settlers came here, the colonists came here with the doctrine of Christian discovery, and erasure and genocide was the goal of what to do with Native people here. So to acknowledge that this territory, wherever you go on Turtle Island or North America, that wherever you are, that territory is Indigenous territory. And there were beautiful, thriving cultures of people that were in that territory. In many places there still are. We're still here. And to acknowledge that land is to undo that erasure. But acknowledgement is not enough. It's not enough to just acknowledge that that there were tribes or are still tribes here. It's all part of a movement called Land Back. And you can probably find out a lot about it online if you want, but really everything is tied to the land. The policies against for Indigenous people here in this territory were tied to getting access to the land. So the policy against us was one of genocide. So for us to still be here is something. We have survived the world's largest act of the world's largest Holocaust and the largest genocide, and it's still happening. It's not in the past; it's still happening. The doctrine of Christian discovery is used by the Supreme Court still to take land from Indigenous communities. So if you want more resources, Wabanaki Reach, our website, we have a PDF of all of these land acknowledgement resources, and we actually did a radio show about it as well. So I was writing a little notes as folks were talking. First of all, I want to give our utmost gratitude to Nelson and Joyce for everything that they have. We wouldn't have been able to do anything we did if it had not been for them sharing so graciously what they went through in Greensboro, and we have so much gratitude for them. And really, the gratitude lies with the people who share their stories, having the courage to come forward, even if it was in a private statement, to share what your experience with child welfare, even if you hadn't shared that experience with anybody in your family. Brave and courageous. And when you talked about those who don't visit the past are prone to repeat it. When the Truth Commission in Maine gathered about 160 statements, and the majority of those were from Wabanaki people who had experiences in state child welfare. And like I said, many of them had never shared their story before. And they were given many consent options to really give them maximum control of their statement. And the majority of them chose to have their statement available for the public access, non-anonymous. And when asked why, it was exactly that quote. They said they didn't want this to happen to any other children. So they were willing to take that risk and be that vulnerable and that exposed, and to revisit those harmful memories in an effort to ensure that it doesn't happen again. So in Maine, as Sarah mentioned, the Truth Commission was specifically about finding experiences of Wabanaki people in state child welfare, because prior to 1978, with the passage of the Indian Child Welfare Act, Native children were removed at a rate of probably 25 to 35% higher than non-Native children, and it was really a strategy of genocide. It's a leftover from the boarding school movement, where they removed children from tribal communities and forced them into these boarding schools where they were mistreated. And just child separation is it's a centuries-old tactic, and it is devastating to communities, and it's devastating to children to be separated from their families. So when we talk about, when we were doing this, it was about child welfare, and it ended up being between the tribal chiefs, the tribal governments, and the state government, which was really historic. It hadn't happened in this country before. And the goals of the Truth Commission were truth, healing, and change. And we knew that the quickest way, the quickest way, but I can't remember how it goes, but the shortest distance between two people is a story. So we knew in our own practice together that when our work moved forward, it was when we connected with each other, when we brought stuff from the head to the heart. So that is the process that we tried to establish with the Truth Commission. So when we talk about child welfare, you pull the thread with child welfare and children, and it's attached to everything, and it's attached to the land, because taking of the children it's a direct result of trying to have access to the land. So I'll stop there because I know we might have questions.
Thank you all so much for leading us into these real life experiments with building the beloved community through the histories of pain and division and institutionalized violence. Thank you for showing up in that. You've already started to lead us towards the path of resources. Rev mentions faith resources in South Africa, the importance of that. Nelson and George, you pointed to some process design resources, and I'm wondering if you'll say a little bit more about that. And Esther Annie knows the land acknowledgement resources for how we set up and recognize where we're doing this work, as well as resources about doctrine of discovery and also your personnel resources. The group that's gathered here listening, if they want to participate, if they want to think about what they might do, what additional specific resources might you direct them towards? We'll make sure to note these down and get them out to folks who want to know them. But I encourage everyone to grab a piece of paper and a pen or get ready to open up a new tab. Right now, you have experts in this work. I know y'all might not like me calling you experts, but you've really put in the time and energy. We're here to learn what resources might help us to practically do this for the communities that we're in.
Let me just name a few things. I think it's important, while truth processes are very, very important, they can't necessarily cover everything. So you have to figure out what is the period of time that the truth process will focus on, and what are the major issues that it will focus on. We developed a declaration of intent, and the intent is, as all declarations state, as clearly as you can what you're planning to do and why, and actually get the leadership from the base and from the superstructure to sign on, because you're trying to build a broad base. We didn't have a Mandela who had that kind of standing, but actually, and the declaration, within the declaration, or not necessarily within it, is the mandate. What is it that you're asking the truth process to do? And that gets into what are the major issues. If there's something like that happened in Greensboro, which was just outstanding, and we were stalled and couldn't move forward without that. But they connected that to the history of racism and to the history of economic exploitation. But there has to be some things that you are going at. So I just wanted to put those things out. I do want to say that we are exploring, seriously exploring, and all North Carolinians hear this, building a North Carolina truth and justice reconciliation process. With the history of Wilmington, where the only coup d'etat in the nation, I shouldn't say that, because the whole Native American structure was overthrown, but the one under the rubric of this government was overthrown. And what happened there and why opened up the door to escalating Jim Crow throughout the nation. So we think that that's very important, and the role of ongoing exploitation in the state. We've identified that people are polarized around race, people are polarized around politics, Democrat, Republican, whatever. People are polarized around economics, the have and the have-nots. These are broad categories that probably apply to any place that you would want to take a look at. What is the history? What is the truth underpinning these developments that have now entangled the nation and strangled it so much that it's almost turning against itself, as we saw a week or two ago? So these are some of the things that people might take a look at. Try to be clear. And by the way, Bishop Tutu gathered us around him when he came here and said, you have to use the spiritual resources of your community. So before we had any hearing, we had churches come together. Matter of fact, we brought together the Muslims and we worked to unite various different groups of Muslims so that they were united. So we helped to unite them. Then the Jewish community and the Protestant community separated by race. We brought all of those together as part of healing the community. So I want to just emphasize that the Archbishop said that you're going to get substantial pushback on this. So be girded up spiritually and know that you have to hope and believe beyond the initial resistance that inevitably will come. Just expect it and keep on pushing, keep on believing beyond all of that and building beyond all of that. And don't get too entangled in this for that and tit for tat and you hit me, I hit you back twice. Keep working toward the goal of walking people toward each other in whatever way seems appropriate in your context. Because that's the, how can I say, that's the beauty and the power of this process. And then you get down into the depths where people will discover truths about their own history that they didn't have any knowledge of or that they weren't helped to actually face it. My wife punches me, by the way, when I'm supposed to stop. Don't write that
Any other resources that you all want to speak to? Thank you so much for those.
I want to say real quick, there's a report that is out, and it also can be found online at www.belovedcommunitycenter.org, and these various pieces are there, but you can also write us at info at belovedcommunitycenter.org. And so let's hear from our other two friends.
Yeah. Let me jump in and just make a short. I think you have already covered some of those things, but I think the very important resource is human resource. Human resource is very, very critical, and books, well-researched books. And I've also written a book on it's called by Archbishop Tutu. It's called The Rainbow Nation, the vision of a beloved community in the thinking of Desmond Tutu. So we need to begin also invite students in the university to begin to write something about these things, because it's going into the street, it's fine, but we need to begin to write down, because one of the things that we have within the Black community is that we are not reading and we are not writing. It is very critical that we begin to write our stories as well, so that they can be shared with them. Non-violence manuals. I use manuals that have been developed by Dr. Lafayette and other, even in the King Center, there are a lot of very good manuals that we can begin to use so that we can build a beloved community. Of course, the church is mosques, all these things. We've got beautiful buildings that need to be utilized so that we have workshops, and they only work on Sundays, and they need to be working right through the week. Archbishop Tutu said, God is not a Christian. By that, he means that we need to be inclusive. As people, we need to begin to cut all these divisions that are there in the churches, in other religions, so that we make an impact. The last thing I want to make is that is that the reason why we still have problems today is because the church mosques have remained quiet. We are quiet in terms of racism, economic problem, and all of these things. The church has remained quiet. We need to stand up and take our position.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think one of the best pieces of advice that we received was from Nelson when he said, he warned us how difficult it was going to be, that we would, get pushback from everywhere, from our own people, from people on the other side, because when you join together and you decide that there's not going to be any more us and them, it's kind of scary because you lose things. Even if they're things that are not good for you, you're used to these dynamics, and it's just, change is hard and change is difficult. So that advice to stay together as a group, he said, and stay strong and spiritually strong was the best advice. And we went back to that piece of advice a lot. What would Nelson say? What would he do? So that was helpful as far as human resource. Since our experience with this Truth Commission, we have created some resources that are really geared. They're really specific to child welfare between tribes and state. The tribes and the state coming together around child welfare, but a lot of those, there are concrete things like how to set an agenda, how to come together, what to do in a meeting, all of these different processes. And those are available on a website called the Tribal Information Exchange. And it's a capacity building center for tribes. So it's child welfare focused, but all of those resources are there for anybody to look at. And we've also created a couple videos. We brought the commissioners back, and there's reflections from the Truth Commission. And then there's another video with their staff that talk about how they set up the statement gathering protocol, a lot of nuts and bolts in those videos for Truth Commissions. But as far as where to start, truth telling doesn't have to have a commission. Truth telling happens everywhere, in your places of worship, around your kitchen table, circles, people gathering, sharing your story, not just once, but as many times as it's necessary for you to be able to heal from that. And sharing your story in a place where you're going to be validated and listened to and loved and believed is very important, especially for victims of abuse. So, we did this commission process and we're very proud of it, but we've continued to facilitate other truth-telling activities like circles, more intimate. And we're also, this year, we're doing a new truth-telling initiative around the Maine Claims Settlement Act of 1980. And the legislature has recently taken up and worked with the tribes to try to have a legislative fix. But again, it's skipping over the stories. There's no place for people to talk about how this impacted them on both sides. I mean, it was a horrible time in Maine's history where we had legislators fear-mongering citizens to hate Native people because we were going to take their land. So there's a lot of stories, and that was only 40 years ago. There's a lot of memory. So and it's an oral history storytelling project. We're not going to have a commission that's tasked with any changes. It's going to be trying to change the conversation with the citizens from the head to the heart. So hopefully we'll be developing a lot of resources for that to help people. But if you go to our website, wabanakireach.org, you can find all kinds of things. Everything I mentioned is linked there. So thank you.
Wow. I've been writing as fast as I can. The resources are here for all of us to participate in truth telling.
And in the comment box, one of our volunteers is listing everything that I'm talking about. He's putting
fantastic.
So
great. This interaction is so critical to helping people really, again, take what can feel like an abstract of the beloved community and bring it in through Coretta Scott King's definition and in through this truth telling, which we know is absolutely foundational to the beloved community, because we can only build the beloved community on truth and that liberation energy that you spoke about from faith communities, and also just the natural world and the spirit of truth that holds us in this more than human space as well. We're accompanied by so many as we try this, and you all have given us practical advice. You've pointed us to resources. You've reminded us that this is hard. Reminds me of another quote from Coretta Scott King that freedom was never won. It's a struggle in every generation. We keep working at it. And so I would invite you all in just 1 to 2 minutes each to speak to this coming generation. Already we've seen the youth rise up in this time. What word of encouragement or direction would you have for them as they practice telling their truth and creating processes that will transform what we've experienced? My message for the youth is, youth, listen to these elders who I've shared with you today. Continue to tune in, because there's a lot that they have learned. What else would you share with the youth and speaking on even to the coming generations?
So I'll share some of the things I share with my grandchildren and the many young people that we are honored to have around us at the Beloved Community Center in Greensboro, with whom we work every day. And one is remembering some of what Dr. King and Mrs. King said, that the arc of the moral universe is long, but it does bend toward justice, though it wavers, there's setbacks along the way. But what you do, the way you lean, the way you work will make the difference. And it's not just working on those, what we see as external systems that are oppressive to us all. It is a systemic thing. I agree with what the Reverend said, and how Mandela saw things, and we were honored to stand in his cell and feel his spirit and continue to work in that direction. But in your own families, I learned some of how to raise our children watching Martin and Coretta King when I was a young person, with doing the work of the people, but also doing the work of the family. They're connected. Our families are precious. They're not separate from our political lives. The work that you do with your neighbors, who look like you, who don't look like you, who worship like you do, who don't worship like you. So we're really building community, beloved community, every day. It's something in our heart, as Esther said. It helps inform our head and back and forth, but it is achievable. And quite frankly, we're depending on you. I'm depending on you to continue the work, not to get discouraged. Give some time for pains and tears, but hope is that final refusal to give up. So keep that hope going and know that we'll get there. I may not be with you, but we will get there with your work.
Just very quickly, that built into the DNA of a culture of domination is rivalry. People being against each other. Strain to overcome that, push to overcome that as best you can. It's always going to be there, but don't be played just being against this group or against that group in some easy way. And even when there are differences, act with integrity to resolve what the differences are and build on what came before you. What we've done in our generation, we made mistakes, but we did the best we could. Pull the best of that and build on it. Don't get caught up in the old folks didn't know what they were doing and we got it all worked out over here. It's a building process. So build on that and keep believing beyond the obstacles that you're facing, because you're going to face them. But there is a kind of transcendent hope. We can hope that it rains because it's dry. We can hope that our football team wins. This is kind of a lightweight hope, but there is a deep hope that will anchor you, and that is that it is possible for human beings to come together, grow together, be together, and actually build the beloved community. If you believe that, hang out with it, work with it, and don't let anybody steal your hope.
Okay, let my sister finalize, and let me just speak now, and my sister will put it. During our critical times, it is very important to go to the basic. As a preacher, I would like to use Isaiah 51 as a closure, that look to the rock from which you have been hewn. I've learned a lot from our Jewish friends who managed to go back to they keep their tradition, they stick to it, they are people of the book, and they stay to it. And that helps them because they keep up in touch with what they've done. Nowadays, young people are beginning to critique their own people. People have built up the ladder for them to climb and to see further than them. It is very important that our young people need to look back from their heritage and take a lot of other things, like the Reverend said, that we have made mistakes there and there, but they can build from that. Lastly, Africa has a gift to the world, the gift of Ubuntu. Ubuntu simply says, I am because you are. Since you are, therefore I am. We cannot exist without each other. And some of those principles, that the values that they are, the Ubuntu says group solidarity, compassion, respect, human dignity, collective unity, conformity, and sharing. The world is in crisis today because we are not willing to do those things, to apply those values. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. My message to Indigenous youth is this is not your fault. There's nothing wrong with you. You're beautiful. This is exactly what a population would look like that has survived the world's largest Holocaust. Your ancestors have prayed for you, and everything you do to heal, you heal them as well. You're the answer to their prayers.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. A message building on the past for the present moment, looking to the future, telling the truth, building this beloved community. I invite everyone just to take a deep breath and to really take in this wisdom, to absorb it through all of your cells that are part of this with you, your head, your heart, your gut, to believe beyond the obstacles. Thank you for participating in this beloved community summit. This has been us working with how truth-telling is a major step toward justice, reconciliation, and the creation of the beloved community. Thank you for doing your part to lean in the direction of justice, holding on to that arc, though it be long, as it bends towards justice. Amen. Stay tuned. Check out the resources in the live feed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah.
Take care. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend.
Yes.
Awesome.
When it feels as though the world has stopped and life's been put on hold, what do? At Mercedes-Benz, we got to work. Mercedes-Benz USA and its dealers have quickly mobilized to help our local heroes by giving frontliners a lift, contributing to relief efforts, making vehicles safer for first responders and customers, and sometimes simply serving up a hot meal. Coming together to lend a hand is what this country's always been about. Americans have never wavered in crisis, nor hid from responsibility. And this time was no different. This was our calling. Mercedes-Benz USA is proud to be a part of this great American fabric and take inspiration in seeing the best emerge in all of us. America never rests until the job is done and the race is won. And until then, we won't either.
Dear FedEx, we are a small juice company and cafe in the heart of New York City. When the social distancing and shutdowns came through, we set up a system where our customers could purchase our juice as a donation, and we deliver it to our local hospital in Harlem to give to all doctors, nurses, and others on the front line.
We were humbled by the outpouring. Overnight, we hand-delivered hundreds of bottles. And then we got the first request to send our fresh juice to a hospital in Canada, then Arkansas, then Tennessee. We're soon fulfilling orders to send across the city, state, and America. And even when the world seems to have ground to a halt, we're able to count on FedEx.
Our cafe may be temporarily closed, but because of FedEx, we're able to keep pouring our juice and making a difference. Thanks for having our back. Sincerely, Rahim and Mohamed Diallo, Jinjan Brothers.
At Mars, the world we want tomorrow is one where society is inclusive. Our 130,000 plus associates are valued, respected, and encouraged to be their unique selves. And we're committed to fostering an environment where everyone has an equal opportunity to reach their full potential and be heard. And we're proud to be a sponsor of the King Center Holiday Observance and the work of the King Center, who is helping carry forward the unfinished work of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and inspiring and empowering the next generation of change makers across the U.S. and globally. Mars is committed to holding ourselves accountable to achieve meaningful change, and I look forward to our partnership with the King Center as we continue to honor the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
Hello, I am Michael Weinstein, president of AIDS Healthcare Foundation, and on behalf of our over 6,800 employees in 45 countries that we serve, I want to say how pleased we are to partner with Dr. Bernice King and the King Center to present this beloved community summit. As a global public health organization for over 3 decades, AHF continues to be committed to our core mission of both providing quality health care to those living with HIV/AIDS and to being in the forefront of standing against hate and oppression of all types and advocating for the dignity, respect, and equity for all human beings, no matter their sexual orientation, racial, or gender identity. As we embark on this new year and work to rebuild the soul of this nation, the lessons and strategies of Dr. King provide a framework for the critical work that is still to be done. For it is ever more clear that, as stated by Dr. King, we are confronted with the fierce urgency of now, and in this unfolding conundrum of life and history, there is no time for apathy or complacency. Over the course of last year, I was greatly encouraged by the inspiring leadership from young activists that emerged in communities across the globe. As this powerful summit has attracted so many young people with a profound concern around civil and human rights, I know that you will take the tools and deeper understanding of the lifestyle of Nonviolence 365 and commit yourself to doing your part to building the beloved community envisioned by Dr. King. The future of a more just and equitable world is in your hands, and we are counting on you. Have a great summit.
Hello, back again. I am Cameron Friend, and I am the Youth and Millennial Engagement Coordinator with the King Center, and we are so excited to be having this conversation. So this session is going to be dedicated towards bridging the generational divide as we work to create the beloved community. Bridging the generational divide as we work to create the beloved community. Now, this conversation is going to be a panel spanning across 4 generations, and we'll explore the similarities and differences in communicating, addressing social injustices, and working to create the beloved community. Participants, they will also receive 3 action steps to help to bridge that generational divide. So I want to bring our first panelists in, none other than Dr. Bernice A. King. None other than Dr. Bernice A. King, CEO of the King Center. So this is going to be a great conversation, you all. I'm excited to see how the conversation goes. I'm excited to see how everything flows. I mean, there's just been so many different conversations that we've been having as a community in regards to how we're going to approach dealing with this generational divide, as there have been different tactics, different strategies that have been implemented. But it's going to be a great conversation. So consisting on our panel today, we're going to have Dr. Bernice A. King. We're going to have Ziad Ahmad as well. Hey, Dr. King. Great to see you, Dr. King.
Great to see you, Cameron. You're doing a great job. Proud of you.
I appreciate it. You know, I had to make sure I put my nice suit and tie on for you today. And then Ziad, is it Ziad or Ziad? I want to make sure
it's Ziad. It's Ziad, and I'm so honored to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely, absolutely welcome. Mm-hmm. Okay, and then next we're going to get Greta Lucero. Greta Lucero is going to come and join us today. Hello.
Hi, everyone. It's such an honor and a pleasure to be with you.
Hi, Greta.
Absolutely, absolutely. And then last but not least, we're going to get Joshua Griffin. Joshua Griffin can join this conversation.
Hello, how y'all doing? Excited to be here with you guys today.
Man, this is going to be a great conversation. I'm so excited for you all to be here with us today. Thank you for taking the time in order to have this conversation. This is a very important conversation that we all need to continue to have. So let's go ahead and just get into it. So our first question today is a one. So each of you here on the panel today is committed to helping to create a more just community, humane, equitable, and peaceful society. But however, each of you has taken your own pathway to doing so. Would you please share with us more about your work and if or how you're working to bridge the generational divide as a part of that work? And Joshua, would you mind opening up for us? You just muted yourself. Sorry.
Gotta love technology. I'm currently a graduate student at Emory University, and also working with a human rights program at the Carter Center. And also I've done a lot of work researching truth telling and truth and reconciliation, what that means. So for me on a personal level, I've done a lot of work to understand what past generations have done when it comes to civil rights work and truth telling so that we can, move forward within my own life. I've also worked as a Peace Corps volunteer serving in Morocco for a few years. So I was able to work abroad, have that experience to better understand, just kind of a universal perspective or a worldly perspective to be able to have that. And this also kind of is out here doing activism in my own way within the community of Atlanta.
Great. And then I also want to acknowledge Jennifer Brooks. Welcome to the conversation, Jennifer. It's great to see you.
Yes, thank you very much for including me. I'm honored to be beside you all virtually. And I'll just wait my turn, or should I get into the?
No, go ahead.
Since
you came in, you can go ahead and make your introductions now.
Okay, so I because of the topic here, I'm just going to say that I'm a freelance bridge builder. I've lived in Atlanta 30 years. I'm originally Canadian, and I live right in downtown Atlanta, which is just a marvelous place as an activist. And I think I'm wearing the hat as an activist just because I have to. So I'm often the only old person in the room. I'm often the only white person in the room. And I value every opportunity I have to interact with people across genders, cultures, races, and doors are open to me. And when that happens, I feel I need to bring people in with me. So I'm looking forward to this conversation. Generations are really important to me. I'm honored to be, the oldest one in this room, and happy to share because I have enthusiasm. I mean, I remember what it was like to be in my 50s, Dr. King, and I remember what it was like to be in my 30s and 20s. I'm in a privileged position, and I just love the interactions have had through the Center for Civil and Human Rights. And this has opened many doors for me, and I'm doing my best to do what I can do to build the beloved community.
Absolutely.
And Cameron, I just want to say to Jennifer, I'm so glad you're on with us today so that you can carry the weight of the eldership. And I don't have to carry that weight.
Right. And look at me, my COVID hair, I'm getting all silvery. So people listen to me because I'm the old lady in the room. So, I take that seriously too, because it's a big responsibility, and I'm happy to shoulder that.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for that, Jennifer. Ziad, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Of course. Well, thank you guys so much for having me. I'm Ziad. I'm 22 years old as of last week. I'm a current senior in college. Long story short, I started, an organization called Redefy that creates resources to make communities and schools more equitable and inclusive when I was in 8th grade. And spent a lot of my high school career trying to figure out how I could spend my privilege to vote for the issues that I really cared about. So I was the youngest member of the Not in Our Town board of Princeton, working to combat systemic racism and learning from the elders of my community who engage in organizing work to engage local business and schools and et cetera in anti-racism work. I also was part of Corner House's Gaia team, doing workshops for younger students in my community insofar as, anti-discrimination work and beyond. And sort of through my experiences, in work around progressive advocacy, I realized how often young people are spoken about but not spoken to. And so I founded Juve Consulting, which is a Gen Z community of diverse young people that work with clients to help them better understand our needs and empower us further. And so I spend a lot of my time engaging in intergenerational dialogue and thinking about how we can build a tomorrow that hopefully, inshallah, works more and better for all of us. And I'm so honored to be a part of this conversation to hopefully offer a little bit of my, limited perspective as a 22-year-old and as somebody who has a lot to learn from the folks on this line to this conversation. So thank you so much for having me.
Ziad, well, thank you for being here. I love your energy already. I'm super excited to hear from you and what you have to say today. So, Greta, can you tell us a little bit about yourself, some of the things that you're doing, the generation that you're representing as well?
Sure. So I'm from Mexico. I am a millennial, and I started an NGO some 10 years ago when my generation was the biggest generation of young people in Mexico. And it was a very interesting thing to do. I did some advocacy for youth inclusion for like 7 years. And then the whole NGO, which is called All In, we decided that we were not going to be doing only youth inclusion. So we switched to civic participation and citizen engagement in 2018. Early 2019, and it's been a very interesting journey, and we've learned so much. And one of the things that we learned is that even when generations seem so different, we really share a lot, and there's a lot that we can learn intergenerationally when we are able to create communication throughout generations. That's when we learn the most, and it's really cool to be in this panel with such amazing people today.
Wow. Well, Greta, thank you so much for making the time to be here. We're super excited to hear from you and all the insights that you can offer. As a millennial, I'm excited to hear you especially as well. So, Dr. King, obviously we're all very familiar with who you are, but can you give us a little bit of insight on who you are and some of the things that you're doing as well?
Yeah, I sure can. Let me just say I was born into the baby boomer generation, but I kind of see myself more as Generation X and feel so connected to all of the rest of the generations. Of course, I inherited an awesome legacy
from my parents, Martin Luther King Jr. and Coretta Scott King, who really have provided a blueprint for where we go from here, especially in this time of great turmoil and tension and polarization and divisiveness. And so the work that we are engaged in, that I'm glad you're a part of, Cameron, is really how do we create this beloved community? And Dr. King, of course, showed us through nonviolence that we have a pathway to doing it without being destructive, that we can fight against injustice, but leave the dignity of people intact. We can create equitable circumstances where people feel valued and they feel connected and feel like they belong. And we can ensure that the resources and opportunities that we have in the world are shared in an equitable fashion. There's so much that I could say, but that's the kind of essence of it. The rest of my life, I'm devoted to trying to encourage and inspire as many people and educate as many people in the importance of embracing nonviolence as a way of life. That's why we call it Nonviolence 365. Historically, people know it in my generation as Kingian nonviolence. It is Kingian nonviolence. But in this day and time, people need to understand that Kingian nonviolence is not just a tactic. It is a way of life. And so that's my number one mission in life, is to ensure that we have an army of people who are practitioners in nonviolence in every field, in every arena of our world.
Well, we appreciate that, Dr. King, and obviously thank you for making the time to be with us here in this moment. This is going to be a very critical conversation. And so everyone, the way that this conversation is going to work, I'm going to ask a question, feel free to speak, whenever you feel so led. We're going to have a very natural discussion, and I know that everyone in the audience is excited to hear from you as well. So we're going to go ahead and get started with the first question. So you all have already kind of shared about the work that you do. You talked about how you're trying to make a more humane, equitable, and peaceful world. But for you in particular, if you could elaborate for us, how are you working to bridge that generational divide as a part of your work? So as we are trying to navigate, how do we work with folks that are maybe of a different demographic in terms of age category, all that? Like, how are you specifically working to bridge that divide and make sure that we're all working together in the process of building the beloved community?
Well, I guess maybe I'll just start that I've been committed to bridging the generation gap since when I was 22 and my grandmother was 82 and dying. One of my last conversations with her was, come on, grandmother, what were you thinking? You had 3 babies during World War I. You had no idea if your husband, because she'd get pregnant every time he'd come home from Europe. And I said, you had no idea whether you'd ever see him again, and surely that was irresponsible. And she said to me, well, if I don't have babies, I have no future. You have no future. So I think I got from her that value in subsequent generations. And I right then felt my value for the generation that I'm in. So I've never competed with the other generations. I've always endeavored to learn from my elders. I've always appreciated, and I guess, Cameron, you said, how much you appreciated Ziad's energy. I think a lot of us say we appreciate your energy. And I think, Ziad, don't take that as an offense, but just take it that we're so impressed because we did have that energy. And you have that energy, and we're so going to celebrate that, so going to propel you forward and channel it, hopefully, towards successes for everybody. But I think as a committed bridge builder, I celebrate the different generations, and I don't expect them to speak my language. I expect them to give me a chance to understand. And I try to speak so that they will understand. And communication is big, but communication without genuine respect is kind of useless. So that's how I kind of do it, just because I fundamentally appreciate the generations. I think it's my ticket to communicating.
Wow.
Wow. Wow. So I'll jump in here as the next oldest. You know, I was born at the same time that the world witnessed young people being water hosed, dogs being sicked on them, and being beaten by billy clubs. It was the time when people got to see innocent young children standing up for right, for a simple desire to be able to be treated with dignity and respected in public places. And I was born March of '63 when the Birmingham campaign took place. So I was kind of born into this whole notion of what fuels movements is young people. And growing to understand and value that as a young person first, because my mother taught us very early on about everything that they were a part of, and constantly highlighted herself the role of young people. She reminded us that, you know, I created the King Center for young people. She wanted the next generation to have the history, the knowledge, and the education to know how to do what they did, which is to bring about social change in a nonviolent way. And so I was surrounded by that constantly. And so everything I've done most of my life has been about the next generation. I'm very insistent when we do things. Yeah, it's not an afterthought. That's inclusion. You know, when you don't have an inclusive environment, you kind of just invite people in at the last minute. You know, my motto is let them be at the table to give input from the outset. Let them help to shape this. Let them be involved. You know, even in the church, as you know, Cameron, there was a time when, and I'm not saying these don't have valuable places, when it's children's church, youth ministry, and it's always relegated to the fifth Sunday. You know, why couldn't they have a main Sunday that occurred 12 times a year? And so I understand the value. And as you said, Jennifer, the energy, the zeal, the creativity, the ingenuity of the next generation. The movement that my father led was not an old people's movement. The majority of those movements were fueled by young people. It's women and young people who really transform the world when they collectively work together. And, you know, everybody else is significant as well, but the major power in these movements happen to be women and young people. So I'm going to always see myself as connected to every generation, and understanding also what my mother said when I discovered this after her death in 2006. She said, struggle is a never-ending process. Freedom is never really won. You earn it and you win it in every generation. So that means we're interconnected, we're intertwined, we are part of this freedom struggle together, and every generation is called to it. And we have to figure out how to connect from the past and extract what comes from the past that are critical learning tools, and incorporating them in the present, and being able to represent ourselves in such a way that the next generation can draw some things from us. And so that's why these kind of conversations and this kind of work is important to me.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Yeah, I think I'll go next. When I hear both of y'all speak, I very much think of this past summer during the protests. I had the opportunity to take part in a few of them in Atlanta. And so if you know anything about Atlantic Station in Midtown, you got to cross 17th Street Bridge to get, from one point to the next. And there's something interesting about bridges and the Edmund Pettus Bridge, and what your father and John Lewis did to cross that bridge, and how they had the dogs put on them and the hoses put on them and were beat and brutalized. And so when I was getting ready to walk across that bridge from Atlantic Station to Midtown, I saw the police on the other side. And for some reason, I happened to be in the front of that line, and the leaders of the protest said, "Lock arms no matter what, do not stop." So I didn't face the fire hoses. I didn't face the dogs. I was able to walk across that bridge, lay down in front of the police and say, "I can't breathe," to say their names. And so what I realized, it's because of the past generations, your father's generations, the elders' generations, that I was able to walk across that bridge and not be beat. And so for me, it's like, what can I do in my life, in my time, to be able to do that for the future generations? If I have kids, hopefully they don't have to face the same struggle that I faced, or my father, or people above me. And so I think there's something to be said about knowing your history and taking the time to really understand what was done and what was used, so you can apply that to your own self and what you do to create change, not just for our own selves, but for the intergenerations and for the future, because that's really what it comes down to, is like, what are we doing as a people to better ourselves moving forward into the future?
Super interesting. I would like to call everyone's attention on the fact that the mere idea of youth is kind of new. I mean, it was not very long ago that you went from being a child to being a mom, and then you were an adult, and that was it, or being a father, right? So youth is a very, very new concept, and it's a luxury. It is the luxury when you're not a child anymore, but you don't have that many responsibilities. You don't have a family to feed. You can actually take a break and define who you are in this world. And this is something that the newer generations are having, but the older generations didn't have that chance. And I can understand how this creates a sort of fear, or a sort of like division between the generations, and it's natural. But I think the main thing that we need to focus on is how we can transform that fear of whatever's different from me into love, into loving diversity, into loving how different people from different age groups have different ideas about life and how they prioritize stuff and things. And one of the amazing practices that me and my organization, we discovered throughout our journey is something that was called reverse mentoring. And it is a practice that's really amazing, where you take a very young person at a company or at school or at an NGO or whatever, and you pair them up with an elder, and you have the young person teach the old person something. It can be social media, it can be how to use TikTok, it can be how to make your emails better, whatever. So you have the young person teach something to the old person, and then the old person is going to teach the young person something else. And this is amazing because they become friends. And that's the main point, So you can break this idea that you cannot learn from someone who's younger than you. And also you can break this idea that young people don't listen to older people, right? So so we took this model, and we built something that we call circular mentoring, which is it goes it's a circle, right? It doesn't matter how old you are. We all have something to say, and we all have something to share, and there's wisdom everywhere. So we need to break these ideas that only through age and only through experience you get to know things, because that's not true anymore. But also we also need to stop thinking that only young people are good for social media, or that only young people are good for understanding how the world is changing, because that's also not true. So if we come from a place of love and understanding and good communication, then we can get anywhere regardless of what age anyone is.
So first, I want to say that I'm so moved by all of your testimony in regards to intergenerational dialogue. Look, I've made a career and a life, or whatever career or life you can have at 22 years old, on my youth in many ways, right? I run a company that's a Gen Z community, right? Where we are actively working with older folks every single day to teach about youth culture, to talk about how young people are grappling, right, with the geopolitical issues of our time, and to think about how do we pave a pathway forward that empowers more of us in real time. And I think a lot of people confuse, right, my ideology or my work insofar as starting a youth nonprofit and running a Gen Z company to believe that I think that young people are inherently smarter or have more to say or better to say. To the contrary, right? I think that, my life, right, everything that I have and all the privileges that I hold would be impossible, right, if it was not for the work of all four of you, right? And if it were not for those who came before me, right? And I was really compelled by what you were saying, Joshua, insofar as I hope and I pray, right, that my work will hopefully, inshallah, make it better for my kids and their kids, right? And that we can pave it forward, right, for the generations after us. But I don't think that we will get there unless we are constantly talking about those who've done it before. Right? What I always say is that Gen Z, we're not, that distinct or that unusual, right? Even though I do run a Gen Z community insofar as I think every young generation, right, to Jennifer's point, has looked at the world and said, things don't have to be this way just because they've been this way. And has looked at the world and said, I'm going to ask hard questions and rewrite the answers where I don't like them. What is unique about Gen Z, what is unique about young people is, to Greta's point, the unique circumstances of this moment. That it doesn't take Kent State to be heard. It takes one tweet to bring down Fire Festival, right? With the digital tools that we have in our arsenal, we are able to trigger popular culture and public discourse instantaneously, and thus making our agitation, our frustration, right, mainstream in real time. And I think that power is tremendous. But that power, I think, loses a lot of meaning when we don't learn from those who came before us. And I think that's oftentimes happening, frankly, within our generation. We forget that it was the work of Dr. King, it was the work of Malcolm X, it was the work of so many who came before us that allowed us to get to this moment. And there were so many different tactics, whether that be Shirley Chisholm, where there are many different people who paved the way for us to get here today. And change didn't always happen overnight, right? It took strategy and action and organization and solidarity, right? And sometimes meeting with folks that you don't like and you don't agree with to build community and solidarity and action and compassion. And so I think that there's so much that we ought to learn as a generation that has this capacity, that has this power in order to enact the change that we want, but we must learn from those who came before us in order to use that power responsibly. And so I'm just very grateful to all of you and eager to spend a lifetime learning from those who came before me so that I can be the best advocate and human being that I can possibly be.
Wow.
Wow. Well, I have to say that all of your answers and all of what you said, it really ties very well into the next question. And so I'm actually really excited to see how you all answer this. So in his sermon, Remaining Awake During a Great Revolution, Dr. King stated, and I quote, "Through our scientific and technological genius, we have made of this world a neighborhood, and yet we have not had the ethical commitment to make of it a brotherhood. But somehow, and in some way, we have got to do this. We must all learn to live together as brothers, or we will all perish together as fools. We are tied together in a single garment of destiny, caught in an inescapable network of mutuality. And whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. For some strange reason, I can never be what I ought to be until you are what you ought to be. And you can never be what you ought to be until I am what I ought to be." So Dr. King's quote references that science and technology has broadened our scope of our world by making it more of a neighborhood. So for you, discuss how you believe how science and technology, social media have contributed to this generational divide. Do you think that it's make the work that you do easier or more difficult? Share your experiences with working to bridge the generational divide via technology, social media, and science. And do you feel that this helps to improve the relationships between older and younger generations as well? Open floor.
There's always this silence when you ask questions, Cameron. It is not that people don't have the answer. It's a very good question. It's a lot in that question. One of the things I just want to point out that from that particular sermon, Remain Awake Through the Great Revolution, he also penned his book, Where Do We Go From Here? Chaos or Community. And in the last chapter, The World House, he talks about that whole chasm that exists between our scientific and technological advancement and the moral and ethical advancement, that there was a great lag on the moral and ethical side. I think what we typically fail to do in our world is that we fail to recognize and align what we do with the fact that we are spirit beings having human experiences. And so money becomes the driver, profit becomes the driver, and not humanity in its fullness, and what's great about us as persons. And instead of ensuring that we are prepared for the introduction of things, we introduce things, we legislate things, put them in culture because of the capitalistic structure that we have. And we do the afterthought of how this could impact both positively and negatively culture. And then we try to rush and try to kind of put some things in place, and it's almost too late. And so we have this kind of tension and clashing going on constantly in the world that we now find ourselves connected, such as through, StreamYard or Facebook or Zoom, IG, TikTok, etc. I love technology. I think it has afforded us the opportunity to see the world and open our eyes in a way that we've been blinded. People seeing what's happening in real time to people in atrocious ways, and yet being able to hear about the wonderful testimonies and the work that people are doing all over the world, so you don't feel like you're isolated. And am I the only one? But I'm also very concerned that we're not taking enough time to understand the power that we have in our hands, and that it can be used for good or evil. In fact, Daddy did say, if we did not shift certain values where we become more person-centered than thing-centered, profit-centered, where machines and computers didn't become so much more important, then we were going to be in danger of destroying ourselves in the misuse of these instruments. And so, we have this challenge before us. And it really means that what he talked about, which is also an essential part of creating the beloved community, is that we have to have a revolution of values, so that these tools are used to create the beloved community, the more just, humane, equitable, and peaceful society, and not be used to destroy, to cancel, to malign, to incite. So.
Wow. So adding to that, I think the pandemic did a very, very lot of very horrible things to us, but it also brought us good things. And one of the good things that came with the pandemic is that we were able to advance a little bit in closing the breach, the generational breach regarding technology. So it's been amazing to see how old people, because they had no option, they had to learn how to use WhatsApp and how to use the laptop computers and how to Skype and Zoom with their families. But it's amazing to see how they did it out of necessity, which is something that normally is a very compelling drive, let's say. But it's amazing to see how, for example, my mom, she's a teacher, and she normally goes to the classroom, and she didn't know how to use Zoom before this, and now she's a Zoom expert because she spends 8 hours a day in Zoom. And now when I have questions about Zoom, I ask her, right? And it's amazing to see how she's been empowered by this. And it's amazing to see how older people are getting to understand that technology is not so far away from them, that it's not unattainable, that they just needed to stop being afraid of it and try and click on the things and see what happens, right? So I think that is something that we as humanity need to nurture. We need to somehow not let it go away once the pandemic goes, because it will come to an end hopefully very soon. But we need to build on that. We need to understand that we have this amazing card right now on our side. How are we going to use it to make it better? How are we going to use these tools that now more of us share? How are we going to make them good for communicating our ideas, our love, our community desires, our fears, our global fears like climate change and all those things? How are we going to use this to address all of these things through love and not through fear? And how are we going to be true to our values, as Dr. Bernice just said? How are we going to make sure that this information does not play a role in this? Because it is playing a big role, and of course we have been using science and technology for good things, but also for very bad things. And I think that we as a joint generation that we are sharing this world, we share a big responsibility on how are we going to educate ourselves to not fall for this and to use science and technology in a valued way and in a way that gives us a better world and not a worse one. So it's a big challenge for everyone.
Yeah, to piggyback off of what Greta was saying, yeah, I do see a lot of challenges with technology. I don't have a massive presence on social media personally, but my only fear is how technology is kind of, in my mind, in a sense, breeding new individuals or new type of human that needs a medium to communicate and not really be able to like look somebody in the eyes and have a natural interpersonal dialogue and conversation. I think that it is great that we have these tools and these resources that we can use at our disposal. But as Dr. King was saying, it's like we have to be careful with how we go about that, because it can mislead us in the sense we can forget who we are and make a life more easier than it should be. I think, I love to get up each morning and just like go for a walk and be outside and take in life, and it's just nowadays you see a lot of people just glued to their phone, and that's my fear. Is like, are we going to continue down that path and not, remind ourselves that we are humans and that, that there's a life out there outside of, social media. So I think it's a double-edged sword, and it's just trying to, use that to advance social justice issues and use that in your favor for those reasons, but also within your own personal life. Like how do you use that and everything?
So, as the youngest, I think, person on this panel, I probably perhaps do spend the most amount of time on my devices. And, am quite active on social media and have made a career, right, based on decoding and understanding social media and understanding how we can use digital tools to empower conversations. I also, at university, I'm a current senior at Yale, I study social media's impact on policy. That's like my area of research. So I think a lot about this question, right? Like, is social media hurting us or helping us? And I think when I was younger, I took a very optimistic view of things, right? I believed, right, that through connecting with people all around the world and through educating ourselves on things that would never come into contact with us in our day-to-day sheltered lives, that would ultimately make us more intelligent, more empowered, more empathetic. And I think in so many ways we have proven that is true, but we have also seen technological silos be constructed, right, where we're only hearing the same information from folks who agree with us, right? We have seen so many technological platforms devolve into chaos, right? And hate speech and conspiracy rather than conversation and community and compassion. And it's a really mixed bag, right? Insofar as is social media helping us or hurting us? And are we using technology to our advantage or not? Right. And I am constantly battling myself on this question, like to what extent and how do I develop a healthy relationship with social media and technology? Right. And how do I separate, right? Who I am offline and online. And I think where I sort of net out on this question is that for Gen Z, I would say, and for me, certainly, I don't think of social media, the technological world, as a separable world from my physical world. Right? I think that we just live in a phygital world, right? A physical and digital world, right? And they are seamlessly a part of one another. I don't view my digital interactions as separable from my in-person interactions, right? They empower one another. And so I don't lament young people for being on our phone so much, insofar as I think that the fact that we've created meme culture, right, and created this digital clout has allowed us to create movements with that much more fervor and strength. However, I think that we have to audit, right, our relationship with these platforms to think about how do we break down these silos and advocate against our platforms to be better and to have algorithms that serve us more, right, and a crackdown on hate speech and all of these things that politically and from a policy lens we must be advocating for to make these platforms serve us, more adequately and more in line with, I think, the world that we ought to be headed in the direction of. But I think what's been so interesting to me as a young person is so many of the most like fruitful and valuable and memorable interactions that I've had online are actually with, older folks, right? Insofar as like the kindness that I have encountered from older folks on Twitter, where, a lot of young folks are not as kind, right? On Twitter, who go out of their way to send me messages of encouragement and inspiration are so like make me speechless, like truly, as you can tell, right? And who I've been able to connect with and learn with through digital means is, and the fact that I'm on a call with Dr. King on a Friday, afternoon, third, right? And how did I end up here? And how is any of this possible is a really wonderful opportunity. And I'm proud of how my generation has taken to digital tools to advance our interests and to speak our truth. But I think the platforms and the spaces need to be a lot more thoughtful and inclusive and purpose-driven in order to make a space that works better for all of us. But I certainly think that we are approaching a moment where we are going to see a lot more people, to your point, Joshua, reevaluate, where is this hurting us and where is this helping us, and how do we forge and reimagine new technological spaces that hopefully empower us further.
And Cameron, I just wanted to say to Ziad, what he just said is so very powerful. That merger, that complementary aspect of the physical and the digital, because you have people, depending on the generation, as he spoke to, you have people that are either on one extreme, which is the digital, or on the other extreme, no technology. I just like the straight up, physical, in person, etc. But it would have been tragic in a pandemic that all of us were faced with if we didn't have the digital, if we didn't have the means to connect and hear each other's story, to encourage one another, to still gather and connect. But the beauty of what he's saying is he speaks from a mature place, a developed place, and that has nothing to do with age. I mean, people's journey is different. And what we have to do is what he's talking about, and what Joshua's talking about is really finding that balance for the sake of those who don't have not advanced to the place where he is in terms of understanding. How do you balance and blend all of this and not lose our soul in the process? How do we protect the weakest among us who come from disconnected spaces, and this becomes their connection, and there are people out there who have sinister motives and end up taking advantage of them? That kind of responsibility and the purposefulness that he talked about, and intentionality. I love that. So thank you for your insight, Ziad. I really appreciate it.
So I guess that brings it over to me, and you've all just brought to the forefront so much of what is so important in this day and age about technology. Technology wasn't invented when I was your age, Saeed. My background is health sciences, and so I have this skepticism about everything I see all the time. I embrace technology and I wouldn't say I'm fearful of its power, because I know the younger generations are in charge of it and they're going to figure out how to do it. So for right now, because of my skepticism, I will always question what I see and how technology is being used. And what I see day to day is how easily people are distracted by shiny things, shiny objects will catch their attention and they will easily believe. So I'm seeing a lot of people are so easily manipulated by imagery, by text, that they are bombarded with from all directions.
Yes.
And I think there's a big responsibility to help people use the technology, as you all said, for the betterment. Every interaction I have to your dad's sermon, Dr. King, I try always to be who I ought to be. And in interacting with someone else, I try to nurture them to be who they ought to be. And if I'm experiencing from either the science or the technology point of view, somebody who's really not doing right by it, not living by their values or community values, I'll try to help them understand that. What I see is like playbooks. People like recipes, they want answers. And so we get, lovely slide presentations with pretty graphics. And so many times that is put forward as a way to actually tell the people to sit down and shut up. Okay, so I'm so smart, I'm going to present these pretty graphics and I sent them all to you. And then any question you have, I'm just going to dismiss because I'll point at that pretty graphic and you're too stupid to figure it out. So to me, there's so many ways in which technology is stifling real, well, I can't say real because technology is real interactions, but people aren't necessarily taking responsibility for how they're presenting and what it's causing around them. And I think it's inconvenient when people actually pay attention, because people expect, as long as I've got it on a slide or as long as I've got it on a meme, that's it. I've said it and it's real and it's not up to question. So I'm hoping, and I see it, my children are all in their, well, they're 30, 32, 34. I see how they interact with me and how they interact among their peers. They are brilliant. I mean, they know how to handle technology. They know how to communicate. They know how to find stuff. I enjoy having the questions and I enjoy the process because of the science. I enjoy the process of finding an answer. I don't need it right now. And I see that your sense of urgency across the more youthful generations, your sense of urgency is you do want an answer and you want to carry forward. And that's what's such a great blend across generations, is to have this interaction and to have the mutual respect. I'm heartened, Zaid, that you have good interactions and good feedback from older people, because I find myself I find myself not really representative of my generation. I find a lot of people my age and older are feeling shaky because we're being displaced. And so they'll put down the young people. Oh, they just this, they just that. I am buoyed by being displaced because I don't have the responsibilities you have, but I trust you and you're brilliant and you're going to do it right. So when I'm really old, things are going to be great. So I used to think that bridging had a lot to do with me having conversations with people who didn't look like me or think like me. But now I've got to hang out with people who look like me and have to understand that being displaced is good. We should not be in the way. We should be nudging, nurturing, facilitating, and allowing the younger generations to go forward and not limit them. So I'm glad you're in charge.
Well, Jennifer, I think you make a very salient point there. And I think that also leads into another question as well for the group. I know oftentimes as somebody who's representative of the millennial population, someone who does this work as well, one of the things that I know that many of us can feel at times is that because, as Jennifer alluded to, there is a feeling of displacement from folks that are in power, but in particular from folks who are part of the older generations, maybe the upper tier Generation X, the baby boomers, even the silent generation. And so in many ways, a lot of the comments that have been made in particular about millennials or Gen Z that were, lazy or entitled or, were too concerned with technology and other things like that. And so it's caused, a bit of a historical rift between the generations in many ways. And, there obviously are a lot more healthy dynamics where, we're having healthy conversations with folks in different generations, but especially for, Joshua, for Greta, for Ziad, do you feel that there is a distrust at times, or there has been a distrust with the younger generations and wanting to work with generations that are older? Like, or do you feel like there is, they don't feel like there's a place for that? Like, is there any way that you might be able to speak to that at all?
Yeah, I certainly can. So look, I'm going to call a spade. When in my work, disproportionately, the folks who hire us at Juve Consulting as a group of diverse young people are women, are people of color, are queer folks. And so I think there is a huge willingness to nurture, to empower young people from older people of color, from older queer folks, from older women, et cetera, because they understand what it feels like to be unheard. They understand what it feels like to be misunderstood, right? They understand what it feels like for people to think that they understand them, but they actually don't. Because so often in this country, what we have seen, right, is that we have normalized people speaking for other communities. I think it is ridiculous that we have norms, right, where an all-male panel make decisions about how to police women's bodies. I think it is ridiculous that we have heads of ethnic studies departments that do not belong to those same ethnic groups. I think it is ridiculous, right, that we have, adults who claim to be youth experts who don't actually talk to young people, right? And so in my work, what I have seen, it is those who are fed up with the status quo of being spoken for, who are willing to work with each other because collectively we have power. If we come together and say, no, each of us are the expert on our own reality. Any oppressed group is the expert on their own oppression, and empower each other to speak our truths. If we leave the door open, right, for those after us, if we pass the mic to those when I am not the right person to speak on most issues or most questions, but if we pass the mic to those who can speak more eloquently and adequately to their own lived experience, I think that we have a more beautiful and inspired world. And so I have seen a great amount of older people, believe in me, believe in young people, but mostly when they can relate to our experience. But I have also seen, to Jennifer's point, plenty, of older people disparage, right, and say, this is not your place, this is not your time, wait your turn, right? And I have seen many moments where I'm checking into like a lobby, and they're like, oh no, who are your parents? Which parents are you here to see? And I'm like, no, I'm the keynote speaker, right? And there is this incredulousness that there is no way that I could have earned, right, my seat at the table, right, earned my place to where I am and until I speak. And once I speak, they're like, oh, he kind of good, right? But my ability to articulate myself, right, should not be a prerequisite to have earned my seat at the table, because whether or not you have the vocabulary or cadence or composure does not then decide whether your voice is worthy of being heard. Right? Because each of us and our many complexities and our many identities, right, are worthy of being heard, are worthy of being listened to, are worthy of being followed. And so in my work, I am seeing many more young people claim our seat at the table. And when we don't like the table or wasn't built for us, we are flipping the damn table and building a new one. And I'm seeing other older folks like Jennifer come and help us push over that table, because they too have seen how those tables have disenfranchised and disillusioned, right, and disempowered. And so I think that there's a tremendous intergenerational movement to rebuild and reimagine. But of course, there are disbelievers, because to Jennifer's point, there are those who don't want to lose their historical status quo, their historical stature, their historical place. And because they had to suffer, they want us to suffer instead of creating a world where less have to suffer. But I'm just interested in working with those who want less to suffer overall, irrespective of the past, moving forward to the future, but learning from the past. And I think, fingers crossed, we're getting there.
See, I just speak so fast.
I apologize.
No, it's perfect. I love it. I wish I could do it. I just can't. I so relate to you. I mean, I think since I've started to grow some gray hair, this doesn't happen to me as often as it used to happen. But I used to go to forums and stuff where people would ask me like, "Oh, so where's Greta?" And I'm like, "It's me. You? Like, how old are you?" So I was very, 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 very used to having to answer how old I was, and the next question is like, "Oh, so where did you study? What did you study? Like, what are your credentials?" Right? So I was so used to that. I don't get that anymore. So I think I'm becoming older or something. And I used to be so enraged by it. I was like, why on earth do I have to prove myself to you every single time I go anywhere, right? Like, why is this happening? And I was so enraged. But then I understood that this is the way these people were brought up. You know, they were taught that old people were the ones who could get to speak, that old people were the ones who knew how to do things. And this comes from a long time ago. I mean, of course, it's embedded in our very primitive brain. You know, the old people are the ones who got to survive through famine and through floods and through everything, so they must know. So you shut up and listen. But right now we are in a point in humanity where we don't need to do that anymore. But we need to understand that those people, most of the people who treat young people as though they're not worth it, as though they need to earn their place at the table, don't do it because they're mean, or don't do it because they want to diminish your value. They do it because they don't know better, right? So when I understood that I needed to communicate with them and that I needed to love them instead of being enraged by them, and instead of yelling at them to be heard, that I really needed to let them know that young people have a lot of things in their hearts. I think that's when me and my organization, we stopped talking about having a battle against these people, because that's not what we need. We need to sit down on the same table. We need to communicate. We need to understand where everyone comes from, and we need to work until we all feel that we're equal. And that is a very, very hard thing to do, but we can do it. And I think it's amazing to see what the younger generations are doing. I love Gen Z, and I love all the energy and the passion, but I also love the baby boomer generation, and I also love the X generation, because there's a lot that we can learn from them. But I think the key point here is, how do we make sure that we're listening to each other, and that we're not entitled in a bad way to say that anything that any other generation has to say is wrong, right? But we need a lot of maturity for that, and we need a lot of love and compassion for that. And it's going to be a long road. And I can assure you, Sia, that you're going to be in a place very soon where younger generations are going to be asking for their place at the table. So my advice to you is just remember how you feel today, because you will be in the place where we all are right now. And really, you need to make sure that these guys get their voice and get their place.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think when it comes to like addressing the seat at the table, I think sometimes you have to just go out there and just take it. You know, neither one of my parents went to college, anything like that. I was able to be a student at Emory University and do certain things that people look like me don't do. I'm a pretty large individual, about 6'3". I have tattoos, things of that nature, dreadlocks. And so a lot of my life, people have assumed a stereotype, you know, and assumed that I wouldn't be doing certain things in my life. And so I accept people have their lived experiences that kind of that lead them to interpret how they're going to view who I am. But I think a lot of it gets back to like knowing myself, and I'm not going to allow somebody else to dictate who I am or tell me who I am or what I can or cannot be. I'm going to go out there and be that no matter what. And along the way, I hope others see that so that they too can inspire themselves to be what they want to be, and not what society determines they are or have to live within a stereotype or a frame. I think that's what's cool about just this conversation, is just hearing, you know, our lived experiences and how we've gotten to where we're at in life, and how, you know, the older generations help pave that way. But even though there are there is still bigotry that exists, but it's how do you handle that bigotry? How do you recondition society with how you live your life in a sense, so that they know that the stereotypes don't have to be a stereotype. We can break those within the next generation, just how we live our lives.
Can I just add something before you? I don't know if you're getting ready to ask another question.
I'm going to ask you a question.
I wanted to just amplify just out of what they're saying. You know, in creating the beloved community, we can't do it if we don't understand that truth transcends any group, any person, any generation, and that we have to learn, therefore, to listen, to understand, and we have to understand that we are in this world together. And there are a lot of, in Ziad's words, there are a lot of complexities that we have to figure out. There's a lot of hurt and pain that has happened, that when we truly listen and understand, we can find that common ground. I love what my sister Rashard said yesterday about you can stand your ground and still pursue common ground. You know, the goal is not, my role is not to change you. My role is to connect with you. And in that connection, to find that common pathway forward. So there's truths that not just generationally, and I want to lift this, because even the people who stormed that Capitol, which I know is hard for people to hear, we've got to listen to them instead of starting with changing them, because you might unearth something and awaken and tap into their humanity and cause the defenses to drop and be able to have access to finding a better pathway forward. It has happened before. You know, that story they told yesterday was very powerful about the change of the flag in Mississippi. And just the question being asked of a person who was a strong advocate of the flag, had an allegiance to the flag, you know, Confederate flag we're speaking of, and the person who felt they needed to be removed. And that person approaching that person just to ask the question, to understand, not to catch them, not to try to fight them and win over them and prove them wrong, but what does that flag mean to you? Understanding, listening. Do you know, in that interaction of that one question, it was like, wow, I'm valuable. I'm significant, even if my thinking is off. Can start a new beginning. It can start a new world, you know, new pathway. So I wanted to amplify that, because that's the hard part for most of us. We who are in the choir together, we can listen to each other all day and have our little disagreements. But when it goes to the margins, we don't want to do that. And yet the beloved community is all of us in this humanity.
You know, Dr. King, your point is so salient, and it reminds me of what your mother said when she says that the beloved community is a realistic vision of an achievable society, one in which problems and conflict exist. And so even in your notion of asking those difficult questions, asking the folks who did storm Capitol Hill, the rioters, asking them why, providing those opportunities as part of the learning and seeking to understand process. And Dr. King, you know, you can speak to this if you would like. I know that one of the reasons that you even started the Camp Now Leadership Academy was because you wanted the next generation of leaders to not just be empowered with nonviolence, MB365, but you wanted to empower them, give them a voice, allow them to be heard as well. And Dr. King, I believe that this happened following the murder of Trayvon Martin as well. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that is accurate. You know, I was thinking about what is George's last name?
Floyd.
That killed
Zimmerman.
Zimmerman. Wow, two Georges. Interesting. I was thinking about if a person like Zimmerman had been a part of an environment where he was taught and trained in nonviolence, that encounter, I know the encounter would have turned out differently. In fact, he would have been making sure Trayvon was okay because it was dark, and walking the streets alone, as opposed to seeing him as some stranger or seeing him as a threat. And so out of that notion, I said, we need to create an environment where young people can grow together, can learn together, can journey together, in discovering the power of nonviolence, and help to further amplify the voices and the passion that come when you're young. I mean, when you really discover the world as a young person, and when you see things that are great and look at these contrasting things that are kind of out of order, and you want to fix it. Yeah, I wanted to have an environment so that they can look at, how can we fix it in a way that we're not becoming like the ones who did what happened to other people and happened to society. So, that's one of the main reasons to develop those traits. What I see in my sister and two younger brothers here today, and you, Cameron, as well.
So
now I'm not discounting you, Jennifer. I was just the younger person, not the.
And I so agree. It's so inspiring, and I feel like I'm kind of late to this kind of table because I am a stereotype, and if it wasn't for, like, last summer, when I live right in downtown Atlanta, and that's where the riots were happening. And it wasn't until I saw on social media from some of my young neighbors the stereotype of the white woman in pearls and what a scary individual that person is. And I realized everywhere I go, I don't wear pearls that often, but I am embraced everywhere I go. Doors are open. People hold the chair for me so I can sit at the table. Yeah. So during those demonstrations, I went out there in a nice little dress and a hat, pearls and my pumps. And I held a sign saying, "Got pearls, let's talk." And I put my phone number because I wanted to talk to all of the other stereotypes to show them that we can connect with. And the people around me were not scary. It was only the white people that were scary. Now that's, it's a generalization, but I'm so embraced, and I treasure and I value. And I've been a volunteer at the Center for Civil and Human Rights since before it opened, and to be embraced there. And there's one young woman in particular who doesn't work there anymore, but she kind of took me under wing and opened the door to me so that I could be in her world enough to truly understand. And I value the interactions I had with her day to day, that she trusted me, and that we could understand each other. And that has shown me so much and has opened the doors for me. And then I feel, okay, the door is cracked open. I will bring in people with me to sit with me who otherwise are voiceless and marginalized. If they're sitting with me, maybe the door would then open next time for them. And the voice to the voiceless is critical. And as you were saying, Dr. King, to listen, to understand, to ask the questions, and to value each human. And that's got to be our ticket. And when that Freedom Summer is just such a remarkable time, I didn't realize, because, I'm Canadian, I didn't study American history as a kid, but I didn't realize in Freedom Summer what diversity, inclusion, and passion there was. I understood there was danger. And one day before the center opened, there were 12 Freedom Riders came in to do a tour. And I was in that gallery, and a woman from Detroit, she brought a newspaper out of her bag and opened it. And the front page was a woman being hauled off a bus. And she says, "Well, this was me. I was 19 and I was hauled off that bus. And she said, you know, I look back, I was young. What did I know? And I said, well, you knew to get on the bus. And she said, that's all I knew. I didn't know what was going on. I knew it was important. And now I look in this gallery and that confirms it was important. So she was young and she was just going to jump right in. And so I really respected her for sharing that with me. And I respect that when a young person or anybody is ready to jump in, if there's something I can do, you know, if you just need your hand held and that'll help you jump, I hope I can be there for you. I won't always wear my pearls.
So in terms of the communication, and I think this would be really important for the audience to be able to hear directly from you as well. You know, obviously you are not, you know, we are not a monolith. We do not all think the same in our same generation, but for you as a representative of your demographic, as a representative of your generation, what is it that you need? What is it you need from that next generation in order to be encouraged to do the work you need to do? What is it that you need in order to be the person that you need to be, to develop into the leader that you need to be? If there was something that you could let the audience know, that way they can take that with them and implement it in their own life. Like, what would be something that you need from older generations or a generation that's not yours in order to continue to grow into the leader that you're supposed to be?
Could I be the first to answer that? Because I did give that some thought. What I really would like is for people to speak in the first person. Okay, I will do this. I've identified a problem. This is what I'm going to do. So the next time we have a conversation, I will share with you what I have done. What I find in many interactions, I wouldn't say especially with my generation, but including my generation, people are really, really smart. They can identify problems and they're great at saying they should do this, they should do that, they should do this. And then, you know, 3 weeks later, I'll have a conversation with the person and they're still complaining about the same thing. And I'll stop them and I'll say, okay, tell me what you have done since the last time we spoke. Oh, you haven't done anything. Can I help you? Can I help channel your energy? You're smart, you've got ideas. If nobody else has fixed it for you, it's time for you to actually do something. So I like to do that exercise with people so that they can say, I have identified that this is a problem. And I'm thinking of buzzwords. People toss around buzzwords like equity, like inclusion. But do they live them? Do they practice them? They even toss around beloved community as though they're actually doing anything. And, you know, the glossy pamphlets, okay, but what are you actually doing? Because if we don't each do something, nothing will happen. Mm-hmm. And systemic racism, excuse me, don't blame the system. It's in my heart, and I am going to do something about it. I'm going to recognize it for what it is. I'm going to ask for help from the people around me to be and do less racist acts, but I know that I am racist, okay? And I am part of that system, and I will nudge people out of that, but I will own who I am, what I am, and I will work towards being who I ought to be. So talk in the first person.
So, I mean, for me, I think it's important that there is authenticity and in connection, because when there's authenticity and connection, there's a lot that can be done to change our world. I have this saying that you know, when we look at the world we live in, with the host of problems that we have and opportunity. Let me just say that, because I don't just look at it as the glass is half empty; it's also half full. We are all born into the world that we discover as we grow up. It is what it is. The systems that are in place are the systems that are that we all are part of, or privileged by, or victimized by, all of this stuff. So I have the saying, don't blame me. I was just born, but let's get together and figure it out. That less getting together means to me, it doesn't matter what generation you're from. It doesn't matter your identity, your culture, your religion, your race. We got to figure this out. And I don't have all the answers. You don't have all the answers. I can't even say that everybody who's young has the energy. I've seen some very energized older people. I mean, for President-elect Biden to be as old as he is to run a nation, have to make the kind of decisions that he's going to have to make and is making, in his 70s, and not just early 70s, almost 80, is tremendous. So there are obviously exceptions to every rule. It's just we have to learn to thread the truths of what everybody brings. And that's just Bernice. I get frustrated because a lot of times at tables, only certain voices, or in rooms, or in initiatives, only certain voices, only certain kind of people, are the ones that are either included, or if they're there, they're the only ones whose ideas are incorporated. And I guess because I came under Martin Luther King, who was a Hegelian, who tried to synthesize the thesis and the antithesis, am I sitting in rooms trying to figure out how do we thread all of this together and come up with a whole so that we can move forward, in a win-win pathway. So that's what I need. I need that authentic commitment to connect and to bring that kind of sensitivity in working together, and get rid of what we call that drum major instinct, which is me first, I'm it, because I think that's what's hurting us really bad.
Yeah, I think for myself, what I need individuals to do the work themselves, to look themselves in the mirror and to ask themselves, what am I doing every day to end systemic racism across the board in all its forms and all its institutions within this country and throughout the world, so that then we can come together at the table and collectively, determine how we want to move forward as a people. I need people just to really look themselves in the mirror and ask themselves, what can I do every day if you really want to be about this? Because I was born in who I am, I embrace who I am. But yeah, I think that you just need to really, ask yourself, what are you doing to end racism, systemic racism in this country, throughout the world?
Okay, so on my part, I would ask all the generations, not just the younger ones, to lose the fear of political issues. Let's talk about politics at dinner. Let's teach our kids and our grandparents about politics and political views and everything related to democracy, because I know democracy is not flawless, but right now it's the best thing we have, and we cannot afford, as humanity, we cannot afford to lose it. And I think one of the main reasons that democracy is under siege right now in the whole world, this is not just about the United States, is because people think political things are boring or complex or don't have an impact on their daily lives. And all of those are false statements. So we need to have people understand how politics work, understand where their political views are, and be able to have an articulate opinion about this without fighting, without disconnecting from communities. You can have friends that think very differently, politically speaking, to you, and it's okay and it's healthy. everyone's invited to the conversation. And I think I want to share with you very quickly, because I want to give Ziad proper time. Something I just realized very few weeks ago, and I think that when we're fighting for equality and we're trying to make this world better and a little bit more fair every day, but there's one instance where we are truly equal, and it's at the polling stations. At the polling stations, my vote is exactly the same as every one of you. And that's something that we seem to take for granted, and that's something that is not discussed very often. But I think that if we can achieve that equality, at least in Mexico, that's one of the very few places where true equality is happening, is exercised by citizens, and we need to make sure that we keep it, and we need to make sure that our democracy survives this crisis, because we are going through a very, very dark phase in humanity. So going back to my first statement, let's talk about politics with everyone.
So I certainly agree that, we need to be centering the politics. And what I hate sometimes is how the status quo thinks that the personal and the political are separable. As an American Muslim, I have had no choice or luxury to choose to be apolitical. My identity has been politicized for as long as I have been alive, right? And if I could change one thing about the world and one thing about, maybe old generations looking at Gen Z, it's this mindset that because I don't see it, it doesn't exist. To the contrary, I believe that because you don't see it means it exists. It means that whatever privilege that you have is allowing you to not have to see or feel the detriment that other communities are facing. And so, to Greta's point, while I certainly am an advocate of voting in the political system, unfortunately in the United States, one vote in every place at every polling station is not equal, right? Because of our broken democracy, because of our electoral system, right? Because of the electoral college, because of institutionalized racism, right? And disenfranchisement of low-income people of color and beyond. However, I think that, when we speak to each other, when we build capacity, when we understand that why I started Redefy when I was in 8th grade, and why I, sort of do the work that I do, and what I center myself in, is that we all want a world where the children that I hope to one day have, that you already may have, right, can grow up to feel safe, loved, and accepted. But the only way that we can achieve that reality is fighting for every child to have that same right? And what I hope for the generations before me looking at Gen Z is to think of us as a cohort with our diversity, with our problems, with our whining, with whatever we have as your children, right? To fight for me as I would your children, to fight for some other person who you fundamentally disagree with for their children to grow up for that same right. Because I think when we have that mindset, right, that we are all family, when we think of ourselves as one collective in-group, right, the world is a lot more beautiful. And that isn't to say, that I'm really eager and excited to chat with lots of folks, that I love everybody with the same intensity, or that I am there yet. But it is to say that's what I hope is true for my kids. That every person chooses to look at them, for the kids that I one day have, and say, you are a human who is worthy of potential and agency and access, irrespective of your circumstance, irrespective of your background. And I will empower you because I believe in the good of our shared humanity. Yes. And so what I hope is that we choose to see each other as family and we talk to one another. I mean, I encourage and I implore everyone listening or anyone here to have a conversation with somebody outside of your family who is of a different generation, but to treat them as family in that conversation, right? We make so many exceptions for our parents, for our grandparents, for our kids. Make those same exceptions, right, of the people that you are talking to and about, and learn from young people, because I think that Gen Z has a lot to teach, has a lot to offer, has a lot of energy and insight and perspective that can make the world a little bit better and brighter. And that's what I'm hustling towards. And so what I hope is that everybody today, right, takes a moment to maybe have a conversation with a young person in their life and doesn't just ask them how they are, and doesn't just exchange pleasantries, but instead asks them, what do you want for the future? And how can I help you get there? Because I think when we have those conversations, when we ask each other, what do we fear? What do we love? What do we hope? We realize that we're maybe a lot more similar than different.
Yeah. Wow. Well, Dr. King, Ziad, Greta, Joshua, Jennifer, this was a phenomenal conversation. What I need is a copy of this message because this was amazing. And I hope that you do, each of you, take some time when you visit the King Center site, and you visit Facebook, visit the King Center page. And I want you to read through the comments that people have been leaving because of the work that you all are doing, because of the tenacity in which you all are living, and the fact that this conversation was as rich and as deep as it was. Each of you is exceptional in your own way, and you offered some exceptional insights that has absolutely made every single person who has listened to this better. And we are all committed to continuing to develop the beloved community together. So we thank you for your time. We thank you for making time for this. We have our next session coming up. Look, this is just the beginning.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so honored and blessed and thankful.
Thank
you all for joining us.
Likewise. Love you all.
Thank you, guys.
At Mars, the world we want tomorrow is one where society is inclusive. Our 130,000 plus associates are valued, respected, and encouraged to be their unique selves. And we're committed to fostering an environment where everyone has an equal opportunity to reach their full potential and be heard. And we're proud to be a sponsor of the King Center Holiday Observance and the work of the King Center, who is helping carry forward the unfinished work of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and inspiring and empowering the next generation of change makers across the U.S. and globally. Mars is committed to holding ourselves accountable to achieve meaningful change, and I look forward to our partnership with the King Center as we continue to honor the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
We're not passing through. We're not laying over. Don't even get us started on flyover country. No such thing. The cities we're in, day out, aren't some stopover for us. They're the cities where we work, where we live, and where we try to make a difference. Not just by connecting places around the world, but with the people that live in them. While we're known for what we do in the air, some of our best work is done on the ground.
Advancing Black Pathways is a program we launched to truly make targeted impact across education, careers, and wealth creation.
The apprentice program was life-changing for me, not having access and a network, especially as a Black man. ABP gave me that. I can call people right now and they'll answer my questions. They'll give me wisdom, and that's not something I've ever had before.
everyone thought I was crazy. They were like, there's no beauty, there's no fashion in Detroit. And I was like, but there will be because I'm coming back home. We reached out to JP Morgan and they created the Entrepreneurs of Color Fund, and we were able to get a loan to help fund our Target purchase order.
Talent is created equally, opportunity is not. And my hope is that we're doing our part by helping Black people succeed in whatever they wish to accomplish.
When it feels as though the world has stopped and life's been put on hold, what do? At Mercedes-Benz, we got to work. Mercedes-Benz USA and its dealers have quickly mobilized to help our local heroes by giving frontliners a lift, contributing to relief efforts, making vehicles safer for first responders and customers, and sometimes simply serving up a hot meal. Coming together to lend a hand is what this country's always been about. Americans have never wavered in crisis, nor hid from responsibility. And this time was no different. This was our calling. Mercedes-Benz USA is proud to be a part of this great American fabric and take inspiration in seeing the best emerge in all of us. America never rests until the job is done and the race is won. And until then, we won't either.
Good afternoon. I'm Monica Pearson, your host for this session. I am a retired newspaper, radio, and television journalist based right here in Atlanta, Georgia. Growing up in Louisville, Kentucky, I would often hear the old folks say, "Girl, tell the truth and shame the devil." Well, Brian Stevenson has told the truth and shamed the devil of racism in the criminal justice system and what it does to the poor and to people of color. Since 1989, through his Equal Justice Initiative in Montgomery, Alabama, the nonprofit he founded, Stevenson has fought against the death penalty. By 2016, EJI had saved the lives of 125 men. He's worked for criminal justice reform, racial justice, built the National Memorial for Peace and Justice, which honors more than 4,000 Black people by name and the dirt, lynched in 12 southern states from 1877 until 1950. For a more detailed look at what this organization does, go to their website, ejl.org. Now, this Harvard-educated lawyer is a social justice activist, a law professor at the New York University School of Law, and he's the author of the best-selling book, Just Mercy, which you know became a feature film. Wonder what it was like seeing yourself on screen, portrayed by Michael B. Jordan. Now, that's not what this Delaware-born and raised man is here to talk about today. Please welcome our keynote speaker, Brian Stevenson, and his topic, the future of truth-telling sessions. Welcome, Mr. Stevenson.
Well, thank you so much, Monica. What a wonderful introduction. All of those really compelling and persuasive journalistic skills are on full display. Thank you for that very kind and generous introduction. I will say it was very surreal to see myself portrayed by Michael B. Jordan. He was so committed to getting everything right and being so authentic. And I kept encouraging him to recognize that when it came to one part, he didn't have to be that authentic. I urged him to recognize that I wouldn't have any problems if he brought his Black Panther physique and body to the role when he portrayed me. But that's a whole nother thing. I'm so thrilled to have this opportunity to share with all of you at this important conference, at this important moment in our nation's history. And I want to talk about truth-telling, but before I do that, I just want to talk about how critically important it is that we understand and recognize and elevate this notion of the beloved community. I'm so grateful to Dr. Bernice King for her continuing efforts to frame our coming together, the work that we have to do in this country, around the notion of the beloved community, because I think we haven't talked enough about what we aspire to. We often talk about the things that we don't want and the things that are problems and the things that are challenges. But Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. had this capacity to articulate a vision of the things we are looking to get to achieve. And I just want to affirm the power and the necessity of understanding our commitment to love, the beloved community. There's some powerful people who have already addressed this. I know Dr. Bernice King articulates this so powerfully and persuasively, and I saw some of my friends, Dr. Barber, Reverend Barber and Reverend Theo Harris and others, and I know they've addressed this. I just want to add my voice to how important it is at this time when we are dealing with the rhetoric of hatred and anger and fear, when you hear people embracing and see people embracing violence and all of that destruction, to lift up our vision of a beloved community. And I am one of the heirs of people who were enslaved and trafficked and abused and harmed and degraded, and yet found a way to commit to love. And I don't think we have talked about it enough. African people were abducted on the African continent, trafficked to this continent, 12 million of them, 2 million died during the Middle Passage. Their bodies are laying at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. It was a horrific experience to be ripped away from family and friends and tribes and communities and language and be put in a distant place, and then to be enslaved and chained and brutalized the way our ancestors were. And in the midst of that kind of oppression, that kind of abuse, that kind of torture and brutality, to have the heart and the spirit and the mind to look for a place of love says something about the power of the beloved community. And my foreparents could not have survived the degradation and brutality of enslavement without understanding the power of love to calm, to balm, to redeem. My great-grandfather was enslaved in Virginia in the 1850s, and he learned to read while he was enslaved, even though he knew that that could get him sold or it might cost him his life. But he had this love of the community of people he was around, and he wanted to help them. And so he learned to read. And when emancipation came, all of the formerly enslaved would come to his house every night. My grandmother would tell me how they would come to his house every night, and he would stand up and he would read the newspaper just so that they would know what's going on in the community. And if you asked him why he did that, he would tell you it was rooted in a love of helping people get free. And they would not have endured all of that. And there was love even in the space of enslavement. And I think about that because after emancipation, we suffered all kinds of injuries and harm and the torture and the violence. And we haven't talked enough about how those millions of enslaved people had every right to seek retribution, revenge, to seek payback for being brutalized and tortured. But they didn't do that. They chose love over hate. They chose love over revenge, love over violence. That started after the Civil War. They had every reason to want to strike back. But they said, no, we just have a love of community. We have a love of one another. And that love shaped their post-emancipation experience. And even though they were rejected and disenfranchised and lynched and terrorized and brutalized for decades, they never gave up on love. My grandmother fled Virginia as a result of terror and violence, and she had 10 children. And she didn't have 10 children because she didn't know how to do anything different. She had 10 children because she had that much love in her heart and in her body to give to her communities. And I knew my grandmother well, and I can tell you that her capacity for love was endless. It was infinite. She was a powerful person. I tell this story a lot. My grandmother was so remarkable. She was kind and she was strong and she was generous, but she was tough. And she would do these things. She was the end of every argument in our family. She was also the beginning of a lot of arguments in our family. And I love telling this story. When integration came to our community, my grandmother hadn't seen that before. And so she was worried about us. And she started doing this thing. She would come up to me and she'd give me these hugs. And she'd squeeze me so tightly, I thought she was trying to hurt me. And then she'd see me an hour later and she'd say, Brian, do you still feel me hugging you? And if I said no, she would jump on me again. And so I would say, Mama, I always feel you hugging me. And I didn't appreciate what she was giving to me then, but I appreciated it later. She worked as a domestic her whole life. She lived into her 90s, but when she got into her 90s, she fell one day and she broke her hip. and she was then diagnosed with cancer. And she ended up on her deathbed, and they told me that she didn't have long. And I was in college at the time, and I went to go see my grandmother, and it was the hardest thing to say goodbye. I just couldn't imagine being in the world without her. And I sat there next to her, and I just poured my heart out, and I held her hand, and I was just saying all of these things. And I knew it was time for me to leave. And at some point, I knew I just had to go. And I stood up to leave. I wasn't even sure my grandmother could hear me until that moment. But when I stood up to leave, my grandmother opened her eyes, and then she squeezed my hand. And then she looked at me and she said, "Brian, do you still feel me hugging you?"
Oh.
And then she said, "I'm always going to be hugging you." And I didn't appreciate it then, but I appreciate it now, because there are times in my life I feel the embrace of my grandmother. That's the strength of her love. And a beloved community has the capacity to lift people up, to give things to people when they fall down. And sometimes we don't recognize our power to be agents of the beloved community. We don't recognize our power to just get close to people who have fallen down, close to people who've been neglected, close to people who've been abused and overwhelmed, close to people who've lost their way, lost their hope. We sometimes underestimate the power we have to get close enough to those people and wrap our arms around them and affirm their humanity, affirm their dignity, affirm their capacity to be loved and to love. That's what the beloved community is about. It's about creating a space where we can all recognize our capacity to love and be loved. And so I am thrilled that during this time, on Dr. King's birthday, that the King Center and all of those who've come into this space have made it a priority to talk about the beloved community, to talk about why we reject the politics of hate, why we reject anger, why we reject violence, why we reject all of those destructive forces that we see moving around us. We want to live in a space where, as the prophet Micah says, you're obligated to do justice. You're obligated to love mercy. You're obligated to walk humbly with your neighbors and your friends and God. That is what Dr. King's vision was. And I just want to affirm how important it is in these difficult and challenging moments that we recognize that our strength, our legacy, it's not just the brutality and the victimization of enslavement. It's not just the fear and the trauma of lynching. It's not just the humiliation of segregation. It's not all of the difficulties that we face from police violence. It is also this long-standing, enduring power, capacity to love, to stand up, to triumph in love. And I'm just excited that I'm with people today who appreciate the value of that and the importance of that. I want to talk about truth-telling, because I think in our nation, at this moment, it is essential that we recognize that we have these problems, that we have these challenges. Much of what we saw in Washington last week, much of what we have seen over the last several years with this rise in bigotry and nationalism and white supremacy is a consequence of this larger problem. And you don't have to be a Proud Boy or QAnon or in some hate group to be undermined and compromised by this long history, which has kept all of us from being free. And I want to talk about the problem, but I mostly want to talk about the way forward. I say that we're not free in America because we have never really acknowledged or addressed this history. And our history of racial inequality and racial injustice has created a kind of smog in the air. It doesn't matter whether you live in Georgia or Mississippi or California or Oregon or New Hampshire or Michigan, wherever you live, if you're in this country, you're in a space where the atmosphere, the environment has been corrupted by our long history of racial injustice. There are contaminants in the air that have been created by this history. And a lot of people have believed for a very long time that at some point they'll just dissipate and we'll be all right. But I'm here to tell you today that the kind of pollutants that we are dealing with are too toxic to just dissipate. We're going to have to do something to clean this environment. We're going to have to confront these contaminants. We're going to have to do some work to change things. We're going to have to talk about some things that we haven't talked about before. And I believe to do that means we're going to have to be willing to engage in truth-telling. And the truth is that we are a post-genocide society. What happened to indigenous people when Europeans came to this continent was a genocide. We killed millions of native people through famine and war and disease. We destroyed whole communities, whole populations, and we never acknowledged it. We created a constitution that talked about liberty and justice for all, but we didn't talk about how we were failing the largest population on this continent. Instead, we created a narrative of racial difference. We said, oh no, those indigenous people, they're different. They're savages. And we use this rhetoric of racial difference to justify the violence that was perpetrated against millions of people. And that genocide is something that we're going to have to acknowledge. We're going to have to start talking about the multiple ways in which our founding was flawed by our indifference to the victimization of indigenous people. And we're going to have to acknowledge the toxic and tragic role that that narrative of racial difference played in the early beginnings of our country, because it was that narrative of racial difference that then made us comfortable with 2.5 centuries of slavery. And the truth is that the great evil of American slavery wasn't the involuntary servitude. It wasn't the forced labor. It wasn't the bondage. That was horrific, don't get me wrong. But I think the real evil of American slavery was the narrative we created that white people are better than Black people, that Black people aren't fully human, that Black people aren't fully evolved, that Black people are less worthy, less deserving, less capable. That narrative of racial difference gave rise to an ideology of white supremacy. And that ideology was the true evil of American slavery. We fought the Civil War, and the North won the Civil War, but the South won the narrative war, because that ideology of racial hierarchy, of white supremacy, survived the Civil War. It prevailed. And even there were abolitionists who didn't actually believe in racial equality. So when we passed the 13th Amendment, we talked about ending involuntary servitude and ending forced labor, but we didn't say anything about ending racial hierarchy, ending white supremacy. And because we never addressed that part, I don't think slavery actually ended in 1865. I think slavery just evolved. It turned into decades of violence. Our Congress passed the 14th Amendment for equal protection and the 15th Amendment to give Black people the right to vote, but those amendments were never enforced because this narrative of racial difference blocked our courts from actually protecting emancipated Black people. It blocked our country from doing effective Reconstruction. We abandoned Reconstruction, and Black people were left to be terrorized and tormented for nearly a century. From the end of the Civil War until the 1950s, Black people were routinely pulled out of their homes. They were beaten, they were burned, they were drowned, they were killed, they were lynched. And these lynchings were traumatizing to African Americans, and we haven't really acknowledged it. Millions of Black people had to cope with this reality. And several millions fled. 6 million Black people fled the American South during the first half of the 20th century. And we haven't really talked about the fact that the Black people in Cleveland and Chicago and Detroit and Los Angeles and Oakland and Harlem and Minneapolis didn't go to those communities as immigrants looking for new economic opportunities. They largely went to those communities as refugees and exiles from terror in the American South. Older people of color come up to me sometimes. They say, Mr. Stevenson, I get angry when I hear somebody talking about how we're dealing with domestic terrorism for the first time in our nation's history after 9/11. They said, we grew up with terror. We had to worry about being bombed and lynched. Don't let anybody tell you that that tragedy that we saw in Washington just last week was the first instance of political violence. Black people in Wilmington were tortured and killed. Black people in Tulsa, Oklahoma, Black people in Rosedale, Black people in communities all across this country have had to deal with white violent resistance to expressions of their political will for over a century and a half. We haven't acknowledged that history and the trauma that was done. We haven't really dealt with. And in the 1950s and 60s, this courageous community of people led by Dr. King tried to do something to help our country overcome this narrative of racial difference. And they did something extraordinary. They disciplined themselves to commit to nonviolence. They put on their Sunday best, and they went places and they prayed and they begged and they asked and they demanded and they fought to achieve a just society. And for their advocacy, they were frequently beaten and battered and bloodied. And yet they continued. And that witness gave rise to the Civil Rights Acts and the Voting Rights Act, but we still didn't overcome this narrative of racial difference, this ideology of white supremacy. So here we are today in 2020, and that ideology is still with us. That narrative is still with us. There is a presumption of dangerousness and guilt that gets assigned to Black and brown people. And it doesn't matter whether you're a pastor, it doesn't matter if you're a celebrity, it doesn't matter if you're an athlete, it doesn't matter if you're a journalist, it doesn't matter how kind you are, it doesn't matter how bright you are, it doesn't matter how hardworking you are. You will go places if you're Black or brown where you're going to have to navigate a presumption of dangerousness and guilt. And what I'm telling you is that because we haven't dealt with this, it is unjust and unfair that yet another generation of Black people are burdened in this way. And when you have to keep navigating these presumptions, you get worn out, you get tired, and we're tired. We want something better. I remember going to Harvard Law School. I grew up in a community where Black children couldn't go to the public schools, and started my education in a colored school. And there were no high schools for Black kids in my county when my dad was a teenager. And even though my dad was hardworking and smart, he couldn't go to high school. But these lawyers came into our community and made them open up the public schools. And I never forgot it, because if you had a vote in our community, which was 20% African American, we would not have won the vote to end racial segregation. I wouldn't have had the opportunity I had to go to high school. But because these lawyers intervened, I got to go to high school. I got to go to college. And I wanted to become a lawyer because those lawyers had power to protect the disfavored and the marginalized. And I wanted to use that same power to protect the community that I was worried about. I came out of law school in the mid-1980s, and at that time, our prison population was escalating. We had gone from about 200,000 people in our jails and prisons throughout most of the 20th century to 2.2 million people in our jails and prisons today. We had people on death row who were literally dying for legal assistance. And I just felt like it was my obligation to do for others what folks had done for me. And so I left, I went to Harvard Law School and I got my degrees, and I came to Atlanta to start my practice representing people on death row. And I was working on cases. And I remember the night when I had left my office late. And at that time I was living in an apartment right near Piedmont Avenue, right on Charles Allen Drive. You folks in Atlanta will know where I'm talking about. And I got there late, and I drove an old beat up car, and I was driving home. But on the drive home from my office downtown to my place there in Piedmont Park area in Midtown, the radio started working. My radio in my old car didn't usually work. You just had to be really blessed for the radio to work, and the radio just started working. And they actually were playing these songs I hadn't heard in a long time. This is going to date me a little bit, but when I was a kid growing up, we used to listen to this group called Sly and the Family Stone. And Sly and the Family Stone had amazing hits, and they were playing all of Sly's songs. And by the time I got to my house, they were just getting started. And so I decided to sit in my car and listen to this Sly and the Family Stone retrospective. And I sat in my car and I was just going through my papers, enjoying all of these songs, Dance to the Music, Hot Fun in the Summertime, Stand, all of that great music. And after 15 minutes, I was alarmed because a Atlanta SWAT police car drove up and parked directly in front of my car. I couldn't figure out what was going on. I thought they were looking for somebody else. And then I saw these officers get out of the car and they shined the light on me. And I decided to get out and let them know that this was my apartment. And I was just listening to my radio and getting my papers together. And when I stood outside my car, the officer drew his weapon and he said, "Move and I'll blow your brains out." And I could stand there and see his hand shaking as he pointed this gun at my head. And I put my arms up and I said, "It's all right. It's okay. It's all right. It's okay. This is where I live." And they threw me on the back of the car and they did a completely illegal search. They kept me out there for 20 minutes. The neighbors came out. And I was never able to live in that community the same way because this presumption of dangerousness and guilt that got assigned to me. And after they realized I hadn't done anything wrong, I didn't have anything illegal in my car, I had no record, I had no weapons, I had nothing to justify this kind of treatment, they didn't apologize. They just said, "We'll get you next time." And it broke my heart, not just because it was scary and humiliating. It broke my heart because I started thinking about what I would have done a decade earlier. At the time that happened, I was 27, 28 years old. I'd been practicing law for a few years. I knew to say, it's all right, it's okay. But my 17 or 18-year-old self, the same thing had happened to that young Brian. I probably would have run. I wasn't used to somebody pointing a gun at me like that at night. I would have run, and I worried what would have happened had I run. And I was worried about all the kids in my neighborhood. Did they know to say, it's all right, it's okay? Did they know how to safely navigate that encounter? And this presumption of dangerousness and guilt weighed on me. I couldn't sleep for a long time, worried about the children. And here we are in 2020, and that same presumption of dangerousness and guilt is still with us. And it's not right, it's not fair. And we've got to change things. It's got to change. And that is why our call for the beloved community, that is why our call for truth and justice cannot wait. We've waited too long to begin this process of effective truth-telling to save our nation, to save our communities, to save ourselves. Now, there are things about truth-telling that we need to understand. In South Africa, after apartheid, they recognized that without creating space for people to talk honestly about the experience of apartheid, they weren't going to be able to get to the place they needed to get to. And so they committed to truth and reconciliation. And it's not a panacea. It doesn't mean that everything works out, but it is a necessary process. And in South Africa, there are cultural institutions that are truth institutions. You go to the Apartheid Museum in Johannesburg, as I did, and you're stunned by the clarity of the presentation about the horrors of the apartheid. It's just there, and you can't hide from it. If you go to Rwanda, there are cultural institutions. The Genocide Museum in Kigali tells the truth about what happened during that horrific genocide. There are human skulls in that museum. That's how desperately people want to express their truth. You can't hide from it. I went to Berlin, Germany, and in Berlin, it was striking to me to see all of the monuments and memorials. You can't go 200 meters in Berlin without seeing stones or symbols or signs that honor the lives of Jewish people that were abducted and killed during the Holocaust. And what's interesting is that people in Germany want you to go to these spaces. The cab drivers and the hotel operators say, go to the Holocaust Memorial, go to the Holocaust Museum. It's everywhere. And when I went to Germany, I was struck by the fact that there are no Adolf Hitler statues. There were no memorials and monuments honoring and romanticizing the period of the Third Reich and fascism. They understood that that cannot be reconciled with the truth of the horrors of fascism and the Holocaust. And I left Germany and I came back to my home in Alabama, which is surrounded by thousands of totems and icons and memorials dedicated to the architects and defenders of slavery. We didn't have a space in this country that told the truth about slavery, that told the truth about lynching. You go to the Holocaust Museum in Washington, it's one of the few narrative museums we have in America, because when you enter that space, you hear a narrative about the Holocaust. And by the time you get to the end of it, you're motivated to say never again. We haven't created enough spaces that motivate Americans to say never again to the horrors of racial bigotry, to the falseness of white supremacy. And because of that, we continue to contend with these forces. And that was the motivation for us at EJI to create the Legacy Museum, from enslavement to mass incarceration. It was the reason why we felt it necessary to create the National Memorial for Peace and Justice. And I want to invite everyone who's part of this program to please come and see us in Montgomery. If you've come back. We're adding stuff all the time. It's a gesture. It's a step toward truth-telling. And that truth-telling has to happen. And what I'm talking today about is that I believe we need an era of truth-telling. And truth will then be followed by justice. So it's truth and justice. It's truth and reconciliation. It's truth and repair. It's truth and restoration. It's truth and redemption. But you have to understand that these things are sequential. You can't have the restoration or the reconciliation or the reparation or the redemption without first telling the truth, because without the truth, we will not know what is required for the remedy. Nobody would sign up and say, yeah, give me some chemotherapy. I'll do some of that treatment. We know how difficult that is. We will do it if we are diagnosed with a lethal cancer. The diagnosis, the truth, is what shapes our choices. None of us wanted to stay in our homes for the last year. None of us want to wear masks. None of us wanted to give up on our freedom to travel. None of us wanted to stay away from our loved ones during the holidays. But the truth that we learned about the dangers presented by this COVID virus caused us to do things that we would not otherwise do. And that is why the truth of our history, the details of our history, become critically important in this moment if we're going to get to the kind of just society, if we're going to get to the beloved community. We're surrounded by so much ignorance. You know, we've been in a political moment where a lot of people were talking about, oh, let's make America great again, as if our glory days, our best days are behind us. And you can't honestly think that if you know something about our history. For African Americans, what is the distant past that we're trying to get to? It surely cannot be the time when we were denied the right to vote, when we had no political representation. It cannot be the time when we were humiliated by those segregation signs, those signs that said white and colored to the back. They weren't directions, they were assaults. They created real injuries. It certainly can't be the time when we were terrorized by mob violence and lynchings, where people could be pulled out of their home and brutalized and tortured for the slightest social transgression. I know they can't be talking about the time when we were enslaved. This false history, this false glorious past cannot be reconciled with the beloved community. It can't be reconciled with the kind of just America that many of us desire to see. And so the truth telling is critical to this process. And there are just a few elements of this I just want to break down for us. I think our truth telling has to have 4 components to it. First of all, it has to be personal. That is, we have to live lives that represent the truth that we are seeking. We have to live lives where we are actually willing to love those who don't love us back. We're going to have to live lives that are generous, that look for ways to reach people where they are. Because the truth is that until we recognize every person's humanity, every person's dignity, we can't actually create the kind of human beloved community that we seek. And I've learned a little bit about this. You know, I've been going into jails and prisons my entire career. And as a young Black attorney, going into spaces, I've practiced in the Deep South my entire career. I often have to confront things that are really hateful, difficult, challenging. People don't want me there. And especially during the early years of my career, I just had to kind of navigate a lot of barriers. And I was working on a death penalty case some years back, and I had gone to this prison, and I parked my car in the prison parking lot. And as I was walking into the prison, I saw this truck. And this truck was like a shrine to the Old South. It had all of these Confederate flags on it. It had all of these bumper stickers and symbols. It had the gun rack. It had bumper stickers I had actually never seen before. One of the bumper stickers read, quote, "If I'd known it was going to be like this, I'd have picked my own cotton." Hadn't seen that one before. And I was unnerved by this truck, but I said, no, I got to go see my client. And I went to the prison and I got to the front door, and there was a white guard there. When I got there, I said, "Hi, I'm here for a legal visit, and I need to come in and see my client." And the guard immediately said, "You're not a lawyer." I said, "No, sir, I am a lawyer." He said, "Where's your bar card?" And I explained to him, I said, I'd never had to show my bar card before. He said, "Well, I'm not letting you in until you show me your bar card." And I was antagonized by this because it just seemed insulting. But I went back to my car and I got my bar card, and I came back and I showed it to him. I said, "Look, I want to see my client now." And that's when this man said, "Well, you may have a bar card, but I'm still not letting you in. Until you get in that bathroom, I'm going to have to give you a strip search." I said, "No, sir, lawyers don't have to subject themselves to strip search." He said, "I'm not letting you in until you get in that bathroom." And I tried to find some other people to intervene, but no one would intervene. And I had never met this client I was meeting, and he had some deadlines approaching. So I knew I couldn't delay the visit. And so I made the difficult choice of going into the bathroom and subjecting myself to this humiliating strip search. I came back out. I was trying to regain some dignity. I said, "Look, I want to see my client now." And the guard said, "Well, you've got to go over there and sign the book." I said, "Lawyers don't have to sign that book." He said, "I'm not letting you in until you go sign that book." And so I did. And finally, this man took me over to the door to let me into the visitation room. I was just trying to get away from him. And when he unlocked the door, I walked past, but he grabbed me by the arm. He said, "Hey, wait a minute. Let me ask you something."
He said, "Did you see that truck out there with all those bumper stickers and flags?" I said, "Yeah, I saw that truck." He said, "I want you to know that that's my truck." Really provoked me. I went into the visitation room and I was really angry. I was upset. And I was waiting for this client to come out. And then this young man came out, my client, and he sat down. And the first thing this young client said to me was, "Did you bring me a chocolate milkshake?" And I thought to myself, this is the strangest day I've had in a really long time. I said, "No, I didn't bring you a chocolate milkshake." I said, "I'm your lawyer. I'm here to represent you." And I started getting my papers together. And then I looked up and I realized that this man was really upset. So I put my pen down. I said, "Look, man, I'm sorry. I didn't know you wanted me to bring you a chocolate milkshake. The next time I come, if they let me, I'll bring you a chocolate milkshake." And that's when this man smiled and smiled and smiled. And I realized that he was severely disabled. It turned out they had a long history of mental illness. He began showing symptoms of bipolar disorder when he was very young. He'd been in 29 foster homes by the time he was 10 years old. And at 13, his symptoms of bipolar disorder began to manifest, and he couldn't get the help he needed. So he started using cocaine, and then he started using crack cocaine. And by 15, he began showing symptoms of schizophrenia. And at 16, he was addicted to heroin. At 17, he was beginning to have psychotic episodes. At 18, he was homeless, roaming the streets. And at 19, in the midst of a psychotic episode, he saw a man approaching him, and he thought that man was a demon come to destroy him. It wasn't. It was just a man walking down the street. But he stabbed that man to death. It was tragic. He was arrested and he was charged with capital murder. He was quickly tried and convicted and sentenced to death. And I got the record and I read through his trial transcript, and you couldn't find the word mental health, mental illness, mental disease, mental disability anywhere in this man's records. He'd been terribly defended. And one of the challenges that we have in this country is that we have a criminal justice system that treats you better if you're rich and guilty than if you're poor and innocent. Wealth, not culpability, shapes outcomes. And so we intervened, and I started working on trying to get this man a new trial. And we got experts to evaluate him and evaluate his history. And we found family members and we found records, and we pulled all of this stuff together, and it was time to go to court. Every time I would see this man, he would ask me, "Did you bring me a chocolate milkshake?" And I always had to tell him I didn't, because they wouldn't let me. And on the day of the hearing, I got there and I said to him, I said, "Look, I need you to really just kind of pay attention and just be calm." And I turned around, I was about to get ready to start the hearing, and I looked in the courtroom, and who did I see but that officer, that prison guard that had treated me so badly that first time. I hadn't seen him since then. And he was sitting in the back of the courthouse, and he was just staring at me. I said, "I'm not going to pay that guy any attention." And the judge came in, and we started the hearing, and I called my experts and my witnesses and the family members, and the hearing seemed to be going really well. The judge was paying attention. I got hopeful about what we might achieve. It lasted 3 days. I just kept pushing and kept pushing. And at the end of the hearing, I had this hope we might prevail, but I wasn't sure. A month had gone by after the hearing, and I decided to go back and see that client. I drove down to the prison. I parked my car, and lo and behold, what did I see in the parking lot but that truck? And I knew that meant I'd have to deal with that guard. And that was one of those days where I just wasn't feeling particularly strong. So I said, "You know what? I'm going to come back another day rather than have to go deal with that guard and his strip search." And I turned around to go back to my car. And that's when I started hearing that song we sing. They were saying, "Can't let nobody turn me around, turn me around." And I realized I wasn't supposed to turn around. And so I got my bar card because I'm going to go deal with this guy. And sure enough, when I got to the prison, he was standing there. I said, "Hi, my name is Brian Stevenson. I'm here for a legal visit." And the guard cut me off. He said, "Hello, Mr. Stevenson. How are you?" I said, "I'm fine. Here's my bar card." He said, "Well, I don't need to see that." I said, well, thank you. I said, I'll go in the bathroom for your search." He said, "Oh, Mr. Stevenson, we're not going to do that today." I said, "Thank you." I said, "Well, I'll go sign the book." He said, "Mr. Stevenson, I saw you coming. I've already signed you in." I said, "Thank you." It surprised me. Didn't know what was going on. He said, "Yes, sir." And he started walking me over to the door, and I was unnerved by how different this encounter was. So I was actually watching him really carefully. I just thought this was some kind of setup. And when we got over to the door, I noticed that when he pulled the keys off of his belt to unlock the door, he couldn't get his hands to stop shaking. His hands were shaking. And he couldn't get the key in the lock. And I was staring at him, and he was struggling. And finally, he got his hands steady enough to put the key in the lock. He unlocked the door, and when he turned around, his face was bright red. He said, "Mr. Stevenson, I'm glad you're here. There's something I got to say to you." And I just stood there. He said, I want you to know that when you did that hearing and I was in court, I was listening. He said, I want to tell you something. He said, I grew up in foster care too, and I had it really, really bad. I got moved around a lot, and it made me really angry. He said, I didn't think anybody had it as bad as I did. But in that courtroom, I realized that your client had it worse than I did. And then I heard you talking about all of these things, and I realized there's some things I've got to work on. And then that man did something I never would have expected. He turned to me and he said, Mr. Stevenson, I just want you to know, I think what you're doing is a good thing. He said, I hope you keep fighting for justice. And then he said, it would be an honor to shake your hand. Would have never expected it. Would have never thought it possible. It just shocked me. I said, thank you. That means a lot to me. And I shook his hand. And it wasn't anything about me. It was the power of the truth in a space where we tried to tell the truth. Completely blew me away. I walked past him to go into the visitation room, and he grabbed me by the arm. He said, wait, I got to tell you something else. I said, what's that? He said, well, I just want you to know I did something on the way back from the courthouse before I brought your client back to death row. I said, what'd you do? He said, well, on the way back to death row, I took an exit. I took your client to a Wendy's, and I bought him a chocolate milkshake. I tell you that, even though it's a silly story, but I tell you that when we are personal witnesses of the power of truth, the power of love, when we show mercy, when we open our hearts to be with anyone and everyone who is looking to get to this truth and justice that we are talking about, we actually facilitate the beloved community. We can't, in our quest for justice, we can't, in our quest for the beloved community, push some people aside, shut some people out just because of the mistakes they've made. I believe that we are all more than the worst thing we've ever done. That's what I've used to shape my advocacy on behalf of my clients. I think if someone tells a lie, they're not just a liar. If someone takes something, they're not just a thief. I think even if you kill someone, you're not just a killer. And bigotry and racism doesn't define you forever. There is this power of redemption and forgiveness. Dr. King understood that, which is why he believed that a moral witness could change this nation. Those bigots who would put dogs in violence could be changed. And he proved to us the power of that witness. Our personal representation, our personal witness is key. But it won't be enough to just think personally about what we can each do individually. I believe in this new era of truth and justice, we have to get institutions to commit to truth-telling as well. We have started a project at the Justice Initiative that we're calling our Truth and Justice Project, and we are calling on institutions across sectors to engage in truth-telling about their history, about their role in sustaining racial inequality. And every institution in America has a history. And for some of these institutions, the history is not a completely good history. It's a history where they facilitated and sustained and contributed to this white supremacy, this racial inequality that we are still trying to survive. And so we need those institutions to own up. We need them to engage and commit to truth-telling. And so we want to work with banks who didn't provide loans to Black families. You know, my father was a combat veteran. He fought in Korea. And for white veterans after World War II and after Korea, they could get loans through the GI Bill, and they were allowed to move from into the middle class, and they could buy homes and create spaces for their children. They could create wealth for their families, and their kids could do even better than they did. And you see this wealth gap that we have in America as not a consequence of Black people not working hard enough. It's not a consequence of Black people not being capable. It is a consequence of systems and structures that blocked Black progress. And one of the institutions that was critical to that blocking were the banks that were complicit in denying Black families and Black veterans loans in the 1940s and 50s. My father came back from combat in Korea, couldn't get a loan. And the house he built for us, it only cost $12,000, but he couldn't get the money he needed to pay for all of that, so he had to go in debt. And when he died 4 or 5 years ago, he still owed money on that. He never owned that house. When he died, we had to still deal with it. We didn't inherit wealth, we inherited debt. And I don't think it is wrong for me to suggest that the banks that denied him the opportunities that his white veterans got should acknowledge that. And when we tell the truth about what we've done, then we start thinking about the things we might need to do now to remedy that long history. Maybe banks in America that have this history ought to be thinking about how they could proactively create access to wealth for Black families in communities that were unfairly denied access. Maybe they need to be thinking about differentials in interest rates that might allow Black communities that were wrongly excluded from access to housing and secure economic investment to have that access and investment. But it will come only after the truth telling. So we want to engage with these banks. We want to engage with hospitals that denied health care to Black communities. I had my tonsils taken out when I was a little boy. They didn't let me have a room. They didn't let me. They put all the Black kids in a hallway where they had to wait. And I remember my mother being so frustrated to see us all bunched up in this hallway. And I was 8 years old, and my mom came in there, and she just got angry. And she started screaming at the nurses and the doctors, and she just lost it. And my father, who was a little more accustomed to Jim Crow and all of the weight of segregation, came in and he got mad at my mom. He said, "You stop that." He said, "You're not going to go into that operating room. He's going to go in that operating room." And he was worried that they might take it out on me, that they were mad at her. And I saw her realize this, and I saw the anguish of my family in that space. And it's a small experience, but it's a meaningful experience. And it's an experience that millions of Black people had to endure. We've uncovered records that indicated that for a long time, some hospitals didn't give Black families medications and prescriptions that were still unexpired. They gave them the expired medicines. They didn't provide access and care. And I think acknowledging that will be important for the way we move forward. If we want to be health institutions that actually provide and meet the needs, I think churches need to commit to truth telling. Because in the 1950s and 60s, in the 1920s and 30s, in the 1880s and 90s, in the 1840s and 50s, church religious institutions were complicit in the narrative of racial hierarchy. They didn't actually repent for the wrongfulness of enslavement and the wrongfulness of mob lynching, for the wrongfulness of segregation. In the Christian church in particular, I feel in a special obligation to speak to, because we believe that the only way you recover from sin and segregation and bigotry and racism is a sin. The only way you recover is that you have to acknowledge. You can't come to my church and say, I want the redemption, I want the heaven, I want all that good stuff, but I don't want to admit to anything. I'm not going to acknowledge anything. The pastor will tell you it doesn't work like that. They're going to say, you've got to repent, you've got to confess. And through repentance and confession, you will experience redemption and restoration. Well, that same thing is true when it comes to acknowledging our history. Talked to a pastor of a church in Texas, a white church, Southern Baptist church. He said they recently found a bin full of pledge cards they had family members sign in the 1960s committing to segregation forever. And they have all of these families signed on these cards. And the pastor told me when they found out about them, they were really upset, and they decided they were just going to destroy it all. And they didn't want anybody to know about it. I said, well, actually, I believe we are called to do the opposite. I think we're going to have to talk. I think you should be preaching about what happened in your church in the 1960s. And I would make it a ritual. I think we need a redemption moment. We need a confession moment. Hand those cards out. Let's do something that acknowledges now that we are going to reject this forever. They said back then, segregation now, segregation tomorrow, segregation forever. Somebody in the Southern Baptist Church, somebody in the evangelical South needs to be saying justice now, justice tomorrow, justice forever, racial equity now, racial equity tomorrow, racial equity forever. And until we say it, we leave the stain of that sin on the door, on that cross, on the places that hold our sacred. Our truth-telling has to be institutional. Thirdly, our truth-telling has to be communal. It has to be something that we invite everybody to be a part of. And that's part of what we're talking about here. We have projects at EJI where we go out to communities and we ask them to participate. That's why we're putting markers in communities all around the country. We put up markers in DeKalb County. We have markers coming up in Fulton County. We're working with the King Center and other groups to create these totems that allow the community to come together and just experience the truth. And when we put up a marker about a lynching, we actually invite the sheriff, and we want the police chief to come, and we tell them, wear your uniform. And we want to give these police chiefs and sheriffs the opportunity to apologize for the fact that the people wearing that uniform 100 years ago failed to protect the Black community. And we want them to have the opportunity to say, I'm now wearing this uniform, and I want you to know I'm going to protect you. I care about it. It doesn't take money, it doesn't take time, it just takes a willingness to tell the truth. Finally, our truth-telling has to be national. But I believe this thing works upward. I think it starts at the personal, it expands to the institutional, it gets to the communal, and then it resonates nationally. A lot of people want to do it the opposite way. I don't think it's going to work that way. I think it's got to start with us, and then start with the institutions, and then start with the communities. And then we make this the national identity of our country. I'm excited about this project because I've seen the power of it. I'll end with this. You know, we do these soil collections. We invite people to go to places where lynchings take place, and we ask them to dig soil at the site of the lynching and put it in a jar. And we give them a jar with the name of a lynching victim and the date. And community folks have been doing this now for several years, and we've got hundreds of these jars. And we did one a few years ago where a middle-aged Black woman came and she said, I want to participate in this. And we gave her the empty jar, and then she realized that her sister, who was supposed to be with her, didn't come. And she was kind of upset about that and nervous whether she could do it by herself. But we had the meeting and people kind of got fired up. And she said, well, I'm going to go do this. And she went to her location, which was this remote place in Western Alabama. It was on a dirt road. And she got scared when she got there, but she said, I'm going to do this. And she got out of her car with her jar and the implement to dig the soil. And she found the space where the lynching took place. And she carried the memo we give everybody that talks about the lynching. And as soon as she got down on her knees to start digging, a truck drove by. There was this big white guy in the truck as it drove by, and he started staring at her as he drove by. And she said it unnerved her. And then the truck slowed down and turned around and drove back by again. And the second time, the man stared at her some more, and she started to get really anxious. And then she watched this man park his truck and then get out of the truck and start walking toward her. She said she was terrified. Big guy. And we tell people they don't have to explain what they're doing. If they want to say they're doing something else, that's totally fine. And she said that's what she was going to do. And this man walked up to her, and sure enough, he said, what are you doing? And she said, Mr. Stevenson, I was going to tell that man I was just getting some dirt from my garden. But she said, all of a sudden, something got a hold of me. And I told that man the truth. I said, I'm digging soil because this is where a Black man was lynched in 1937, and I'm going to honor his life today. And she said she got nervous, so she started digging real fast, and the man just stood there. And then the man surprised her by asking, he said, does that memo talk about the lynching? She said, it does. And then he said, can I read it? He said, yes. She said, yes. And she gave the man the memo, and he read while she started digging. And then after the man finished reading the memo, he put it down and he shocked her. And he said to her, and he said, excuse me, but would it be all right if I helped you? She said, yes, that would be beautiful. And the man got down on his knees, and she offered him the implement to use to dig. And he said, no, you keep that. I'll just use my hands. And then she said he started throwing his hands into the soil and picking up the soil to put it in the jar. And he kept throwing his hands, and he did it with such force and such conviction. His hands were actually turning black with the soil. And she said it moved her. And the next thing she knew, she had tears running down her face. And the man stopped. He said, I'm so sorry. I'm upsetting you. She said, no, you're blessing me. And he kept digging with his hands, and she kept digging with the implement. And they got near the top of the jar, and she noticed that the man had slowed down, and she looked at him, and she could see his shoulders were shaking. And then she saw a tear running down his face. And she stopped, and she put her hand on his shoulder. And she said, are you all right? And he said, no, ma'am, I'm not all right. He said, I'm just so worried that it might have been my grandfather that participated in this lynching. And she said they both sat there on the roadside with tears running down their face. They finished, and the man said, I want to take a picture of you holding the jar. And she said, well, I want to take a picture of you holding the jar. And they took pictures of one another, and she came back to Montgomery, and the man came with her. And together I watched these people put that jar on our shelf. I tell you that not because I believe beautiful things always happen when you tell the truth. The legacy of Dr. King tells us that just because you tell the truth, people don't always respond with love and charity. He was reviled at the time of his death. He was pushed back. He was criticized, but yet he continued to tell the truth. What I'm saying to you is that beautiful things don't always happen when you tell the truth. But until we tell the truth, we deny ourselves the beauty that is the beloved community. We deny ourselves the beauty that is justice. And that is why I believe it is not wasteful for us to take the time that the King Center has organized for this project of truth and justice. I'm delighted that I've talked with Dr. King at the King Center and the leaders of the Carter Center, and they're going to be joining us in this effort. We're looking forward on the institutional level to have these institutions come to the Carter Center and the King Center and to share their learnings from this truth-telling process. I'm excited that all of you have a role to play. I want to invite you all to be part of this effort, to be part of this moment. I know we got to wrap up soon. I'm just going to end with one last thing, then I'll go back to Ms. Monica. I just want you to know that sometimes it's hard to kind of get the courage to do truth telling. And we have to tap into all of those people who came before us. I live in Montgomery, Alabama. And sometimes when I get overwhelmed, I think about the people who came before me. They had no reason to expect that they could prevail in ending the bus boycott. They had no reason to expect that their calls for justice were going to be sensible, but they had this hope. They had this vision. I stand on the shoulders of people who did so much more with so much less. And we need to understand that strength. You know, every now and then I go to court and I get overwhelmed. And I represent a lot of kids who've been prosecuted as adults. I've been representing these children, and I get mad sometimes because the judges have the authority to turn a child into an adult and prosecute them as an adult. And I represent 13 and 14-year-old kids facing adult prosecutions. And one night hadn't slept much, and I was just feeling, how does the judge have that kind of power to turn a child into an adult? And I started thinking, well, if the judge has that kind of power, I should file a motion and ask the judge to use that power to give my client the identity I think he should have. I started working on this motion, and I titled the motion to try my poor 13-year-old Black client like a rich white corporate executive who is 75 years old. I want you to use that power to give him that identity. And I put in my motion about how there was a lot of misconduct by the police and misconduct by the prosecutors and misconduct by judges that said there's no conduct in this county, that's just misconduct. And I wrote all of this stuff. And I woke up the next morning and I thought, man, that was a crazy dream I had about that motion I wrote. And then I looked at my file and I realized it wasn't a dream. I'd written the motion and I'd mailed it to court. About a month later, it was time to go to court on that motion. I thought, oh my God, this is the case where I filed that insane motion. And I got in my car and I drove down to this courthouse, and I knew it was going to be so ugly when I went inside. And I was feeling a little tired. And I said, you got to go, Brian. And I got my briefcase and I walked up the steps to the courthouse, and there was an older Black man there. And when he saw me coming, he came over to me and he said, who are you? I said, I'm a lawyer. He said, you're a lawyer? I said, yes, sir, I am. And then this man hugged me. He said, I want you to know I'm so proud of you. And then he told me he was the janitor in the courthouse. It moved me. I went into the courtroom. The judge was sitting on the bench. As soon as I walked through the door, he said, Mr. Stevenson, did you write this crazy motion? I said, yes, sir, Your Honor, I did. I said, I'm going to argue this. And the judge started hollering and the prosecutor started hollering. I kind of hollered back. And the next thing I knew, the courtroom was filled with people from the clerk's office and people who were sympathetic to the prosecution. It was a sea of angry white faces, but I kept arguing and they kept arguing. And after 20 minutes, I noticed that this janitor, this older Black man, was peeking through a window in the door. He kept pacing back and forth. And then 5 minutes later, I saw this older Black man open the door to the courtroom, come inside, and he sat down right behind me at counsel's table. Judge took a recess a few minutes later, and the sheriff was angry that the janitor had come into court. And he went over to this older Black man. He said, Jimmy, what are you doing in this courtroom? And that's when this older man stood up and he looked at me and he looked at that sheriff. He said, I came into this courtroom to tell this young man, you keep your eyes on the prize and hold on. That's my message to all of you in this difficult moment, that if we are filled with our commitment to the beloved community, if we understand the strength and power of truth and justice, let's keep our eyes on the prize and hold on. Thank you all very much.
Oh, thank you so much. But a question.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
talked about truth telling, and it sounds like it's mainly aimed at adults. We see so many young white people who are not aware of truth telling, not even aware of their own history. They call it, we're trying to cancel their culture. Where do we start with a younger generation to teach truth telling?
It's a really important question, Monica. Thank you for that. We absolutely have to start at the earliest levels. And that's why we've now developed a whole curriculum for 4th graders and 8th graders and 11th graders. This past year, we partnered with a wonderful educational group called Donors Choose to allow teachers to access a whole set of materials that they can use in the classroom. The movie Just Mercy, we actually put together a curriculum around that movie. The documentary we did with HBO, we have a curriculum around that, because we absolutely agree with you that these conversations have to start at the very beginning. A lot of people say, oh, you can't talk about that. You know, we actually talk to 4th and 6th graders about the Holocaust. We somehow don't think that's inappropriate for elementary school children to learn about. Well, if we can talk about the Holocaust, we can talk about slavery. We can talk about the Native genocide. We can talk about lynching. And we believe that is an absolute priority. At our website, eji.org, we have reports on enslavement and lynching and reconstruction. We have videos that are actually very engaging for younger viewers. We have a calendar that was just kind of a way to educate people on a daily basis. If people go to our website, we have a digital calendar. Each day we will send you a notice about something about our history that we think we need to know and understand to get prepared for this moment. And a lot of teachers we've seen sign up for this in the last year, because you're absolutely right. We need to correct the big gaps in American education that have failed to prepare people to understand these critical issues.
We'll have only 2 minutes left, but I have to get this question in. Just a little bit more about the totems you were talking about.
Yes, so it began in 2013 when we did our first report. When I moved to Montgomery, there were 58 markers and monuments to the Confederacy in this city. And you could not find the word slave or slavery anywhere in Montgomery. It wasn't on anything. This was a community that loved talking about mid-19th century history, but didn't want to talk about slavery. I had a similar experience in Atlanta when I moved there. You really couldn't find any place that talked about the legacy of slavery. And so we did our first report, learned a lot about the Montgomery slave trade, and decided that we wanted to put up markers that just talked about the domestic slave trade. Montgomery was one of the most active, prominent slave trading spaces in America from 1850 until the end of the Civil War. And we went to the Historic Commission and said, well, how do you put up a marker? They said, oh, just give us truthful information, we'll put it up. And so we gave them a long 60-page memo that talked about this. And they said, well, all of your information is truthful, but we're not going to put up a marker that talks about slavery. That would be too controversial. So we had to fight to get these markers up, but we put them up. And when we put them up, the Black community came around them and there was such emotion. And we began to realize the power of public recognition, public markers. And so when we did our lynching report, we decided to put markers at every lynching site in America. And we've now worked with dozens of communities around the country at erecting these markers. And we surround that marker with a lot of community events. We give high school essay contests. We give scholarships to high school students who write about the incidents. And so now there are dozens of these markers all across the country. We hope to do more in Georgia. But I think it's been a really powerful way for that community truth-telling to take place.
Dr. Stevenson, it's always a pleasure to interview you and to hear you speak. And for those of you who want more information, please go to eji.org. Enjoy the rest of your day.
I always have to stop and try to define the meaning of love in this area. Agape is more than friendship. Agape is not something affectionate. Agape is understanding, creative, redemptive goodwill for all men. It is an overflowing love which seeks nothing in return. Theologians would say that it is the love of God operating in the human heart. When one rises to love on this level, he loves men not because he likes them, but he loves every man because God loves him.
I would definitely encourage anyone to come here. It kind of gave me a new insight as to what the civil rights movement is.
It's an experience that you kind of won't get anywhere else. You can read online, and seeing everything that's centered around him here is really, truly a special experience.
I think those tragedies are really a cornerstone to helping to prevent future ones.
Daddy said that the philosophy and strategy of nonviolence must become immediately a subject for study and serious experimentation in every field of human conflict, by no means excluding relations between nations.
Mehr Central for the beloved community.
사랑 가득한 community.
Sisi ni watu wa Kenya, Afrika, tunapenda watu wetu.
Manamandaramu Vasudhaika Kutumbam.
All is one.
Telugu.
All is one family.
We are all caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny, and whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. We are made to live together because of the interrelated structure of reality.
It teaches you about the importance of virtue and the importance of being and doing the right thing regardless of what others are doing around you,
and to not resent them for it, but to rather inspire them to do better.
We must change our attitude. We must change our direction. We must break the vicious cycles that we have been on and turn in another way. Divisive discourse, divisive rhetoric. Guard your heart in this season, because God is calling us to an elevated place. We can't stoop so low as other people. We must rise with dignity and discipline in everything that we do. The movement continues in another generation, and we will get to the promised land.
I mean, it really struck me when the little girl, she said, "Why are blacks and whites still separated?" I just mean, it broke my heart. I almost cried. And I realized that the world isn't really changed yet. We still have a long way to go. And there's so much more that we can improve and progress that we need to do. It's helping younger kids realize, that this new generation, that we can change the world. We can make the world a better place if we really try.
So as we go forward, I leave you with the words of that song, "Walk Together, Children. Don't you get weary. Work together, children. Don't you get weary. Struggle together, children. Don't you get weary. Fight together, children. Don't you get weary. Hold on to each other together, children. Do not get weary. Fuss, fight, but get over it together, children. Do not get weary, but don't forget to pray together, children, because you will get weary. And one day, we'll all be able to join with Martin King and say, "Free at last. Free at last. Thank God Almighty. We are all free at last."
Here's to those who give a damn, the ones who question the status quo and say we can do better. You don't wait to be invited to the table. You set your own table and bring people together. You believe great ideas can come from anyone, anywhere, no matter who you voted for, what you believe, the color of your skin, or who you love. Some might say you're a dreamer, but we think you're brave, because those who are brave enough to start a conversation that matters are the ones who co-create a better future for us all. It's time to come together.
Dear FedEx, we are a small juice company and cafe in the heart of New York City. When the social distancing and shutdowns came through, we set up a system where our customers could purchase our juice as a donation, and we deliver it to our local hospital in Harlem to give to all doctors, nurses, and others on the front line.
We were humbled by the outpouring. Overnight, we hand-delivered hundreds of bottles. And then we got the first request to send our fresh juice to a hospital in Canada, then Arkansas, then Tennessee. We're soon fulfilling orders to send across the city, state, and America. And even when the world seems to have ground to a halt, we're able to count on FedEx.
Our cafe may be temporarily closed, but because of FedEx, we're able to keep pouring our juice and making a difference. Thanks for having our back. Sincerely, Rahim and Mohamed Diallo, Jinjan Brothers.
At Mars, the world we want tomorrow is one where society is inclusive.
Our 130,000 plus associates are valued, respected, and encouraged to be their unique selves. And we're committed to fostering an environment where everyone has an equal opportunity to reach their full potential and be heard. And we're proud to be a sponsor of the King Center Holiday Observance and the work of the King Center, who is helping carry forward the unfinished work of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and inspiring and empowering the next generation of change makers across the U.S. and globally. Mars is committed to holding ourselves accountable to achieve meaningful change, and I look forward to our partnership with the King Center as we continue to honor the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
Hello, I am Michael Weinstein, President of AIDS Healthcare Foundation, and on behalf of our over 6,800 employees in 45 countries that we serve, I want to say how pleased we are to partner with Dr. Bernice King and the King Center to present this beloved community summit. As a global public health organization for over 3 decades, AHF continues to be committed to our core mission of both providing quality health care to those living with HIV/AIDS and to being in the forefront of standing against hate and oppression of all types and advocating for the dignity, respect, and equity for all human beings, no matter their sexual orientation, racial, or gender identity. As we embark on this new year and work to rebuild the soul of this nation, the lessons and strategies of Dr. King provide a framework for the critical work that is still to be done. For it is ever more clear that, as stated by Dr. King, we are confronted with the fierce urgency of now, and in this unfolding conundrum of life and history, there is no time for apathy or complacency. Over the course of last year, I was greatly encouraged by the inspiring leadership from young activists that emerged in communities across the globe. As this powerful summit has attracted so many young people with a profound concern around civil and human rights, I know that you will take the tools and deeper understanding of the lifestyle of Nonviolence 365 and commit yourself to doing your part to building the beloved community envisioned by Dr. King. The future of a more just and equitable world is in your hands, and we are counting on you. Have a great summit.
Advancing Black Pathways is a program we launched to truly make targeted impact across education, careers, and wealth creation.
The apprentice program was life-changing for me, not having access and a network, especially as a Black man. ABP gave me that. I can call people right now and they'll answer my questions. They'll give me wisdom, and that's not something I've ever had before.
Everyone thought I was crazy. They were like, there's no beauty, there's no fashion in Detroit. And I was like, but there will be because I'm coming back home. We reached out to JP Morgan and they created the Entrepreneurs of Color Fund, and we were able to get a loan to help fund our target purchase order.
Talent is created equally. Opportunity is not. And my hope is that we're doing our part by helping Black people succeed in whatever they wish to accomplish.
Wow. This has been an extraordinary 2 days, fully packed of information about how we create the beloved community. I don't know about you, but I have been inspired, and I was truly amazed, as always, by our closing speaker, Brian Stevenson. He's always very powerful and inspirational and spiritual, and causes you to want to engage and be an engine and vessel for change. And so I want to first and foremost just applaud him and thank God for his courage, and thank God that he has kept his eyes on the prize. And so this is our last session, and I want to thank everybody who joined us from the beginning and end, who may have come in on the middle. And I want you to encourage other people to watch this summit. We're going to be reposting the summit in different ways. We've got to galvanize this nation, at least a cadre of people, a critical mass of people, to really internalize these teachings, to be exposed to what the beloved community truly is. What are the impediments to the beloved community? How can we utilize social media in terms of creating the beloved community? What is the intergenerational work that has to go into creating the beloved community? And that foundational work of truth telling, it starts there. And I'm so happy that we're going to have an opportunity to be a part of that. But this summit was not just to give you information. This summit really was to answer Daddy's question through some action. You know, we've had many, summits, conferences, discussions, speeches about where do we go from here. But we're real serious about that as inheritors of the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And over the course of these 2 days, we've amplified the message of the urgency of creating the beloved community, and have begun to offer solutions for ways that we together, because Daddy said, together we must learn how to live together as brothers and sisters, or together we will perish as fools. So we looked at ways we can together begin to address and creating a world that is more just and humane and equitable and peaceful and, of course, sustainable for all of us and the generations that follow. I want to remind us, the beloved community again. I just want to share this briefly again. These are words that come from a collection of my mother and my father and the King Center. The beloved community is not that kumbaya kind of thinking. It's not this utopian society. The beloved community is a realistic vision of an achievable society, an inclusive society, one in which problems do exist, conflicts do exist, but are resolved peacefully and without bitterness. In the beloved community, poverty, discrimination, and violence are not tolerated. They're unacceptable. And our policies, practices, and language are infused with unconditional love. My mother specifically said that the beloved community is a spiritual bond. Folks, we are spiritual beings having all these various human experiences. This is a spiritual bond in the beloved community that claims the energies and commitment of a diverse group of people who desire to serve a cause larger than themselves. The beloved community is fueled again by unconditional love, and it feels like family that transcends race, religion, class, gender, sex, ethnicity, nationality, because we are really a family. We have to learn, as my father said, to live together, to coexist together, and to live together as brothers and sisters. It is a salient spiritual notion that we all live in and share the world house, that we're interrelated, we're interconnected. As he said, we're inescapably tied together in that single garment of destiny. And it warrants us to be other-centered. Everything you heard today goes against the grain of much of the stuff we've been taught and raised up in and ingrained in. So it is an unlearning process and a relearning process. And we're glad that we've been participants in helping all of us to better understand it and know the work that we have to do. It's about loving our neighbors as ourselves and being compassionate and caring about what happens to other people, putting them first, and then wanting to do something about their pain and suffering. In the beloved community, therefore, caring and compassion drive even our political policies that support the worldwide elimination of poverty and hunger and all forms of bigotry and violence. The beloved community is a state of heart and mind, a spirit of hope and goodwill that transcends all boundaries and barriers and embraces all of creation. And at the core of it, reconciliation is the engine. And so you see, it's difficult, it's challenging work, but I am so appreciative of our partners who have helped to support the Beloved Community Global Summit. We all work together in identifying presenters, and most of us have served as panelists. Both of our main partners have served as panelists and helped us in identifying these presenters. And I'm so grateful and looking forward with eagerness to the opportunities that exist for all of us in 2021 as we move forward from this summit to the work. And so it's with this in mind that I want to introduce our partners, thanking them from the bottom of my heart for working collaboratively in this work. There's a lot to do. And so I want to thank Paige Alexander, CEO of the Carter Center. She's going to join me now, followed by Jill Savitt, President and CEO of the National Center for Civil and Human Rights. If I can get them on the screen as we close out this Beloved Community Summit, that would be great. I'm not sure where they are, so I'll keep talking to you until I see Paige, until I see Jill. I don't know if, oh, okay. There we go.
There. Okay.
Hi, Jill.
Hey, Bernice. How are you?
Hi, Paige.
Hi, Bernice.
This has been powerful, ladies.
Congratulations.
Yeah, we could not have done this alone. We had to do this together. This is a collective work, a collaborative work, and I'm glad we are partners in it. And I just want to give you all just time to close out with everybody, and then I'll come behind you and we'll move to our youth part of the Beloved Community Summit. Thank you all so much.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just say that Brian's speech was so inspiring and really an unbelievable roadmap about the ways we can work together on truth-telling. And I know that the King Center is devoted to this and the Carter Center is devoted to this. And I'm so looking forward to our organizations teaming up and looking in our own community at how we can tell the truth about our past. We each have centers that tell a history, tell the truth about history. And, part of studying history is looking at the legacies of the past in the present moment, how we got here. And you have to do that if we're going to move forward in a different way. And so I'm just delighted that we're going to work together this year and every year after to do that hard work. So thank you, Dr. King, for putting this summit together. It was extraordinary. I learned so much. I was moved. I was inspired. So thank you to you and your team. It was an incredible achievement.
Yes, and thank you for all of your contributions and the hard work that you're doing at the National Center for Civil and Human Rights. It's just extraordinary that we have these assets in the home of Martin Luther King Jr. We have a very unique place, and I have to say that.
Yeah, absolutely. To Jill's point, high on my list of things in life that terrify me professionally would be slotted in to follow Brian Stevenson and talk with you for me in a discussion like this. But the Carter Center is really honored to participate in this Beloved Community Summit. And I've been appreciative of listening in to the excellent set of discussions, both yesterday and today. So thank you for including us in this. I think, as you just repeated from your father's wise words, through our scientific and technological genius, we've made the world a neighborhood. And now through our moral and ethical commitment, we really must make of it a brotherhood. So we must all learn to live together as brothers, or we'll all perish together as fools. And, if I can, I want to take a few moments to reflect on that last line, learn to live together as brothers. And I'd add sisters, given what this panel looks like. And how the Carter Center intends to participate in that great project. It really means for us building peace, but it also means building knowledge and inviting insight from each other as we solve problems together. When our founder, President Carter, was inaugurated in 1977, he asked the nation to elevate our expectations and work for equality for all. And he said that America didn't invent human rights. America's our human rights invented America. And so calling on us to work for that unfulfilled dream is a really important part of what he has done in his life. And for us, it's a commitment that's guided his presidency and the same one that set the course for the Carter Center over the last 38 years. So since our establishment, we focused efforts overseas, but when I came in June and looked around in our backyard, I thought, I drove down Peachtree Street when I got picked up at the airport, and first time on a flight in months, and I got here and drove down and saw sort of the devastation that had happened after the protest. And I thought, what type of city have I moved back to after leaving here 35 years ago, moving back to a city that just seemed unrecognizable to us because it's a country that was unrecognizable. But at the end of the day, we've always known that these things are latent, and they're not even that latent. And so we really need to, as President Carter said, build a more, as a national imperative to build a more perfect union. And overseas, we've worked in partnership with health ministries and civil society organizations and citizens, always in solidarity and always in a spirit of joint empowerment and partnership. So solidarity in public health and peace building means you listen with humility, just as Brian was talking about these issues. You listen with humility and offering insight, technical expertise, and resources according to what people recognize as their needs, not just what we're able to offer. So if we're building towards a brotherhood and a sisterhood, it means really shouldering a stranger's problems as your own, because you understand their history and you know exactly how it's knit with yours. And so sometimes the most difficult problems to understand are the ones most intimate to us, that we've grown up with, that we've lived with. And these challenges are so intertwined in our history, we often can't see them. So Brian had just spoken passionately about that, and the contaminants in the air and the toxicity of that, but also the need to affirm how important our strength and legacy to triumph in love is. So this work is really going to require added courage and determination and persistence. For me, the twin crises of 2020, with the anti-Black violence, including by police, and the COVID pandemic, with its disproportionate, devastating effects on the African-American community, really requires all of us to pledge a new commitment to build this beloved community together. And those realities aren't new, but they're shamefully persistent. So as many white Americans are asking for the first time, how can a nation with such profound achievements over our history and such a wealth at its disposal still tolerate such high levels of inequality between African Americans and white fellow citizens? And we know how to find out, the same way the Carter Center's really approached peace building and public health overseas. You have to listen, you have to search for conspicuous differences within our shared history. And, much like the collection of the dirt that Brian was talking about, this is a shared history between those people who are sitting there collecting the dirt together. I mean, it's a shared history, and we have to step up and face it with honesty and humility. And, for us, the Carter Center is delighted to be working in partnership with the King Center and the Equal Justice Initiative in the necessary work to learn to tell the truth about racial injustice. And Brian explained earlier that every institution must conduct a thorough examination of its history, given the vast research of white supremacy in our society. So the Carter Center, together with the King Center right down the street, will use its convening powers and our voice to amplify the findings of EJI's truth-telling efforts. So we are thrilled to be here with you today and to try to help discuss what this is going to look like in the future.
Well, as a preacher, I have to say this, and Brian obviously alluded to it, but the Bible says, ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And we won't be free in this nation until we do go through this process of truth-telling, no matter how painful it is. But as always, when you have an ultimate vision, it's easier to go through it. You know that the goal in and of itself is not just to expose all of this for the sake of exposing it. It really is for the purpose of analyzing it and looking at what it is we have to do differently, what behaviors, what policies, what practices that we have to adopt going forward that get us to that ultimate goal, which of course I believe for all of us is the beloved community. And so again, we are excited to be on this journey. And I want to caution everybody that it is a journey. It is a marathon. It's been 400 years plus, and you look at it globally, it's been millennials that we've had these kinds of evils with us in the world. And so it requires determination and fortitude and consistency and insistency. And so I'm inviting you to join me on this personal journey. And I've said this in other places, and I'm going to keep saying it. My father said something that I'm trying to disprove. And I'm not trying to disprove any of his other words, but this particular one is very critical to be disproved. He said, one of the tragedies still of human history is that the children of darkness are often more zealous and determined than the children of light. I think that's what we saw on January 6th, the zeal and determination of the children of darkness. Darkness can't outshine light. And so if we would just use our collective energy and be zealous and determined and consistent and strategic, we can overcome the darkness in our world that causes oppression and exploitation and marginalization. And we can elevate everybody to the place of dignity. That's that one word we heard a lot through each day, dignity. People are to be valued, they're to be respected and treated with dignity. That means we have to create scenarios, because I'm struggling with this word systems. I think we need to tear up systems. We have to create relationships that are steeped in dignity, where people can work with dignity, where they can be paid wages that are dignity wages, where they can live in dignity homes and in dignity neighborhoods. It's really about creating that dignity and ensuring that there is equity. Can't get to equality till we have equity, because we do have some deficit. We do have some disparities, grave disparities that exist between the white community and the Black community in particular. In every sector, just about in human life, Black people in America, at least, are at the bottom. So we have to turn that around, and this truth telling is going to help us continue that work. So thank you all for your contributions, Paige and Jill, and for your important remarks. 2021, we're going to be focusing at the King Center on continuing our primary mission of educating, equipping, and empowering people in my father's nonviolent philosophy and methodology that you heard a lot about today, that we call Nonviolence 365, and committed to creating this beloved community. We're very serious about that. I'm so serious that I started 2 years ago with my team at the King Center. I said, we can't keep talking about these things. We have to become it. So we started doing some internal work, and we've got a whole lot more work to do to create beloved community at the King Center, starting with Bernice. So I'm not looking out of the window and pointing fingers and trying to correct them, everything out there. When Danny talks about love, correcting everything that stands against love, we need to look in the mirror and do a self-analysis as leaders in these institutions. And we've got to, look at our policies and our practices and our culture in our corporate, for-profit and not-for-profit environments. So we're serious about this journey, and we are delighted to join in hosting these truth-telling conversations in collaboration with the Carter Center and the National Center for Civil and Human Rights that is led by the Equal Justice Initiative. We'll also work together to create strategies moving forward with the outcomes of the truth-telling session. So you have an assignment after the summit. You're not off the hook from just listening to everything we talked about. We need you to join in these efforts with us, because we have to spread this throughout Atlanta, metropolitan Atlanta, and the state of Georgia. And as it moves nationally, we're going to need everybody on board. So continue to listen, continue to look, continue to check out. Our institutions will be posting more and inviting you in. And in February, we will be launching at the King Center a Be Loved campaign
that hopefully gets us started, because as we tell the truth, we got to do even that in love. We're not trying to put people down. We're not trying to attack people. We're not trying to insult people, even if they insult us. We're trying to enlarge people. We're trying to uplift people. And we're trying to make sure people understand that they are to be respected and treated with dignity. And so we're kicking off that campaign. You will find out more about it. My father said, power at its best is love implementing the demands of justice. So we're going to be rolling out this love that implements the demands of justice. We don't want you to mistake it as, some mamby-pamby, little soft, emotional bosh, as my father called, but something that is strong, something that is compassionate, something that corrects. So he also said, true justice is love correcting everything that stands against love. And so that will be our Be Love campaign. You'll hear more about that as February approaches. And we also are launching the Beloved Community Network later in this year. And we're inviting you to go ahead and go to our website. You can sign up for it as we roll that out to become an inaugural part of the Beloved Community Network. And again, this has been so enlightening, so inspiring, so life-changing, so transformative, so awakening, educating, amazing, magnificent, spectacular, powerful, energetic. And I want to thank all of our program participants who contributed in so many meaningful ways. I can't call all their names, but I want to thank each and every one of them. I want to thank our inaugural Beloved Community sponsors for this summit, the AIDS Healthcare Foundation, Ford Motor Company, and Merck & Company for their support. Our partners, the Carter Center, the National Center for Civil and Human Rights, as I said in just a minute, will be doing our youth part of the summit. Points of Light is joining us in that. We thank Equal Justice Initiative for their contribution and their alignment as we do this work. Kids' Rights, who helped with some of our program participants. The National Council of Churches also helped with helping us identify participants, and Ashley Woods, who's an independent curator and producer, who all contributed to making this Beloved Community Summit possible. The entire King Center team, the team at the National Center for Civil and Human Rights, the team at the Carter Center, 3D Management Enterprises, One Stop Production. Boy, this was a production, wasn't it, you all? I mean, the commercial, first class. So thank you, One Stop, for this wonderful production. Our moderators, everyone else who worked tirelessly to make these 2 days of a summit a success. And last but not least, I thank each of you who engaged in the summit with us. And tomorrow night, we are going to be having our Beloved Community Awards. We're honoring Lady Gaga, the 3 women who founded Black Lives Matter, Ron Clark, Dr. Janetta Cole, OWN Network, and Michael Tubbs, Mayor Michael Tubbs, former mayor of Stockton, California. Please join in. It's going to be spectacular. There's some great presenters that night. Jennifer Hudson, and we have Will Packard, and we have Angela Rye, and we have our own mayor in Atlanta who will be doing the award for Michael, God, why am I forgetting? Michael Tubbs. So please join in 7 to 9 tomorrow night. You can find us on Facebook or go to thekingcenter.org to find out more about that. And on Monday, our Beloved Community Commemorative Service, Bishop T.D. Jakes will be our speaker. I'll do the call to commemoration. Pastor Warnock will be standing as the pastor to give us greetings, not as the senator that day. And we have Jacqueline Carr doing gospel music, a gospel music concert on the end of it. It will all be aired on Fox 5 and on Facebook Watch. So you have no excuse. You can watch it wherever you are in the world. And we will be joined by the grandson of Nelson Mandela, who was one of our beloved freedom fighters, and who really showed us how you move through the truth telling and really living out that in a society who really heralded its truth and reconciliation. So we are blessed by that. And we thank everybody for being with us. I'm trying to make sure I'm not leaving anything else out. Ladies, am I leaving anything out that you know of?
There was a lot to cover there, but I think.
Okay. Finally, on Monday night at 8 p.m., I and my brother Martin Luther King III will be joining the presidential inaugural celebration of my father's birthday. I'm sure it will be on Facebook, so you can look for it. I'm not exactly sure where, but I am honored to be a part of that as we enter into a new season and a new day in America. I believe that we're at the beginning of the end of something, the end of white supremacy, and the beginning of the ushering in of the beloved community. Thank you so much for being with us. We love you. We appreciate you. And please have your young people to join us in just a few minutes at 4:30 for our beloved community youth summit. Have a good day. Be safe and wear your mask.
Big hug.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bernice.